Hello everyone. Hi Vex. How are you? I'm glad you're liking the music today. It's kind of bopping already this morning. Or this afternoon, I guess I should say. Hello. Hi. Today we're doing some comm work. And then probably a video or two. So I am excited. Hi Pixels! You just like it by that way. Constantinople. That Istanbul is Constantinople. Constantinople. 3 more stream! Woo! No. Good, getting ready for the day. How are you? I'm good. I like that little worm. What are your plans for the day? Was your cabbage dish good? Did you eat it? Was it good? I saw your pictures in the oven. Back to Constantinople. Back to Constantinople. I have many. Whoa! Look at all those worms! Oh my god. I love all of the worms. I especially like the pansexual one and the rainbow one. Very nice. Very nice. I love the worms. Very good worms. Oh shit. Another banger? What the fuck? That's crazy. That's crazy, chat. I was trying to think of something and now I've forgotten. Ooh, I need to take my meds first. So let me take my meds. I'll move my appy slices. It Wendy. Okay. I'm like forgetting everything I need. Okay. New art. Okay, so I need to do enshrined stuff today. Because I got some commissions, but the commissions have not been paid for, so I can wait on those for a little bit. Okay, so... God damn, why is it so big? 6? Okay. Different from the world I'm living in. Six. Oh man, is this too small? Yeah, I guess 6 is the minimum. Make it 8 then. Or I could just make it smaller though. Alright. Oh. The midnight. Redo. Okay, create icons. Okay, handouts. Okay, this things. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Alchemy. This is its own thing. Book. So this can be 8. Content in. Perhaps making it look pretty. Book things we need. For book. I wanna hear my friend. Is there a space in between those? I don't know why the spacing of this seems weird. Happy size. Ooh. What? My heart's so bad, no I can chase it. Okay, we'll start with the map. Okay, I'm going for dinner. Have a good dinner. We'll be here. Feel free to tell me about how your dinner went. When you come back, I'll miss you. What he says. I want to see the twisted trickster. Everybody wants to be the sister, mister. Mr. Coca-Cola. Okay, so the part of the map for you to draw is in yellow, but here it changes the shape a little bit on the new map. Oh, okay. It's like this, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, little girl, she's a mister. Everybody wants to be that mister. Enshrined maps. Thank you for the boot brainer. Hi. I hope you're having a wonderful day. But thank you for the check-in. Wakes me up, I'll keep you up all night. Oh. Keep you up all night. I want like a crinkly paper. Machine heart, baby, bring it up inside. I'm not right, I'm kiss me already. Cross your teddy shoes. Alchemy and crafting, okay. Alchemy and crafting is good to go, so make this one green. We're waiting on stuff for this one, so we will make it orange. Oh, pretend I am no me tea. Oh, not me. Not me. Oh. Yeah, I think so. Ooh, what kind of pizza are you making? What kind of pizza? I had cereal and apples with, I have apple slices and peanut butter. It's pretty good. I've actually never had apple slices with peanut butter, and it's really nice. I like it. That's correct. Green is ready to work on. Orange is waiting for something. Also, I want to check something. Hello, my name is Elaine. Anyone else? I think that looks fine. Okay. The wording just the spacing is just a bit weirded on the one. I need my tablet. Oh, fucking my tablet. Almost empty rooms. Anywhere else me out of empathy. Okay, we're good now. Sometimes when I plug in my stuffies, it doesn't want to work. I will look here, and I think. What's left of me? Not crayon brush. I thought I had a crayon brush. Alright, let's try this brush. What does a hand-drawn map look like, Cody? Hand-drawn map. Or the nose. If I want to be an idea, I don't want the first four. I don't have my full book. Let's get the boundary. It should not be super hard lines. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. I want this guy. Ooh. Let you go. I don't really know what I'm doing, but I think I get an idea. I don't really know how people would do this. Let's say they did this section and this pen. Then they had a different pen. They kind of added on to it like this. And it's a long stretch. And then they also had like scraggle. Mountain top. I don't know. Just run away with me. And draw on a map. What? How do they do the... They put the top of it, so it'd be more like the top of it, so it'd be like... the mom is a bit more careful. Go down just like a... Just another Holy Mary. Go down just like Holy Mary. And maybe she went in with a different pen. And this pen didn't have any hardness or variance, so she's like, yeah, cool. Yeah, cool. She did her best to like outline stuff. And if it's a mountain, I'll do mountain from top down. Maybe she just did like, oh, there's like a mountains here. So maybe she would have followed this path. Hi, Sheppy. How is your day? Welcome on in. Thank you for the check-in. And she's like, there's a mountain here. And here. And there's water. It's going good. I'm at work right now. How's work? Don't get in trouble because of us now. But I enjoy you being here and I appreciate you stopping by. Another like here. She might go like this because it's dangerous. She doesn't want her kids to go in there, so she just like scribbles it out. Gonna jinx that. No! Oh, I'm fine. No one is working today working with me today, so it's a relaxing day. Gonna jinx. No! Knock on wood. Hold on. Knocked on wood. Hi, Mew. Hi, wife. I'm excited to play Paranormal Cleanup today. There's another thing here. Oh, me too, Poggin. I had a dream I slept through it, but that made me wake up. Valid. General sketchings. There's like a path that goes this way. Like a little, like an X here. I got to swim with a shark earlier for its checkup. What the fuck do you do for work? What the fuck? That's cool as shit. What the fuck? That's crazy. What the fuck? That's cool. What the fuck? Here. And then I want like the drawing of a fishy. Like a big fishy. Fishy. That's cool, I know, right? And then my kid would be like, kid would draw all over it and be like, yay! Yay! And they'd be like, happy face! And happy face! And then they'd be like, they scribble. Kids would scribble on stuff. So it'd be just a scribbling in the corner. You know, a few more scribbles here and there. And then maybe they draw a sun somewhere. I don't know. I actually don't know. Okay. So that looks pretty shapely. I'm going to turn this layer off. I'm going to take this and I'm going to put a mask on it. And then I'm going to take my watercolor brushes. And I'm going to tear the page. What? Oh, got it. Good guardian. Guybog, I just want to know what your cool job is. Ooh. Ooh. Alright, now let's do more like randomized ones. Like, not that much. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I was trying to read the first I put my degree in, insert big word here, and I was like, what in the hecky is that? That sounds cool. And then you're like, marine bio to work. That's valid. That's cool as fuck. I hope this shark was feeling okay. I hope they were feeling okay. They weren't sicky. Long word is the study of sharks and rays. That's so cool! That's so fucking cool! That's fucking epic. Well, thank you for sharing that with us. I hope that all of the babies are okay. All of the baby sharks. All of the sharkies. I don't want splatters. They're all called dried blood splatter. Whoa. Oh me, I wish I could not speak, even if I could speak, even if I can sleep. Oh and no. Shark is good, just getting a little bit of old, just getting a little old, that's all. That makes sense. It's nice that you get to check up on him though. I want to hug a shark. I know you can't really hug sharks, but maybe someday I get a hug a shark. She my buddy. That's cute. That's cute. I'm glad. I wish I had a shark that would my buddy. That'd be fucking cool. Maybe someday I'll be able to hug a shark. I'm gonna hug the shit out of a shark. You can pet a shark like a lemon shark. They love human attention. What about a hug? What about a hug? I want to hug one. I want to hug one. Very carefully. Just pet their snout. If they try anything, rotate them. I have seen the rotation thing, and I think it's funny. I think it's very funny that you can just rotate a shark and they just kind of go docile. He's trying to get rid of me. See, I did that once as I get rotated, idiot. That's amazing. Fuck yeah, dude. Power move. Get rotated, idiot. Okay, that's funny. I'd feel so good if I did that. I'd be like, fuck yeah, I am the main character. I want to fix. Okay, Affinity. Is that how we're starting with today? Is that how we're starting with? Please tell me you auto-saved. Yes. Oh! Okay. Son of a bitch. Fuck. I'll do that again? Oh, man. Shit, really tugging on my dick today. We just started. That's fine. On the bright side, we did get a new stick. Oh, named Dog. That's cool. That's cute. It's very cute. I wish I had a stingray named Dog. What color is he? Or what kind of stingray is he, I should say. Enshrined. Okay. Alright. Take two. That's what I get for not saving. Watercolor. Okay. Think about you. Man, I wish I had a pet lemon shark now. Now I'm thinking about sharks. Sharks. Come over again. Come over again. Good question. I'm not sure yet what species it is. I have not seen him yet. Well, you let me know. You let me know what kind of stingray it is. What do you see? I bet he got cutie pie. Sea animals are just cute. They're very cute. Or they're kind of spooky. Like, anglerfish? Anglerfish are kind of spooky. I will say, though, the thing I do like about anglerfish is that some species of anglerfish, the males attach themselves like little gonads. And I think that's amazing. I'm good. Those guys are spooky. Those guys are the definition of a spooky wookie. I've seen those guys. Deep seas, okay, stuff? No, I shouldn't say that, because I was gonna be like, deep sea stuff is spooky, but not all deep sea stuff is spooky. Like, a blobfish under the pressure of, like, where it normally lives is, like, spooky. But when you bring the blobfish up out of the water, it's not as spooky. They're super cool, though. They can extend their dive. It's spooky! Anything that can extend its jaw is spooky. And my survival instinct goes, I have none. You know? So. Not this one. Pain, she's a heart. You say, come over again. Come over again. Get all these little holes out of here. Getting ready on my end. I love you. I lurk. No problem. No problem. We're not collabing until like a few hours from now, though. Yeah. I'm just making sure. I don't want to be late. Or if I misunderstood any time, and I don't want to be wrong. A little bit more rigid in areas. I immediately liked the riff in the song, and I was like, is this Nickelback? It is. I don't like that one. I don't like that one. There you go. Save. Alright, let's do the... Oh, wait, the top. The top's a little flat up here. Do like... I like this one. Like I said, we're gonna do the kids part first. Give me crayon brush. Where my crayon brush is. Nom, nom, nom. Pencils. Pencils could work. This one. What the fuck? Caught peanut butter in my boobie. Okay, we're okay. Just a whale peanut butter. Okay. I gotta like ham fist my pencil now. It kind of draws. Oops. Just be glad you don't come home from work reeking of fish and seawater. Listen, it's a job hard fought, you know? You know, I get it, you know? I mean, like, I don't smell like that, but like, you know, it's cool that you do. I kind of just smell like stink, because I anxiety sweat sometimes. I just smell stinky. It's Mom. I am smelly, you are right. Like all smiley face. Now I'm a little kid, I'm drawing. I made the torso too big. Wait, but Mom would have like a... Oh, shit. I did this wrong. Okay, so Mom would have like a dress. And Mom is pretty... like this. And then... Mom's got hair. I've got like a ponytail kind of thing, I guess. And then here's me. I'm the little kid. I'm also wearing a dress because I'm her daughter. I get this, and then I get a bunch of curly hair because I get it from my dad. There we go. And then there's a fish over here. There's a fish over here. And he's like an angry fish. He big. He got spikes on him. And then I'm scribbling. Wait, I'm gonna be able to scribble what's on the page. And then like, there's some more scribbles down here. I wish I had a kid right now. Just be like, hey kiddo, do you scribble on this for me? Kids, they're the best. I don't know. Yeah, it's not the worst. Might change the color. Did I channel 5-year-old? Maybe. I don't really know. I think I did an okay job. Now I have to channel Mom. Which I think she would use black. What is this brush? I like this. What's this? Then you would be Mama Elaine. Yep, it is time for me to pretend to be Mama Elaine for this drawing. Okay. So, if I'm Mom, we probably started over here. We probably went to the fishing village first. So, I was probably more careful about, like, drawing out the map at the start of my journey because I care a lot. Like, I have a lot of energy, you know, I'm not affected by anything yet. And then there's like these people that live in these domes. Is my stabilizer on? No, it's not. Why is this so... It's just so... soft. Like, they live in these huts. And they're cool. And then there's like a beam here. And a beam here. And my daughter wanted to draw the fish, so she drew the fish. Right, so that has this so far. That's not the worst. And then, you know, because we started here, we would have been able to see this ridge, and we would have been like all the ridges here and stuff. And then that's like part 1. That would have been like the first part. And then let's say they get a different pencil. Oh wait, no, it would have been the same pencil for this part. That would have been like there's a trail heading this way. Don't know where it goes, but it goes somewhere this way. And then next path, they're like, oh, it goes on further. It seems like this also curves, but you can't really tell, so maybe it's a bit off. So it's like, I think it curves this way. And then it seems like there are mountains here, here, and here. There's a big old ravine here. It's not safe. There's a mountain here, a big mountain here, and there's one that peeks through here. And then there's this like, it's like you'd make it a mountain, but you'd make it a flat mountain. Like a little X mark there. And that would have been another part of their journey. And then let's get a different pencil. Where are my engraving ones? Yeah, I like this one. Okay. And then we have a path that's kind of like, it keeps going. The path keeps going. And then there's another flat rock here, but there's nothing much to it. And we find out that this kind of develops. She's doing longer strokes because she's maybe more hurriedly doing it, as her daughter kind of tries to get her attention more often, so she's more hurriedly trying to draw together the map. We also know of the mountains over here, and there's a building here, and there's smaller things here, and there's a body of water here. And then a little like thing like that, and then the water kind of goes here, and then I think they would draw that it like continues. Caving on you, all live on without you. I want to do like an alternate version of the moms, I think. Also, let me change the color multiply on this. Yeah, I kind of like that better, I think. Ooh, I like this. Okay, let me do an alternate version of the mom. Maybe instead of doing it that way. She had the pen we have now, it's just much smaller. Like, she sharpened it. And then as she started, she's more sketchy with it. She's much more like short strokes, short strokes. And then she's like, this path that goes this way. And then this. She's a bit more artistic with it in the beginning. And she's like, there's a theme up here. She'll like incorporate this with her drawing. And then like this. It'll be a bit inaccurate, I think. You're spinning. I don't know what you're missing. Then maybe it's a bit more than that. She's like it's straight and then it curves. And then there's a plateau here. There's a thing here. There's some mountains around. I wonder if I could smudge it. I wonder if I could smudge areas. That'd be cool. And she's like this. Yeah, and then maybe she draws like a little heart or something. Because it's her daughter. And it's cute. And then there's the mountains. There's the mountain here. There's a mountain here. So I'm imagining they're coming from this direction. So you see the big one here. And then there's this one here. And the tiny one that peeks through. And she notices there is a dangerous ravine. So she just quickly sketches this and then crosses this out. This is not a safe place to be. She's like, no. It's a deep cavern. But then there's another plateaued rock here. And then there's the mountain. My brain! My brain! And there seems to be something over here. Take note of. There's this. She would just think it got bigger, I think. It could be something beyond it, she's not really sure. Yeah. And then alright, I want to bring in the kid drawing again. Dancing's what I think of you. Hi, Rhino. How was your day? How you doing? How you doing? And then we do this color again. And then we gotta ham-fist it again. So this is like stuff here, maybe. Trying to help mom make little thingies. This is so hard for me to like ham-fist. Like I'm like full gripping the pen. I'm eepy. I didn't get much sleep last night. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You can take a nap during the day if you can. More. Like grass and stuff. I'm drawing in the grass. Said I could draw in some grass in the empty spots. And then there's windows in here. But I made them have happy faces. And then there's like flowers. And flowers. Maybe I need a flower in here. The flower. And then I'm gonna do like a I kinda wanna do like a thumbprint. Or like a little handprint. Like the kid kinda had like messy hands. Just kinda touch the paper. Oops. Oops. How far do I have to go back? I forgot when I saved last. Oh, not too far back. I just have to redo the hand. Okay. Oh, sure. I'll use this brush. Oh, no, we won't. I still kiss from. Yeah, from you. Everybody gets feels. There you go. Ready. I still a kiss from souvenir. Wanna steal it from you. Oh, my neck. Okay. Steal it from you. If it feels. So I really have another watercolor in here. Ew. There we go. I found them. It feels. With you. It feels. Stains. Let's do another layer. Like a brown, maybe? That's not showing up. Ah, there you go. Oh, they did show up. They have a coffee stain. Ooh, this one works. Where's the burn ones? And then I almost want like affect the paper, I guess. Darken, multiply, doesn't really do anything when you burn. Let's do this. And add this in here. And then maybe try it. There you go. Let's do like a multiply. And copy it. And I'm going to get rid of it. Make it lighter. And same with this one, just make it a bit lighter. Make this color a little bit darker. Export. Save. Close. It's been like an hour. Oh, comment. Why won't you let me make it bigger? Alright, now I'll bring you. Aspect ratio. Oh, it should be 2:1. 3:1? There we go. Save. RPG, boop. Muffin dad. Yeah, 4D pixels. This is the mama. Cool. Mini map. Okay. Photo. And then this one's good. So this I need to update. Together with you, baby. Oh, my neck. Oh my god. Straight. What's my wife up to? She's a wowin'. She's a wowin'. Am I forgetting anything? Oh, I forgot to comment on this. The other interesting. Open publisher. Oh, fuck yeah. I love the song. To move it, to move it. I like to. Yeah, I did put it above. I like to move it. I like to move it. Item crafting, alchemy and crafting. Yeah, okay. Alchemy and crafting. Move it. We have to move it, move it. Italicized. Italicized. That's right, keep on moving. Some scales. Oh. Quality. DC roll 16. Survival check. Find different quality materials of different levels of potency. This is denoted. Each material has an associated level of harvest. That up, back it up, back it up, back it up. On below is a class of materials. What they affect is a list. Of different. I like to move it. I like to move it. Okie-dokie. I'd rather do it this way. Oh, God. Why do I keep italicizing this? I thought we were changing that, but I guess not. keep it trying. Oh, I keep on trying. Be silent, keep it silent. I think it's time to do video editing. Or I could draw. Do I want to draw? I kind of do. Chubby Pikachu. I saw a Chubby Pikachu yesterday. It has inspired me. I referenced the one I actually saw. But let's do this stuff first. This one. What if it was... Okay, this part I want me to be like this. Actually, it would be here. And then close your eyes. Alright, so it's this, yeah. Say and I want to wink. Happy face. Boop. sad face. An angry face. Oh, big chicken. I'm jealous. What is that first thing you got? What is that? What is that? What is that? It looks really good. So I want to know what it is. I want to We're specifically adding the trees to the flooded area at the horse of the one, making sure the hut before it's a bit more noticeable because it's a travel stop. Oh. I went to a local Arab bakery for the dessert, and it's whoa! That sounds delicious. Wow, I'm jealous. So hard it is not like corner of mountains. Say what you want about your toy, but the food I'm sure it's good. I'm sure it's good. I'm sure it's delicious. Oops. And then they want yeah, this one. Doctor, you can get disease. I want this to be bigger. Like this. I don't like how that is angled. There you go. Where the one of my layers is missing. What the fuck? What the fuck? Where did the fucking things go? No, did I delete them? Fuck. Secret, I can kill you. One of the appy size. I really like appy slices and peanut butter. They taste really good. Have you guys had apple slices and peanut butter? They're really good. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Not those. Let's see. Alright, now I gotta grab my tablet again. Okay. Drawing as a child is hard. That's fun. Hi, Artisan. How are you? I'm fine. Having a bad day? You having a bad day? Things in my room. What's before? Before, okay. See what you find. Your things in my room. I miss you at the time. Shack Doodle because I heard some songs on her a few times. Okay. This one. When it's dark and you will hear me. These words now, when we were 30. Not so far much now. Call me. What's this one? This one's a color burn. Won't try things in my room other time. Just to see you find. I really want to get some art done, but nothing feels like I need to be doing. But nothing feels like I need to be doing art, so I've been sitting at my desk doing nothing all day. Valid? I mean, only do art if you want to, you know? Don't push yourself to do art just because you feel like you have to. Sucks all the fun out of it. How cool getting high. No handlebars, you wanna fly. That's so cool, wanna die. Other than when I tuned into stream, I have done nothing other than sit at the desk and scroll trash, wait for people I enjoy to start streaming. That's how it is. Some days are just slow. I think I liked how it was before more. What about this one? A little bit sooner. Not this one. Is this cheesy? I don't think so, especially if we make a 4-point star. Probably gonna make my attempt to stream again either tomorrow or Friday. We shall see. Poggin, I'm proud of you. I'm pogging you for putting the first foot out there. And first step is just press and go live. Nice. Okay. I'm gonna finish eating my apples and then I shall continue editing. Not valid. My mouth is covered in peanut butter. Lower the opacity a bit. Wanted picture. Waterfall brought to you by a baby. A slice of apple's too big. Oh. Also, as long as you don't have too many programs open, your computer should be okay with a lot of YouTubing and stuff, especially if it's a PNG tuber. Forgot to change these back. 4-point star. 4-point star. All these shoes to 4-point stars? This one's a 5-point star. 4-point star, okay. Alright.
I think the special move should have zoom in. I'm gonna try to stream art, so you should probably have like 4 things open, maybe 6. So only should have maybe, thank you for the lyric stack, because my browser and rest software, yeah, man. Whatever works best for your computer is the biggest part. Knowing your PC specs and how they all work together is very helpful. Things like that. Still, There we go. Cool. Alright, that should be good. Alright, cool. I think I was just running before. So I'm gonna eat pixels. Wish you the best of your life. Sorry for you. I looked in your eyes. Wish you the best. I say you. I'm gonna eat you. You got them mixed up. What do you mean you didn't? This is beef. Okay, well, whatever. I'll fix it. I'm fixing it. Where's the engraving brush? Okay, and then switch the small X with the big one in the hunt. And I'll just remove the X. I'm just gonna leave the hut. And we have the hut. Add trees into the sunken forest. Huh? And then I was thinking expand the canvas a bit so the edges are not
And then I was thinking, expand the canvas a bit so the edges are not as sudden on left and right. What?
Is that what I'm saying?
No.
Just like there's a noticeable cutoff here and here. Like where it meets the edge of the image.
But this one, it's not. It's...
When you open it up in transparent, you can see the alpha like cut off on that side.
Okay.
Would you like some more ice?
Yeah.
I'll fill it up.
Thanks, Capitan. I don't know what he just said. Rotate this brush. Did you say when you were walking away?
Thank you.
Oh. How's this? Oh, what's a sucking forest? What's the sucking forest?
This here is a forest that was flooded.
Can I have the little kid draw that?
Yeah, if you want, as long as it's recognizable, because it's supposed to be like a waypoint, if you will. Like, oh, that's the sunken forest. We know where we are.
You're not gonna stay to see if you like the trees? It was really hard. Drawing like a child is actually really hard. Yeah, that's how I've drawn all of it. Anything that the child has done, I did like this. I just...
I think we might need to scale them down so that they're... Because right now they could be mistaken for like mountain-sized shapes.
So you want them to be like that big?
Yeah.
Because I think, like, sometimes the important stuff, like, for example, the mom would have been like, do you want to draw the big fish? Do you want to, like, draw the waterfall, the flowers and stuff?
Yeah, that makes sense. Embracing the child.
Trying. Kind of feel a little funny, like I got tism.
What? Never.
Okay, I'm gonna change what brushes are drawn in, but like that.
Yeah, I think that works. You want to maybe give at least some of them like a little trunk under the canopies, just to like make sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna redo them.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, did I not notice that the bottom was like a hard cutoff as well? That might be on me.
I think I kept it because like Artie was like, how are the players gonna know where it is on the map? Like what part of the map it is?
That's fair, but honestly, like that, like if they can't landmark find it with like the fishing village and stuff, I think they're lost.
Okay, I got it then. Thanks. I think I'm good. And I'm waiting on the others. I'm okay. Affinity just wants to be a bitch today. That's fine. I'm waiting on the other stuff, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Oh, I kept my trees. Yippee.
Yeah, I'll check those together.
Use this part. This part.
just gonna clean this up. Make sure all these edges are all good. That should be good. Let me take the trees off. Make this smaller. And gotta go back to the gouache brushes. The crayon one the kids been using. Okay. Where's my tablet's not working? Just somebody used to know. Little tiny trees, little tiny happy trees. All the times you screwed me over. Why do these have wet edges on it? I don't wanna live that way. Every word you say, you said that you would let it go. Would I get you from the body that you used to know? I need your love. Treat me like a stranger and I feel so rough. Didn't have to stop singing. I need the love. Somebody that I used to know. I used to know. Somebody that I used to know. I used to know. Somebody that I used to know. Seen you before. Video editing. Nope. Downloads. Something in your time. What are you? How my face like itches. All right,
We're good now. Alright, I want to change my hair. Whisper sweet nothings in my... Ooh! We're good. Wrapped up in number. Where did I put that? Oh, here it is. Oh, my neck, okay. Okay, can we please move the hut before location? Oh, yeah. Whispers in a caring way. I got you, don't worry. My bad. Stay. This one. Thinking of what I've been. Become some. I'd see. Okay, let's. Get this one. These are like the child's drawings. Let's turn these off for now. This is wonderful. Map base. Map effect. Wasn't I meant to know to you? Let's change this to normal. Mom nap. X. Yeah, okay. Base. Effect. Near burn. Let's color burn. Hey SPF, how are you? I hope you're having a great day. This is 50. This one gets removed. Pixels, is this good? Or did you want the X on here to be bigger? Let me know. Forgive me. Good. Keeping busy creatively. That's all. That's all. I can't read. Goob. Okay, cool. Okay. I'm good. Keeping busy creatively. That's what it's all about. How about you? Same. Same. Sorry that it took me a second to read that. My brain's just been a bit frazzled recently. Forgive me. Okay, that's all that. I'm gonna move this guy to here. There you go. Post the images channel when you are done. Okay. Mama and baby map for enshrined. Darling, let me put my lips to something. How much time we got? We got an hour? What do I want to do? I think I want to draw something for me and Mew. I don't know if I'll have time to draw one for Ghost, but I want to draw a chubby baby. I want to draw Mew and I as chubby babies. I saw this image on Twitter, and I want to draw something like this. So I'm gonna reference it, and we're gonna draw something like it. Is my plan. Chunky little baby, you say that maybe I'm not very chunky. I think that's funky, chunky. Oh, if you guys want to see the, there you go. You see the original artist. Okie dokie. Where are my brushes? My pencil brush. With this. Okay, so chubby little baby. Look at it, it's Chonkachu. I know, I love him. Okay, and he's got like heavy set bottom. And this comes like down a bit more. And then I want like round, chunky round face. Also, this is not taking my... It's not doing the thing, which is weird. Dynamics, pressure. Okay. It's not doing the... Why is it not doing the pen pressure thing? I don't know why my thing's not doing pen pressure. Reggae rock 10 out of 10 reggae rock impression? Fuck yeah. I feel like the pressure works here on this brush, but it's like not working on any other brush. I think the face has to be squished more. It's gonna be a bit more down. And then we gotta have this hunched body. The hunched body is like a big part of it, I think. We're doing a chonk study. He's gotta be more squished. More squish. Bring in more squishy. Squish. Squishy, squishy. Squishy, squishy. Squishy. And this has got to be more rounded, I think. Alright, and then like the head. And then I was like thinking of like little hamster peats. So maybe like maybe they're like more round. Can I just tell her you only see me? I'm actually kind of tired of the song, but it's fine. Just try. Thank you for the song request. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna skip to it because I don't really want to listen to the song. How long the beans are? Beans are too long. Oh, goddamn SPF! Always bringing in the good music. I think I want the toes. Give me the toes. Make them smaller. And then do I want to do like a...
Also, I don't know if you guys noticed this, and it's something that I noticed too. I will hum to any song even if I don't know what it's about. Even if I've never heard it in my entire life. I don't know why I do that. I don't know if anybody else does that. But I realize that I do that a lot. But I think that's just because I'm vibing. I'm constantly vibing, you know? I feel like this is not. It should be even. So that means this bit of pudge needs to come down. I gotta fix the pudge. Like this. There we go. And then I really like these, like, fat arm, tiny hand. It's like... Hi, Arch. How are you? The tiny little mitts. Huh. I drew that on the same layer, darn it. That's kind of funny. Sorry, this is kind of funny to me. I don't know if I like this arm being here like this, but I think it fucking looks funny. I'm EB as usual. How are you? I am doing pretty good. The arms are off. This arm right here is like off. So it makes him look a little funny. Hold on, let me do a center line. I don't know where the center of the body is. God damn, that was funny. It just looks like a little dork. There we go. Let's turn this down, and that way... I think the arm has to be reflected like this one. How it's kind of like over here. Maybe a little bit more out. I'm gonna take the body and just... I think it needs more of a line right here. Or, well, I feel like it needs more of like a tummy line. Oh, no, maybe not. It just melds. Maybe it just melds. Like this. Let's see. I was like sketching this last night on my phone when I couldn't fall asleep. And I feel like I know how I want the face to be. And then I want like a tiny little mouth. Right here. I feel like this eye needs to move. I feel like that's right. And then just fix the cheek. I don't know if I want to do like the eyes, like how they do it, so what they do is, because like there's the imputation that his cheeks are like puffed. They do like the little squished eyeballs, but I don't know if I'm gonna do that. I think I'll just do like a blush here or something. Should this part be more, oops. Maybe more like this. Yeah. Yeah, just like the reference. And then I kinda wanna rotate the face a bit. Fat Pikachu is best Pikachu. I know! I know! Artisan said the Chonkachu, and I like that Chonkachu. I think that's awesome. I feel like this eye is like slightly off. Cap is best Pikachu? Who's Cap? Go next door. Oh, the one with the hat. Yeah, pretty cute. Alright, I think I got a base. Actually, I might change his feet. Be up on the phone. The one in the moon. Does you feeling alone? I see you cry. Makes me Cap is Professor Freyd's Pikachu from the new Pokemon series. Faye and I are obsessed with it. He's very cute. He is very cute. I like that he has a hat. I like that he's a hat. You don't mean that. Messed up my night somehow. Hot, yes, I like these few more. I'm a friend. Because you're feeling makes me smile. Makes me smile. Yes! Look at this little guy. We got a little guy. Yeah, we got that. Okay. And I want to sketch it as me. And I'll also sketch it as Mew. And hope and pray to God that I can finish this before the hour's up. That was my power. Smile, yeah, smile. I love Lily Allen, dude. My sex obsession. My dreams. I want to be more fluffy, I think. How do I be more fluffy? I do like a little tuft here. Maybe make it like a big tuft and then like... and then... have my little flippy. And then... little hamster fangs. And my bow, which I'll probably copy from something else because I can. I'm kinda lazy. Oh, my tail. And then am I forgetting anything else? I don't think so. Cool, so this is mine. And let me sketch Mew's. What people say that. Like the pearl necklace. And then her horns. Might be lazy and just take these from other files. We'll see. Is my love here? A drug. And then her little shell. My wife doesn't have a tail, right? No, she doesn't. She does have like a little bracelet though. I could do that. She does have like little like markings here, so I want to add those. And then no flipties. Oh, little thingies as well, because she has fangs. Cool. Cool. Let's use sketch. And now let's see how long it takes me to do the base model. Well, because you think you're cooler than me. Cool. Yeah, cool. Boop. Little rat baby. You're not around. 300 feet anywhere around. Shh. But you don't know the way that you look. Don't make that much noise. Shh. Got you figured out. Everyone's eyes just to feel seen. Makeup. Nobody knows who you really are. Who do you think that you are? Do a song and make you all love. I will already have you up under my arms. I'm still following my dreams. Hope that you like this. You probably won't. You think you're cooler than me. 'Cause I'm the shades just to hide your face. Run around like you're cooler than me. Never say hey or remember my name. It's probably 'cause you think you're cooler than me. But right, you don't even look when you pass by. Don't know the way that you look when. I have to make Gore into a slug. Thank you for the song request, Vexed. Everyone's eyes just to feel seen. Hide your makeup. Nobody knows who you even are. Who do you think that you are? See you down. See you see. Does that look right? I think so. Oh love, I will already have you up under my arms. Used to follow my dreams. Hope that you like this, but you probably won't. You think you're cooler than me. Your designer shades that hide your face, and you wear them around like. I feel like this is too thick. It's too 18. You think you're cooler than me. Please. Give me the little thingy. I feel like this might have to be more like 10. What is the song from? It sounds familiar.
You got like 2 fingers on the side. Halo? Oh, makes sense. Okay, I think all this line art's gonna have to be 10. 10. Okie dokie. I think I can just... You know, because of Halo is the reason why I learned how to play the cello. And why I have a deep fondness for the cello. There was these kids from, like, when I was in elementary school, there was these kids from the high school that came and they played music, and the guy with the cello played the Halo theme song, and I loved the way it sounded on the cello. Well, and I should say, I didn't even know what Halo was. I just loved the way the cello made that sound, and so I ended up playing the cello. Did I ever learn the Halo theme song? No. No, I did not. But maybe could I someday? Yeah, probably. I technically own a cello at my house in Colorado, so it's like, technically could someday learn how to play the Halo theme song on the cello. But yeah, little fun fact. Alright, how is this looking? Oop. Looks like a little fat guy. Adjust this arm a little bit. There we go. Oh, not that one. Flip. Who do we appreciate this baby? No money. Just something. What the fuck? Why does this look weird? What? Left, right, go. It'll look better when I add color. And I do my favorite thing, which is... Baby, no money. 6, 8, you're knocking at me. No money, he's always, I'm hungry. Little mouth. Little mouth. Four, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? That's baby, no more. It's always up to something. Hey, knocking at me. It's baby, no money. 'Cause I'm hungry. 4, 6, 8. Give it a little nose. Kind of like the nose. Let's make it a square. Then layer. My seeds can fall out of bed, I don't know. Cause so I lay here and my symptoms of hatred I won't favor again. I love her. I love her. I love her. I'm too busy. Why get home tonight and stay with me inside? Nice. Halo entered my politics because I saw real people talking like the Covenant, and I was like, wait a second, that's bad guy talk. Hey, as long as you learn somehow the rights and the wrong, you know? Oh, my neck. Oh my god, my neck hurt. Out of bed, I don't know where to go. We're here instead. What? Why did I have this open twice? I'll set it buffet, but yeah, I was on Arathorn for one of them. I love her. I love. Okay. Base body. I have 30 minutes. My mouse just died. There you go. Let's do the cheekies. Skin shade strong blush. Putting a suck in my head. Blush. And symptoms of... Where'd the nose go? Here's the nose. But again and again. Face. Blush goes under the eyes. The eyes go on top. And the mouth. And then do this. Gosh, and blur. Ooh, there was something that I saved on Twitter. Oh shit, I have to reply to something on Blue Sky. I forgot. Oh, where is it? I can't stop and I won't stop. We're lurking Moon's chat too. Where's Moon's chat? There she is. Amazing stream. Speaking of, there's a bulky board. Go shy.
Maybe I make her a hamster too. I can't. Why can't I do this? Hamster list. Me, wife, moon. I want to make one for Momo too. She gave me really good sketch art, so I'm like, I gotta make her stuff. Damn, I love their brush. It's a really nice brush. Okay. Hamster. I got 30 minutes to make hamster. Minutes till collab. It goes like this. This is the body. And then I'm gonna do. Close this guy. Join curves? Close curves? Why can't I join curves? Undisposable. Join curve. Join curve. Switch. Like this. Oops. There you go. In the backseat. I gotta speed run this. Oh, make me and my wife a hamster. I gotta tell your big pixels a hamster too. Join curve. It's like this. Join. Or nope. Oh shit. Join curve. Close curve. There you go. Slip. Here. Flip. I haven't speedran something in a long time. No, get in there, get the color in there. Oh my god, no. Ooh. This is the color. Oh god, I was on Twitter for a reason. There was a thing that I saved for the eyeballs. No! Ah! No, stop with the jobs! I know I need a job. Shut the fuck up! Okay. I want to do like the inner eye thing. So it's like, take the eye main, make an upper eyeball that's darker, put it in here. And they have pupil, but I don't know if we'll have pupil, but we'll try have pupil. That's very like menacing looking. Say my name. Should be dark red. Become invisible. I don't think I want it to have an outline. Highlight should be fun shapes. Highlight should be fun shapes. Like a little star. Make it white. It's not white. Make the miter. Oh, no, no, no. White. 4. This one can go here. I want this to be at the bottom. No, it should be at the top. Maybe bigger at the top though? Or should it be like this? And then be like a... Oh, you know what? It needs panda eyebrows. Oh, we'll get to that in a second though. Speedrun. Speedrunning. Speedrun. Give it. No. Pink nose. Pink nose. Pink nose. Pink nose. Pink. Pink nose. Yeah. Pink nose. Like a different pink nose one? Yeah. Oh my god, it's 4:40. Okay, we're gonna have to... I think if I take this left from the slugs, we'll be good. Give me my slug. Put the slug up here. Oh my god. Give me my bow. Give me my bow. Flip. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's not off my list. And my bitch, that's a check. No, stop, please. To the bank,
Do I have anything with my horns on it? My ears? This one. Oh, where is it? This one. A big bog dead petted. Thank you for the box and the pats. Oh shit. These need to be 10. Their outline color. So this one.
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Where's my sketch? Where's my sketch? Oh, I made the ears wider. Alright, cool. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. We're speed running in this bitch. There were bad days, never found someone the worst way. Oh, this goes behind the head. Do I have a little hoagie on this? What am I thinking about? What am I thinking about? I was thinking about something and then I forgot. I got distracted. Oh, I have no ahoge. No ahoge! No! Meow! Do I not have anything with ahoge on it? Do you have it? You don't have it. Fuck. People sit. People sit has it. People sit has it. People sit. People sit. People sit. My savior. People sit. People sit. Flip. Go up. In this way. The refrigerator told me that you always have a necklace of gold. This is my own world. My tail! People sit, people sit, people sit, savior! Flip. I feel like I look like a squirrel. Very. I feel like I kind of look more like a fat squirrel, but you know, that's okay. Okay. I forgot the teeth. People sit? No, fuck. I put teeth nowhere! Wait, do I have teeth on the slug? No, fuck. Oh, I gotta have teeth somewhere. Little dumpies have teeth, don't they? Little dumpies have no teeth. No, someone has to have teeth. No, not you. Muppets overlay. People sit, no teeth. No teeth. I mean, people sit technically have teeth. When open mouth have teeth. Face. Open mouth. Have tooth. Have tooth. Have tiny tooth. Tiny tooth! base. Tooth. Tiny tooth. Someone fell on the floor and it felt right at the refrigerator. My neck is so cold. I did it. Hamster me. This is the second hamster commission I've made. Get out of here. No. Bow here. Okay. Hamster. Oh my god. Base. Me. This would be wife. I need wife slug. Wife slug. Oh my god, speedrun. No ears. No horns. Give. Yes. Oh, it was already on, so. Oh my god! What's a hammer? My kitty. Kitty, I love you, but I don't have time for this. I have to hamster. I have to hamster my wife. I'm sorry. Oh, Pixels closed the door so much that she can't get out now. She'll figure it out, though. Yes. Okay. Meow. Yeah, did Papa close the door on you? Tiny things. Like, there. Yes. You want a laser pointer? Oh. You get the door? You gonna get the door? Gonna get it? Ooh, good job. I will play with you more in like 2 seconds, okay? I promise. Where the hell is the sound? I am alright. Wait, but hamster have no ear. How be hamster? Hamster still need ear. Fuck. I'll close things. Nope. Need the ears again. Take this off maybe, and then just keep. Yeah. There you go. And then eyebrows. I want these eyebrows. I can remove this then. Fastest. And then I need one of the pearls. Big pearl. Little pearl. Little pearl. It's a tiny dance. Hold me. She's a lady, and I am just a boy. And she's a lady. I got voice weight. I got pearl on it. Go. And then mew. Boba? No. I made her horns once. No, I did. No. It was for the emo, wasn't it? No, it was for the hyper emo. Those look around and lose control. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Oh. Cute. Close curve. Oh. And then line. I think you see that one. Get the little nubby tail. Nubby tail. Hamsters have little nub tails. Little nubby tail. What color is her blush? It's like this color. Let's do this color. Saturated, maybe? Yeah, there you go. Meow. Okay. Hamper mew. Can I do like a little bit of shading though? So I do it similar to how I do my slugs. Which means this guy. Inner glow. Oh, inner shadow. There's one on the ear in the front. Needs to come out more. Yeah, it does. Let's do it less then. Has got to be. Yeah. Go on ear. On other ear. This one. And then I do another one on the tail, but then this one will be facing the other way. Alright. Okay, I did it. 2 minutes to spare. I made us hamsters. No, I want to adjust my arms just a little bit. Then do I want eyebrows? Yeah. But I seem to be struck where you are. She did it. She opened the door. Nice. Alright, I gotta go into the groupie chat, so I'm gonna go do that. I love you guys. I will be right back as I set up for the collab. Hello, chat. We are here. I am in the wrong room. Oops. I made me and you into hamsters, so I'm gonna put us as hamsters.
I'll done put mine on.
Yeah, I definitely should have flipped these. Okay.
Because I use my future reactive for me. Because I'm not model yet. Oh my goodness. I gotta make me tiny as well.
Where'd they go? What's happening?
Love these emojis. I gotta sit us in my chair, so now we're sitting together in the chair.
Yeah. Oh, I should make you a chair. I used to make, Why is this not working? What's happening? Is Fuji Checks just broken? What's happening?
What's wrong with it?
One. Oh, I was clicking the wrong one.
Oh, okay, okay.
Why can't I see it? Transform, reset?
I love your little tiny horns.
Yeah. I gave us both little fangies.
I love it. I love it. I'm here for it. Get Ghost out of my chair.
No.
I love it, and I love the little, like, pearls. You did such a good job. Oh my goodness.
Thank you. Thank you. That's so weird. Your Fuji Check won't work on my end.
It won't work on your end.
Is it because it's a private channel?
Oh, is it?
I think so. I bypass this. How can I bypass this? But I don't understand because it's lighting up in the Fuji Tech Reactive.
Yeah. Is it a setting I have? Let's see. I don't think there's... Well, because these always worked before, yeah.
Nope, yes.
If we have to, we can always switch over, if you're okay with inviting my friend to the Milk Club too.
Yeah, let me see. I feel like...
See, that's why the Milk Club cuts and clutch.
No, this is right. This is... me and you together. This is... Why is it not working?
Can I be your emotional support starfish? I'll put you on my stream. I'll put us little starfish on here.
Oh, we could do shared chat.
We can!
Do this.
I mean, first time doing share chat.
Yeah. Oops. I cleared my chat instead. Oops.
I'm gonna put the wiggly version of my friend Peach on here.
Say go.
Hee 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 hee.
There you go. Go. Alright, now I gotta figure out why this not working. Hi, Shams!
Is it show chat now? Did I do it right?
Yeah. Yeah, you just have to mute yourself in the call thingy. And then I gotta do the...
Okay. Oh, that's not mute. That's mute. There we go. I got it.
Alright, Fuji Tech's not working. I'm so confused.
Hi, everybody in share chat.
Hello! In OBS, one in private.
For once, I am not the viewer. I've ascended.
Yippee!
Yippee!
Double check the number after you're using. Okay, gotta log out and log back in. So log out, log in with this.
And then let me change my stream information so I can. Let's see.
Otherwise.
Oh, that's not how I wanted to do. So I can tag you.
I'm so confused. I just before I try to figure out everything on my friends in the voice call, but never. Everything was working except for my personal experience driving me crazy. Turns out. What? What?
If we need a switch, we can.
Yeah, if you want. I'm so
welcome back,
confused
Mommy.
why it's not. Hello! you want? Yeah, that's fine. I don't know why it's not working.
Okay, I guess we'll be late. I know Shems is ready, but we'll get this figured out first, and then we'll get Shems in here.
Here is a co-web couch.
Oh, you know, it could be a good... Hold on.
Because it works for you, right?
Yeah, it works on my end. Let me pull my friend Shems in here, and then you can try looking at his Fuji, because he has one.
Okay.
Hi, Shems. We're using it as a test.
Hello.
Test.
Hi.
Hello. My wife not on my screen.
I just have a floating goat.
Oh wow, there you go. Okay. Yeah, goat's as tall as us. Shems is as tall as us.
He's a tiny little goat.
I have
Little
so
guy.
many browser sources in here because I refuse to delete them.
I'm saying I have so many like little PNGs.
Yeah, Shems isn't showing up for, but is it working for you? Yeah, it works for you.
Yeah, he shows up on it. Shems, can you start talking real quick?
Sure. What do you...
Just monologuing.
I'm so tired.
So eat.
Don't worry, we got it. Ghost is getting food anyway. We're just trying to figure out the what's going on with the Fuji text things.
Is it? I guess maybe it's because I don't have access to this Discord. Like
I can fix that real quick.
Yeah.
Hold on, give me like 2 seconds. I trust you with my life, so hold on.
I'll be honest. I only check like 2 Discords, and it's yours and Moira's now, for when you guys go live. That's all I got. I'm a little baby.
Oh, I gotta click add member. I'm still not used to this yet.
I'm so tea.
Okay, now you're an admin. Now does it work?
Boop, boop, boop. Here, let me leave and rejoin. Let's see if that works.
Okay.
Hello?
I'm here, I
Hello?
swear.
Oh, hey!
The ghost.
It works now?
Yes, it works now.
Okay, cool.
Ghost. Hello.
Hi,
Okay, I gotta move
Lame.
Shems back up.
Hello.
What
Oh
is
my God,
that
oh my
little?
God.
What are you guys?
We're little hamsters.
Yeah, we're little hamsters.
Little critters. I love
I
that.
thought I decided 30 minutes before that I could speed run us as being hamsters.
Aw.
And they're beautiful. And then we have Peach here in spirit.
Ooh. And Shems can go here.
Do you want me to switch my my little talkie guy to a easier?
If you want to be
be a
cute
little
one.
guy with us.
Yeah, be a cute little guy.
guy.
Hold on, my cat has decided that she wants to be on my keyboard today.
Cats,
Alright, hold on.
cats do be terroristing.
I
Are you working on an emo for yourself?
am. I'm finally working on one of those like rave emotes with the light sticks.
Oh,
And I'm gonna attempt to animate it myself so the hands aren't in there right now because they'll be coming in later and I'll move them. I have
very nice,
I
very nice.
know what to do on my head.
Now I'm a big little guy.
You're a big little guy. Okay, let me just.
Now I gotta make you small again.
Small
Big
little
me
guy.
Small
I
little
like
guy.
it. It looks like everybody looking up at the screen like, hello.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna move this around.
And then we take
Make me and
Shems
Shem's
put
the
you-
same size.
I should make Shems a little bit bigger. Everybody else is a little bigger. There we go. And then I'm gonna stack you guys.
I like that your layout. You can stack people on the side if you wanted. Like you just make them super tall.
Yeah.
Tower.
Yeah. I like it. It's like everybody's watching TV with me. Emotional support starfish. Yes, you are. You're my emotional support Peachy.
Oh my goodness, my kitty cat. Hi.
Because I like everybody being little critters on my screen. So like I want someone to be like a fish.
Oh, fish.
You just
Yeah,
be
that
little
was. I
controllers.
see that. That's cute. I like it. Oh shit.
Oh,
think
do I
about
need to
that.
make fish, Danny?
Yeah, we need a fish, Danny. I want to make somebody a shrimp eventually.
I love shrimp.
What?
Elaine's gonna
I'll
be the
sea
shrimp.
slug.
Elaine...
No, you can be the shrimp.
Oh,
No, you got
she's
red.
sea
You
slug.
got red. You got red. It's fine. You can be the shrimp. I'll be a slug or something. I'll be like a sea slug.
You
I mean,
already-
I'm already a slug. So I'm already.
Yeah, you're already a slug.
Like,
Because
it
I got a
works
sea. My
out.
friend wants to be a sea snail, but we have the slug. If anything, you could be a sea buddy. You just gotta change your little antennas.
Yeah, you right. You right.
I already got you as a little slug. I usually have you on the top of my screen most of the time, but I decluttered a little bit today.
Understandable.
Except
I
your
have to do that
cat.
every now and again. More doors.
But I always have a Lane plushie in my lap, or I have Mizu, my manta ray.
I have to give some things.
Peach said we need little controllers now.
Didn't think about it. Little gamer modes.
It's okay.
Next week we should maybe play some Peak. I kind of want to eat
Yes.
Next week.
people.
Let's definitely play Peak next week.
I like that they were like, guys, we can't add cannibalism to our game. We can't do that. And then they added it.
Yeah, they added it.
That's cannibalism. Let me know when you guys are ready and I'll switch.
I have
To-
loaded up the game.
Okay,
Please
okay,
host
okay,
There's
okay.
no rush.
Okay. Elaine, would you like to host or me host?
I can also host. I have everybody on Steam, I believe.
That's a good idea. I think.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah,
think-
yeah. So then it's not stressful to any of us.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
the
actually a
middle
good
party.
idea.
It's good. It's cool,
Yeah,
guys.
that's actually a good idea. Yeah. Perfect.
It's honestly usually what I have goes for anyway because sometimes my internet's like, I don't want that. You can't do that.
That's a good. I never thought of. I don't have someone like that though.
Well, we
I
got
guess
ghosts now.
all our collabs will just have to be the same people. That's a bad thing. It makes it so that
Yeah.
way like people can expect what I guess people are gonna be there.
Yeah. Honestly, I have ghosts with me all the time anyway. So these are like my top left right here. Like every day, it's like Fortnite, it's Shems and Ghost.
Poggin.
Pogan. Pogan. You know what I should do? I just had a really funny idea. Hold on. It's gonna be from. You can only see it on my stream, but it's really funny.
Okay. Wait, I'll bring it up. I'll bring it up on my screen.
I gotta get it. I gotta get my model in. Hold on.
You two have gotten invites. I gotta send one to Shems now, but he is offline on Steam, so I have to go through Steam to do it.
Am I?
It always says you're offline on Steam.
Oh, big
Hold on.
wife.
I'm big. I gotta make me smaller. I'm a
Are
big
you gonna
wife.
put us on your boobies?
I'm gonna put you in my lap. Yeah.
Oh, okay. yeah. Okay.
I mean, if it was just me sitting here, yes, I would 1000% put you on my boobies. Because everybody was on my boobs yesterday. Yeah, I need to be.
I saw a
above the chin. There we
cute
go.
thing where it was someone. Actually, it was Everthorn. I edited a clip for them once, and they have like little kiss marks. So like as a sub thing, like if you did like a subathon, like every person could have like a kiss somewhere on your model.
Aww.
As long as it's
Oh,
appropriate.
yeah.
And I thought that was
I
cute.
think
That's
I remember
cute.
seeing that.
I think it's cute. That's a good idea. I like it.
Elaine, your little guy has a Minecraft chicken now. When did that happen?
Got a little Minecraft chicken because he got the tism like me.
I volunteer as tribute to Beep.
Oh
on
shit, are we?
YouTube.
This
Okay.
game has proximity, doesn't it?
I think so. I don't think I've ever used it though.
Do we just want to use normal voice chat for now?
Yeah, because then we can hear each other screaming.
Level
Like,
30. What the fuck, guys? Y'all were like, this is the second time I played this game. What do you mean? It's the second time I played this game, and I'm level 5.
Yeah, no, this is only the second. I played. My first time was yesterday, so
What do you got?
we only played 3 rounds too.
We only played 3. I mean.
You just gotta remember, there's like dailies and stuff you gotta select.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. And I really
Yeah,
only
yeah,
did
yeah.
half of it before I accidentally kicked myself
I
out of
don't
it.
know when it's gonna be here, but I did get some. I did DoorDash, aka I sent somebody on a mighty quest to go
Oh.
and get me some food,
Mm.
and they're my DoorDash for today. Chimps, come here.
Sounds good.
No. I can fight back.
I might have to restart my game. I think my game was like, you weren't paying attention. Oh, there it goes.
No mood. I was like, do I have to restart or something? It is not liking me.
It's mine finally loaded. It took a minute.
It
I was
would-
trying to play this
okay.
last night without my controller, and I just did my nails, and they were super pointy, and I could not touch the keys correctly, so I had to I had to clip the tip of my nails.
Clip the
Oh,
tip.
Shems, come over here.
Still
That would be a
long,
funny.
but-
That would be a good podcast name. Clip the tip.
Oh,
Up on the box.
I have one that's called on the tip. But
that
clip the
doesn't
tip.
work as well as the
Clip the
radio.
tip could be like nails.
Yeah, like
nails.
girly themes, yeah.
Also, can I just say, I'm sorry if this is weird. Please tell me if it's weird. Shem's character, Shems is the lovely black guy. He looks like the guy that, like, in that movie, he sacrifices himself for that train, I think, or something.
Oh.
Is that weird? I think it's because of the
Movie?
overalls, I'm gonna be honest. What's this then? What's that?
I don't
movie
think it's
called?
weird. I mean, if you see it, you
Movie
see it.
where the black guy sacrifices himself.
That's
to
a lot
train?
of movies, I'm not gonna lie!
Yeah, I was gonna be like, oh, what's that called? Oh, wait,
know.
okay.
I don't know. I thought of the Green Mile, but I don't think that's right.
Agree.
I think it's that
Mile.
one.
Oh, is it Green Mile?
Yeah, you look like you're from the Green Mile. You look like you're the Green Mile guy. I wish I could point at you. Too many games let you point at things. I wish I could point
Elaine,
at you.
come
but, like,
here.
yeah, you
Stand on this radio.
stand on the. Where are we?
No, we're over here. Go on.
Okay,
Okay.
I think I might
Oh,
actually
radio.
have to restart my game, hold on.
Stand on it.
Okay.
Ah, don't work. Hold on, wait. Try again.
Oh, it's because Ark is trying to update still. Ark, I told you, no!
Oh!
Stop it!
You trying to lift me, boy? You trying to lift me, boy?
Trying to fling you into the ceiling.
Don't fling me into the ceiling. I'll break my brain. Dude, I was going to bed the other day, and I don't know how, but I turned to my left, and I guess I didn't estimate how close the wall was to me, and I just smashed my head into the wall, and I was like, Kip, no more. Wait, is Shems the tall black guy? Yeah, Shems is the tall black guy. He looks like the guy from Green Mile. Like, the build and
Hold
everything.
on, you'll see it in a moment. My game, for some reason, Ark is determined to keep updating, and I'm
it
telling
hurt
you.
Vex
me.
got in your computer.
It heard me
Oh,
say
you also
that
talking about-
Shems might get it when he gets paid, and is like, I want to play too. It's telling
Yeah,
you.
literally.
Damn.
Ark does not like to work on my computer.
I'll be Johnny. Can I be Johnny with the pink overalls? Johnny.
There we go, it's loading up a lot faster now.
Man, I wish I had pink overalls. Well, actually, I like the blue ones a lot more.
I got to
I
wait
want
over
pink
what was
ones.
on.
I gotta save up 5,000 to get it though, and requires prestige 1. Damn.
Prestige
Damn, I'll
1?
get, like,
Prestige
the-
1 for what? What is this ranking system in this game?
I have no idea actually. So.
Ark is a hoe.
I may need to leave and rejoin. I'm stuck in the timeout corner over here.
No, you gotta stay in the timeout corner, Green Mile. Oh, damn, you are in this. Oh, wait. I mean, you can't. Oh,
there we go.
You're fine.
I'm free.
Oh, he
Yay!
gave the vibe of Lenny from Mice and Men. Oh, you're right. I think that's what I always thought too, was Lenny from Mice and Men.
From Mice and Men is so sad.
Yeah.
I've never
Look.
seen that. What's it about?
I did too. Oh my god.
It's a whole can of worms. It's so sad.
Okay.
It's one of them books that you usually read in like English class.
Yeah, I think I skipped a lot of that. You know, I didn't read what is To Kill a Mockingbird is another one of them.
Not a fan of
Is
that
Fahrenheit
one, really.
451 another one?
Yes! Oh my god, that's one of my favorites. That's one of my favorite books to this day. Ray Bradbury is such a great author. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. I like it when people get excited because I say something randomly. Lunch Lady is so scary. Stop. Chat wants me to play that game.
I've never heard of that. I'm stuck in my nose.
It's
Till it
by the
loads.
same devs that made this game, but that Lunch Lady is scary. She looked like a Papa Meat creation, if you know what I'm saying. She's
I've never heard of it.
I have.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm stuck in my nose.
Stuck in your nose? Sniffer, sniffer.
Hold on, let me look at
Sniffer,
your
sniffer.
screen.
How do I? Hello,
I changed
hello?
it. Hold on.
I think all games should have someone saying hello when you
Oh, they had a new
pick up
outfit.
the telephone. Did they have new outfits?
There we go, I fixed it. It's because it automatically wants to put you as the black guy, but then you have to like go in and change it. And so like the body you had
Mild
like
favoritism.
so the body you have selected isn't the correct body.
Makes
And
sense.
so it like clips it, yeah.
How do you change your perkies? I forgot how you change your perkies.
Right here. Right there.
Yeah, you gotta
Okay.
use this.
Oh, right. Oh, this one. Okay.
Yeah.
No
yeah,
perk
yeah.
equipped. Oh, I don't have one.
Guys, I'm stuck in my nose.
Guys, I'm
Clip
stuck in
that.
my nose.
I'm stuck in my nose.
I'm stuck in my nose.
Okay, I've got my perks up. I've got many perks. And I have $60.
I'm gonna be honest. I wish that this game team would hire me to do their graphic design, so they don't just have Dead by Daylight ass looking ass fucking icons.
Literally,
I
like,
love
where
UI
the-
and graphic design.
It was the first thing I noticed, and it gave me PTSD flashbacks.
Alright, let's
I was
Why'd
like,
you
what's
do
my
that?
Dead by Daylight?
start
What
off
was
with
that?
Granny's house. Just the
Oh,
easy peasy
okay.
one to get warmed up.
You gotta like crouch on the table.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta. Oh, yeah. Like,
Oh, Elaine, I'm gonna be
I want to get on
doing
the table. Oh my god.
because I made
The 24
affiliate
hour?
so fast. I'm gonna be doing a
Uh-uh.
24-hour stream next week, and I'm gonna be playing Dead by Daylight.
Can I play with you? I've been wanting to play so
okay,
bad.
I was hoping you would ask. I was hoping you were gonna ask. I wasn't sure if you liked Dead by Daylight or not.
I do. My friends play it, but like, they don't always play it. I'm not good at it, but I do like getting scared. Cause that one's
Yeah,
like
it's
a
fun.
mini scared.
Private servers on Dead by Daylight? I've never played
Yeah.
There's
you
private
have a full
matches.
squad of people, yeah.
Yeah, you could
We
just play
should
with your friends.
recruit an entire squad and we should all
You
play.
could.
I'll
Yeah,
buy it.
and even
just
if we
for
had
that.
like 6 people,
very
you could
sweaty.
do the mode that has like two killers.
Yeah,
I'm on
2 killers
toilet.
and 6, yeah.
I'm gonna be on toilet and dustpan duty.
You got it. You got this. I can clean up too because I have a vacuum cleaner.
I have this.
Don't stop! Shem, stop! Stop! Grandma doesn't like it when you do that. Grandma doesn't like paying the electricity bill.
That's
I'm so much
too
more
damn
brave.
bad, Grandma.
Oh, do we all get like the plushies and stuff? Like, do we?
Yeah. It's all
Okay.
work. We've like literally worked together.
Cool. I'm so much more brave.
The electricity is on, guys, so you can turn on lights. I did not do that last time.
I
Yeah,
have a
you
light.
know. I found a key.
Yeah, good job. What key did you find?
Basement key. Aw, the basement.
Oh, nice.
key.
Energy drink.
No, basement key's a good key. You did a good job.
I don't want to go in the basement.
I'll come with
Basement.
you.
Grandma locks me in the basement. I don't like it.
Oh, it's okay. I'll
Is
come
there
with
a-
you. I'll hold your hand.
Is there a oh shit, god damn it, because the highlight for items and the highlight for hiding is the same, I keep accidentally hiding, thinking there's something in the closet I can get.
You silly goose.
Let me out. Okay.
On the lid. I don't want that. Another bunny.
Another bomb. Oh my god, holy shit, you scared me.
Hi. It's just me.
Hello. I really wish we could like clean up like the ghost, like the knives in the walls and like everything.
Yeah, I like do proper cleanup. Yeah.
And the random trash that's on the floor. That
Yeah, there's just scattered rubbish.
She's
Oh my
hunting.
God, Grandma's here.
Grandma's hunting. Grandma's hunting.
Oh my
I'm breaking a minute,
I
guys.
gotta reach across the couch and I acrobatically jumped.
Oh, acrobatic hamster.
Acrobatic hamster.
Acrobatic hamster. I forgot to change my category from just
Shem,
talking.
stop cleaning. Shem's hide. Shem's, what are you doing?
no, Shems is sweat.
Oh,
Paranormal cleanup sweat.
Oh, there's a handprint over there. I want to clean the hand. The panic.
Oh my god.
Is she done?
No.
There's ectoplasm right by me. I want to go clean it up.
Oh, this flashlight's literally just like dead center on my body.
Oh
Wait
my
a minute, no,
god.
it's not. Why am I like? Why is my body like? My head shifted to the left.
Guys, did you know Miu and Elaine are streaming right now? Holy crap. Thanks.
Oh my god.
Patience.
You go drop a follow
She-
and then possibly subscribe.
I think she's
You know
gone.
that's
The
funny?
ectoplasm
Yeah,
in
she's
front of me
gone.
just disappeared.
Okay.
I found bedroom key.
Good job.
Oh, yeah, the ectoplasm in front of me also just. Oh no, there it is.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, ghost scared me. Stop! I'm just waiting for Elaine for some fingers to creep through those blinds. I know, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna diddle my butthole. Oh, please! Oh! It's a bunny. Everything's okay, Mr. Bunny.
Oh, I found garage key.
Oh shit.
This is
Nice.
huge.
I'm gonna go
Huge,
I'm gonna
massive.
go put this trash to the door.
Oh, I found my kit.
Sorry,
I
Grandma.
also have a link.
Oh!
There's another med kit upstairs
what's
in the main bedroom.
The plane scared me because I know like the ghost glow red, and then I saw the plane that was like glowing red, and I was like,
That scared me. Grandma, you stupid, smelly grandma.
Grandma,
The
you
light-
can't even drive.
The light in the— can this car shut up? The light in the garage is broken. Rocking. Oh, I'm sorry. Did
Thank
you
you.
want in?
Yes. Fuck. Oh, and the power panel isn't over here.
No, it's the power panel's over here in the bin. No. Power panel's outside. What are you doing, silly goose?
Is it?
It's on.
Oh, you can't
It's
turn the
highlighted.
lights back on.
Yeah.
That's so nice. I was just shitting myself for no reason when I played by myself. Then I thought it would be in the garage. To be honest.
No, I was outside. Oh, there's a med kit right here, Elaine, if you want to hold one.
Yeah.
In case you get down. It's in the garage. on
we
top of the car.
Wait, did someone have the attic key yet?
No, I haven't
I
found
do.
it
I
yet.
do. I do. No, I had the
Okay.
basement. Sorry, my bad. My bad. My bad.
Oh.
I had the.
Okay. Upstairs, main bedroom is open.
I'll check basement
Hello?
for attic key.
Is there something? Oh, I found. Oh, attic key.
Ah,
Let's
you
go.
found the attic key. Good job.
Noise.
Speed running grandma's house.
I found an evil toy.
Go burn
I
that.
found an
Go burn that
evil
baby.
Toy.
Found
Oh,
a
there's
crowbar
another
if we
toy.
need it.
This is not an evil toy. This is. Well, the
There's some
the
windows you
crowbar
can bust
breaks
open.
the things, right?
Oh my god, the TV sound, it hurts my brain cells so hard.
Is it like a TV static?
You don't like
noise?
the monotone E?
By the way, I accidentally figured out how to get stream elements to make an ad announcement. I was just
How's that
messing
work?
around with it, and I like had to
Oh.
turn it off and on, and it finally worked. And I was like, oh.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know Stream Elements did that. How
Well,
do
noticed in other
I leave?
people's streams. Well, I noticed it in other people's streams that Stream Elements did that, and I was like, huh, how do I get that? Hold on.
Oh, that's
Hi.
interesting. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, you
Yeah,
guys
because I do the
The evil cube.
evil
Elaine,
cube.
you are needed upstairs. I beckon for
Alright.
you.
I will be there momentarily. I have to go. I have to put this. I'll just throw that over there. All right. I'm coming. Hello. What is necessary of me? Is there a poopy toilet?
This way.
There's a door.
Hello. Oh, are you gonna sacrifice me to Satan?
No, I need you to unlock the door. You have the key.
Elaine's
I
the keeper of
thought.
the key.
I thought like because it's shared, like we all could open the.
Oh,
Okay.
not
No,
sure.
the
I found
keys
the
are the
door.
only thing that aren't, yeah.
How many haunted toy? 3? Okay, so we just need one more haunted toy.
Yeah,
Oh,
which
never
I
mind, I
think
got
it
it.
should be. I can't find anywhere to hide. Hiding. She's upstairs.
Grandma, I'm sorry.
Oh, she's
Grandma,
clocking me.
please.
She knows where I am.
Yeah, she coming. I was in the basement. I was
My
trying to find somewhere to
youthful
hide.
legs will help me outrun
I
Grandma.
dropped a toy in the basement. It's to the left. I also am hiding now.
Welcome out of that
Let's
jail.
go. I think it's funny that our ads actually went off at a similar time. Actually,
Literally,
that like
that's
never
kinda funny.
happens.
Yeah. Mine, for some reason, I have my ads set up to do hourly, but they start 30 minutes after I start. So then it, like, messes me up. So I'm starting to think maybe I should start, like, at 5:30 or 6:30.
Yeah, it
So
might
then-
be like a on the dot thing. Like it like every
Yeah.
like at 6, 7, no matter when you start. I can see
Yeah,
that.
exactly. So now it's like I start at 6, the ads will start at 6:30, and then it's 7:30 and 8:30 going onward. So I was like, but if I start at 6:30 or 5:30, then it will be hourly, and then it's more easy to be like, okay, break time. Because for me, hourly is like a good break.
Mhm,
you know?
mhm, mhm. And as long as you stop the pre-roll ads, that's like the biggest thing.
I don't have pre-rolls, yeah. Like, if I go into someone's ad, like, stream and then I get hit with an ad first thing, I just click out. And I don't want people to do that, because that's silly. I'm leaving this closet.
I think we may be good.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, we're
Oh, hey,
good
look,
now.
a toy.
Oh,
No,
you
my
gonna farm
toy!
it?
No,
It's over here. I'm not gonna take it. I don't want your toy. I don't play with toys. I'm not a child.
God damn, that's a lot of blood, Game. There's a lot of blood. Oh, right,
Emil,
the
of course
torture,
I play
the
with
torture
toys
room.
still.
The toys are
I
great.
don't want your toy.
Guys,
Hey.
Grandma gonna be gone forever.
Yippee!
Yeah.
Ah!
Yay!
Is that her being banished? Is that her being banished? That was very spooky. Very cool.
You okay?
Good job, team.
You okay,
yeah,
Pookie?
I've never banished Grandma before. Where the fuck did my trash bag
Okay.
go? I had a trash bag. Where the fuck did my trash bag go? Shams, did you steal my trash bag?
Yeah, I'm actually a raccoon, not a goat. I like garbage.
I mean, I think goats also like eat garbage. To be fair.
Yeah, I was gonna say, goats eat everything.
I like licking the labels off of cans.
I love that for you.
I don't know where the trash bag went. If there's a trash bag in here, I don't know where it went.
I've got one. It's in the
I took it.
Okay, thank you for telling me. I was like, I'll be here for days checking. What
Okay,
the
grab
fuck?
this trash bag.
Oh!
Over here.
I'll throw these trash right down the stairs.
2 trash bags.
Wow, they're still whispering. I thought Grandma left.
Grandma did
She did.
leave.
She's just being a
she's
bitch.
just whispering in our ears angrily because she can't get us no more.
Guys, there's ectoplasms in this room with the little baby crib upstairs. Just letting y'all know, because I forgot to take a scrub. I'm a stinky little boy.
I do not have
didn't
the
take
sponge.
no sponge. I have no sponge.
There is $20 in the basement and I stole it.
You stole Grandma's. I mean, I guess that is fair.
Yeah.
I'll go get a scrub myself. I'll get that. I forgot. Y'all gotta do the dip of hell. I can't just not.
She whispered in my
What
ear.
is
she said,
ectoplasm?
Lucky you.
It's literally
What is-
spectral,
Ghost
hand-
residue.
Is it like
Yeah.
snail trails? You know?
I guess so. I
Yes.
like
Yeah,
to lick
actually,
the
yeah.
labels off of cans, Shams 2025.
Yippee!
Aw.
Yippee! You got a sub, yippee!
Oh, I got a gifted sub! Peach gifted Mooney a sub to keep her out of ad jail. That is
No more agile, no more agile.
no more ad jail. Thank you, Peach. I love you. I love Peach. She's my sweet baby angel. I've known her forever.
Sweet
One
baby
of the-
angel.
Best friends ever. She's my peachy pie. I call her my peachy pie.
Oh, it's the.
No agiles for besties. And also, Peach, Mooney is a fellow K-poppy, and so we can all scream about K-pop together. We all have similar taste.
Where is the baby room? I lost
Them
the
darn,
baby
darn,
room.
darn bunnies.
Where's your goddamn bunnies?
On the bunnies. I'm gonna find them.
There's one right here.
Oh yeah, amazing.
You got a bunny?
No, I
I found an ectoplasm.
Ectoplasm.
Wow.
There's on its
Does it
side,
just
guys.
does it just show ectoplasm after we banish? Because I don't have one of the UV lights. It's just kind of
Yeah, it's like a
No.
perk, I think, if anything. Or a glitch. I'll take it though.
Yeah, I forgot what perk I took. It's very dark in here. This looks like a very unfortunate way to put a bed in the bedroom.
We can go check out the sex room in a second.
Is that what that is? I don't think
That's
that's
where-
what
That's
that
what I'm
is.
calling it. There's blood in here dragging towards it, so it's some sort of torture or sex room.
I mean, I guess
Definitely-
if you're
And
into
there's
that.
chains on the walls.
I mean,
I guess if you're
cough,
into
cough.
that, it's sex. If you're not, it's torture.
Exactly. It all depends on
Be
what
into
is it?
both,
The jungle
though.
gym. The weird jungle gym is the thing that gets me. What is this?
Wait, you're upstairs, right? I don't know.
Yeah, we're in an attic.
Yeah, no, I don't like how the bed is kind of small.
Yeah, but if it's also a torture room, you wouldn't want a big bed. You don't want to make it
Yeah, like really, like, you know, you're doing that one-on-one time, you know?
You know what? Maybe Granny went crazy. They gave her this room for her safety, and they gave her a little playset to play in. You know?
You think this bucket was used for anything? She don't have a bathroom.
Oh, that's definitely a shit bucket. There's toilet paper in it.
Okay.
That's a shit bucket if I've ever seen one.
That's a shit bucket.
That's a shit bucket if I've ever seen one.
2 more bunnies and 1 more ectoplasm.
I did get the money in this room.
See the
Hey, what's going on,
unfortunate
Grandma's
placement of
house?
the bed.
Grandma's just a little cuckoo crazy. That's all.
I
Grandma
have
just a
found the
little
unfortunate
freaky.
placement of the bed that you were talking
I found the bunny.
Yay!
about. We need one more.
I need one
We need
more.
one more bunny and one more ectoplasm too.
1 more ectoplasm.
Hey, gosh darn bunny.
I will look around with my special eyes. I don't actually know if that's a perk that I have. Is that a perk that I have?
It's specialized because they're special. Because you're special.
I wish I could see what my perks were in the game, but it's fine. We're almost done here. I'll figure it out.
I have a feeling the bunny's in the basement.
Oh, could be. I think I only found
Bunny
one.
in the
There might be
basement.
another one down there.
Yeah, there was. I did only look there like once, and then I got lost and I left. Someone's yapping about. Oh my god! Someone else believes that too. Oh my god. Oh my god! I always say that when I sneeze, someone talking shit. But I'm the only person that I knew that says that.
I've heard of it. It's just I don't know. I just don't say it.
That's valid.
Oh, it's outside,
Bunnies.
guys. There's a bunny outside, and we forgot it.
Oh. Okay.
We
Well, we
forgot
still
that
need
one
that last
outside.
ectoplasm.
I broke a window with the light. Oops.
Oh, that's all right. That's not
Hopefully
part of
that
our. We
homeowner's
don't
insurance.
fix windows.
Here,
Yeah.
did
We don't. We
bring
don't.
your light over
fix
here.
windows.
Shems, come here. Yeah, you're here. Come
How
here.
many
Bring it over
windows
here.
did
There
I
was
break
one
now?
right here.
Oh god damn it! I'm lost in the basement.
Are
Was
you
it-
are you potentially tripping?
No, I was hiding here, and there was one like here. Maybe it was got.
I may have grabbed that.
got. Yeah, maybe it was get got already because I didn't
Oh, I
have a
can't break
light.
that
When there
window.
was...
Howdy.
Does ectoplasms glow when you have that perk? Like when you're near it?
Oh my god.
You know, like the yellow
outline?
So. God damn, why? God damn, why?
What?
Breaking all the windows.
Waking
I
all the
don't know.
windows.
Oh god, I don't know if homeowners are gonna cover all these.
It was
We'll
the
say-
ghost.
we'll
It was
say-
Levi.
Insurance. We can blame the ghost.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the ghost police officer. What happened? Oh, you know, Grandma was just having a crazy ass sex party and she broke all of it.
That grandma's
Oh, nice,
been
good job.
30 years.
Job.
Let's go. Let's get paid.
Hold on, I gotta smash more windows.
Okay.
And none of us got downed that time. Good job, team.
Yay.
Oh, I can't jump over that.
Close the front door.
Wow, this was a lot easier with people. This was much
Yeah.
scarier without people.
My friend
Wow.
Peach and Bratters love this game as well, and they both got it just them. And then they were just like, this game is so hard with just 2 people. And so that's when they convinced me to get it. And I don't regret it. It's so good.
Yeah, there's
I love
also
it.
like Haunted House Renovator that I want to try, which is like similar.
Oh, I've
same,
heard
same, but
that.
different.
Yeah.
Yeah, the demo's out. Heard it's not great as a full game because it's not feature complete, but
Quick
Hello.
warning, big storm rolling in my area, so I don't know how
Alright.
that's gonna play out.
Gene,
we'll
stop
keep
taking
a
a shit in the house and get over here. I just cleaned all of those
Shit.
toilets.
yeah, she just cleaned all those toilets.
Get here before we catch you with your pants down again.
No.
Again.
Well, shit, that was
Whenever we
close.
play Fortnite and he
Thought
gets
for sure
fucking
you were
voided,
gone, but
we
here
say he
you
get
are,
caught with his
dragging
pants
your
down.
sorry asses out of there.
I don't know how I feel about
hate
deep
this
nuking in this game.
With me hiring another crew to save your
I know. I was like, what is this
Sounds-
what is it called? Phasmophobia sounding ass motherfucker.
fucking baby Duke Nukem.
Luke Nukem. Nukem? My Shayla?
My Shayla.
You're not
Wait,
Elaine. I gotta go stare at Elaine for a minute. Hold on. Talking about
So
my
it
Shayla?
says I have the eagle eye one. You no longer have to look at an item to highlight it. All items around you get highlighted.
Yeah.
$25 tip on a $16,000 job. Wow, I know, right? You just fucking assholes. Gain the ability to sense the main power switch. Long
I have that
arms
one.
Increase strong.
I got the power switch
Magic
one.
recruit dusted.
That's a
bag.
body light one.
saving up my-
Do I want
I'm
the
saving
body
up my money so I can buy pink thing.
pink thing?
Pink thing.
You mean
Oh, yeah,
I
right,
did that
that-
level 10.
Are we gonna do a harder one now?
Yeah, let's do a harder
Yes.
one now.
Butcher's
get
Nest.
junkie.
This is a hard one.
Oh,
It
that's
pays
a fun one.
3,000. It pays
3,000.
3,400.
Is it 3,000 per or like 3,000 split amongst the four of us though?
3,000 per.
3,000
Yeah,
per.
I think it's per.
Mm,
Per.
mm. Guys, I don't have enough
3,400.
money. Oh shit, yes I do. Oh my god, I do have
Or we
enough.
can do summer camp.
Oh, I think that's. I haven't done that one. I don't
Fun.
think.
I like that
Yeah, I
map.
mean,
Summer camp.
I'm down for either. I've only done grandma's house, so.
Okay.
Whatever.
I don't know how
you
the ghost
only
is gonna be in this
grandma's
one.
house? Oh boy.
Yeah, that's what I was telling you. Like, if you don't know what we're doing, it's fine because Elaine doesn't know what we're really doing anyway.
I only did the
I
grandma
want to
man.
embarrass myself.
No, it's all right. I'll do it for you. Who wants to see my ass?
The summer
And you
camp
just asked me, I'll
tucked
show you my
away
ass.
at Berkshire
Drunken Sunny
Mountain.
tour.
What? I
A
know.
place where the air was thin, the stars
I have
were
been known to
bright,
show
and the
my butt
woods
to my
whispered
friends
with
when I'm-
old secrets. Every summer,
grabbing a plunger.
kids
I
came to
can't deal
laugh,
with the plunging
swim,
toilets.
and tell ghost stories by the
I haven't
fire.
loaded the end
I'll
yet.
grab
You know
all
I'm a
that
slow
land.
loader.
Something
I
answered
know you're a
from the
slow
woods.
loader. Come on.
I know where I've got to
Those
run
the
to.
silence came back.
I'm watching the cutscene, guys. I'll be there in a second.
I probably should have because I don't know what it is.
This is the cultist one. Can I? Oh, okay. Now it's
a
working.
lot. I think I need a lot. I think I'm good.
I'm going lookout tower way, guys.
Forest
just gonna
cake.
walk
Oh,
around.
that's lake.
There's a fire here.
I want cake. I'm gonna go with Elaine.
What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you do? Oh. Okay. That didn't look murderous at all, Shems.
Oh, I think
I
that's
see
Pine
this
Ghost.
guy beating something. I thought
I
he
just
was
gotta go
murderous.
move these bodies real quick.
The like cabin is unlocked over here. I don't know. God damn it, ghost! She broke the fucking light, or he. They broke the fucking light.
They broke the fucking light.
What is this? Oh, that's just an orb paddle.
Here's some hot dogs.
This door is locked. Find the lake house key. I found crowbar. I can defend myself.
Oh, cool! I found a med kit.
I love how I started this accent and then everybody does it.
Well, I have
when-
the unfortunate issue that if you do it, I gotta do it.
I know,
Yeah, and-
everybody
and-
does it.
Sometimes I because of how I grew up, I'm just kind of used to a southern accent. So sometimes I do,
Me
especially
too.
when I get scared. When I get scared, I go into it.
If I play
I
Red Dead,
think-
it happens a lot.
I think
'Cause I
that's
was-
called
I was
autism.
Oh,
I
damn,
think
that
there
makes
it's called
sense.
autism.
I mean, it also could be inflection of like I grew up around a lot of southerns, and then
A lot of stuff.
I want to.
It's just
Oh, it's
Looney
Slendy
said
Man. We're playing
Slendy
Slendy Man.
Mooney said the random southern accents throw me off. Well, get thrown back on, Mooney.
That's what happens when the whiplash of VTubers come on. Who knows? Maybe we'll start doing
Whiplash.
British accents in the next one.
I don't know where
You
any
should
tiny
hear-
holes are.
You should hear me whenever I'm with my British friends. I just keep saying random British words.
I like it when I like when I talk to Buffy. I go soggy bottom, soggy bottom,
Soggy bottle.
soggy bottom.
Oh God, no. This is the cutest phrases though, because like one of my favorites that she says is "lovely jubbly."
Lovely jubbly. That one is
So
cute.
there seems to be a hidey hole in all of the cabins, by the way.
Yeah.
Cool.
So if you get almost murderized, you can get unmurderized by the cabins.
Yeah.
There's
Got
a
me more
thing.
nervous than a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs.
Oh,
Man,
I
monster
found a thing. What do I do with this? I found a
I don't know. Oh.
Oh fuck!
Oh, fucking hell, dude.
I'm
What
cooked. It's
the
over.
fuck is that?
You're okay. Just hide.
What the fuck is that fucking thing?
It's
Hit him with your
Wendigo.
penis.
Hit him with your penis.
He's looking at me, guys. He's looking at me. What
I
do
know,
do?
he's like... Oh, he's gone. I can't see him no more. He was literally just staring at you. He looked like some weird werewolf running like fucking Naruto.
Oh no!
It's a Wendigo, guys. That's horrifying.
Yay! I mean, oh no, sorry. I like Wendigos. They're cool.
I also
Conceptually,
like
they're very
Wendigos.
cool.
They're fantastic myths. But ow, he slashed my bones.
Is
I
he still
help you?
hunting
I
or
can
is he
help
hunting?
Yeah,
One and done.
He's hunting. He's
Oh,
gonna
okay.
go
What do you mean he's still
outside.
hunting? I just went out to run. Don't come back inside.
He's outside. He's near the fire by the cabins, and he's walking so he
Don't
doesn't
say
see anybody yet.
Don't say that. I was just there.
Oh, he just turned and ran. Somebody run.
I'm hiding.
I have a med kit, so I am a-okay, guys.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Okay.
Elaine. If you have a med kit in your inventory and you get downed, it's not permadeath. You can pick yourself
He's
back up.
still hunting, guys. I can see
Hog.
him walking.
He aggresso. You guys ate all of his, a lot of his pizza. He mad.
Yeah, we
Stole
took
his
his pizza. We took his DoorDash. That's expensive pizza.
God, I'm gonna, Shems, you remind me of someone. I think you remind me of my friend Nikki. Your voice. You remind me of my friend Nikki. Damn.
Sounds like I don't know how to respond to
Alright,
that.
never
so I'm not-
mind.
Yeah, I don't
Never
know how to respond to that.
You have a similar
Okay,
voice to them.
cool. It's
I'm
usually
sorry. It was
acceptable.
just in my brain. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna go ahead and leave
Oh, it's
out
all
of my
good.
hidey hole.
Okay.
Oh, hi, Shams. Was that Shams? Is
Oh,
that
well.
who that was there? Okay. I'm gonna just get up real quick. Don't mind me. I got eaten by a Wendigo. No,
Wendigo.
don't scrub me. No. No.
$20.
No.
I'm
You
faster.
know what? You know what?
Okay.
No.
No, I'm not gonna
I
make that
don't know
joke.
where to clean stuff. I'm sure
I know
there's
Hold
exactly
on.
what you were thinking.
Missing. Have you seen this person?
Yeah.
Don't mail. John Smith, age 30, brown hair, blue eyes, height 6'1", weight 180 pounds. Substantial.
I
think
am
that's a
eating the
joke.
pizza. I didn't know we were actually eating the pizza. I thought we were just throwing away the pizza. We don't actually.
Shams, I think that was a joke I could probably make in front of you, but not them.
What?
Probably.
My penis?
Yeah.
Penis joke?
Yeah, penis joke.
A penis
Let's
joke.
go with
I
that.
love penis. Get down. Get down. Get down.
A beeper's going off in my house somewhere. Where'd that beeper going off?
Oh, vapor.
Oh, a deep
beeper.
rumble just explicated from outside. That's not the word, but it's fine.
Is your DoorDash pulled up yet?
Nah.
Dare you guys to do one of the hardest. Okay. That's good.
Cool.
Can.
I'm
Just
brave as
careful
long
to-
as I'm with people.
Wait, who said that?
Peach.
Peach, okay, Peach is subscribed already. Yeah, I was gonna make you gotta subscribe for that. Sorry.
50 gifted, and we
Wait, how do you
we're
cover
gonna
up
we
a
can run
satanic
out of the hard
thing?
difficulty.
The paintbrush roller.
I don't have
Peach
that.
already gifted a sub, so I guess we gotta do her bidding.
We gotta do whatever she says. We're at her mercy.
I found another
Guys.
pentagram.
I found all the toilets.
Oh, so if you see the missing person posters, you gotta pick those up.
Yeah. They're like,
There's one by the
they're I
fuse
guess
box
the
I
bunnies.
did not grab.
They're the bunnies.
Got a burned in another pentagram. Let's get that plasm.
I'm getting
This
the
is
plasm.
disgusting.
Looking at potions.
This is disgusting.
You guys, I didn't mean to leave my ectoplasm everywhere. Sorry.
God damn it, go. We told you not to get this thing very low. This toilet is surprisingly graphic, yeah. Yep.
Another missing poster.
Yeah, the toilets are crazy.
Lots and lots of medkits around in this building and outside this building.
Mew, check your game audio. Make sure it's not doing
Hey, I'll help.
Oh shoot, I muted it from last night. I'm so sorry. Check it, my love.
No.
Alright.
Teamwork
Oh,
really
the
does make the
There
dream
we
work. That was
go.
so fast.
There we go.
For sure. For
Yeah, I
sure.
got
Thank you,
I got
Peach.
bathroom 1. Bathroom 1 is done.
There's a
I gotta
room.
go
There's a
in
room.
the
Oh,
boys' bathroom.
there's a room that needs a crowbar behind the mess hall. Have a crowbar.
I had all this beer in here and I wasn't invited. What the fuck?
Ew, beer tastes bad though.
Beer is gross.
As
But
a
I've had
fresh
a
Just kidding.
crowbar. Do you have to crowbar?
You haven't had that good Wisconsin.
Beer's
as a freshly 21 human being, beer first.
I just
We're
don't like
playing
alcohol.
Paris.
I just don't like things that are bitter. I'm more of a get high.
Depends on the
kinda gal.
beer. I know a beer that's basically grape juice. It's very good.
Yo, where, when, why, how? Hey, what's up? I'm just.
Unfortunately, it's a Wisconsin only thing. We've got a lot of alcohol brands that are like that. They only sell in.
That's
I don't know
fucked
what
up.
that
he,
Oregonese.
yeah, he's hunting.
Not Oregon. I live in Oregon, so
That's
that's
fire.
Elaine, get in one of the stalls quick.
Elaine, hide, Elaine, hide, Elaine, hide.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
He's hunting.
Coming.
Do you
I
think
don't
he
see
can
him.
still kill
He
me?
was scary sound. Good, good, good.
Do you think he could still kill me like this, Ghost? Because, like, I can see above.
Um,
You're in the one stinky one. That's the one I didn't get to yet.
sorry.
Mhm.
I am a little stinkier over here.
Don't. Don't. That's gross. You're gonna get, like, gonorrhea or something.
Never mind, I'm not gonna make that joke.
Don't get gonorrhea. It's not good for you.
Oh, you're so right. Oh my gosh. Well, when he leaves...
No, I don't want to open my door. It'd be funny if he came in here and killed us both. Oh my god! You open my door? Don't open my door. Don't! Devouring! 5-second ban on devouring. Can you time out it? Stop! Stop! I'm trying to deal with skimming toilets.
Time out
You might be
devouring.
able to time it out.
Yeah, no.
Time him out for 5 seconds. Do it, because I don't think I can, because he's my mod. For saying skibbity toilet.
Oh my god, he's
Skibbity toilet should
fucking
be
booking it
banned
towards
in
me.
my chat.
Jesus.
I timed him out for 600 seconds. I don't know. That's the only option I got.
600 seconds? God damn!
Oh,
Can I
freaking
untime him
double
out?
back. Fuck.
Yeah.
I don't know how to untime him.
Shems died.
He's still hunting Elaine.
Oh, what do you mean?
He doesn't
Wait, Pixels, I don't know how to untime him out.
No, not 10 minutes. I can't time myself out. Yeah, I think it just times him out in Miyu's chat. Not.
Oh no! I still
Yeah.
don't mean to. I'm so sorry. It was for the bit, but now I feel bad. I'm so sorry.
No,
You
it's
need a
okay.
medkit?
That's what they get for saying skibbity toilet. You
know
don't
what?
say
Yeah,
skib.
valid.
That's
Fuck
Skibbity
no
toilet.
skibbity toilets in my chat. And this is the third chat I've been in where skibbity toilet is. It's not bannable.
It's just stupid.
Have a good
It's
sandwich
bannable.
devouring. Love
It
you.
would be bannable if I was streaming.
I'm
They would be
I'm
banned.
sorry. I timed you out in my chat. I'm sorry.
Have a good sandwich.
Now I feel bad.
Don't feel bad. That's what he gets for saying skibbity. He never.
The light broke. It's okay. It's okay, Elaine.
That's what he gets for saying skibbity. You know, if he didn't say that, it wouldn't have happened. He's never
Yeah,
said
I
that.
think
I'm pretty like sure that he's never said that before.
Oh, he gets in the timeout corner.
Oh wait, we just put crosses? We just put crosses on the things and we say it's good?
Yeah.
Is that how we do that? Ah!
Are
Sorry.
you okay?
The sound of burning the pentagram thing scared me. Like it actually, like I'm good. Sorry.
It's okay, Elaine. Take a deep breath.
It's okay, baby.
I love horror, but I'm a pussy. Gotta use that 17V mod slider that lets you drag it for a second timeout.
Oh!
Oh, is it a dragging thing on the 7TV side?
He popped my light.
He popped the light.
Fuck
You guys
yeah,
are probably-
help pop the
Man, this
kitchen
fake beer
light.
tastes like weed. I think I've only ever smelled weed. The taste and smell of weed is the same most of the times, unless it's like in an edible. They taste the same.
Where I
Taste and
used to
smell.
work, it was always very skunky weed, and it just makes me sick to think about it. So I don't think
Yeah.
I could ever be a weed smoker.
That's valid. That's valid. That's
grew
why I
up in
take
a weed
edibles.
household.
I need to take edibles so
edibles
that I
just-
don't have the insomnias so bad, and I can get it in my state. I'm just too nervous to do it.
You can order them online.
I can, but again, I'm too nervous to do it.
That's valid. If I had extra money, I'd get you some. I can
Oh,
only
thank
get me
you.
some because I'm poor. Yeah, 7TV is really good mod tools. One lets you drag the message to the left or the right for different mod actions and different severities. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, well that's gotta go in the toolbox now.
Anybody see any
I
more
don't know
signals?
what that is.
What the
I had found
fuck
some in a
was that
bathroom, but I
noise?
painted them.
Was that a me person real life noise or a game noise?
What? What?
But
Was
I
it
have
your DoorDash
a
delivery noise?
no, it wasn't that noise. All right, I'm gonna hide really quick because I am gonna go check on that.
Okie dokie.
Chat, if you didn't know, I have a ghost in person, and he fucks with me.
It's true.
Ooh.
I've been there for moments.
Yeah, I know. There's been some weird moments with Sunny. Not too much nowadays, but he used to really fuck with me. But I guess I've just grown more aware of it and less scared of it. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go check on my DoorDash.
Oh, darn.
Hi.
I forgot what I was supposed to be doing. Alright, I'll just take this back. It's right here. There's more. What does the first symbol mean? The
Little dust pile there.
yeah, the little dust.
Oh, trash pile.
Yeah, that's garbage you gotta sweep up.
Oh,
You can get a vacuum cleaner eventually, and I have like a little hand vacuum.
that's cool.
Yeah.
Hand vacuums are cute. I wish I had one in real life. Hey, chat.
My vacuum turns into one.
Oh, ours does too, but I want like the mini ones, the ones that you really can't just lift with one hand, because I'm weak sauce.
I bought one on Temu that's literally like a desk vacuum.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah.
Not that way. He's over there. He's over there. He's running for you.
He's running for you.
He's clocked you. Yeah, I know.
Oh.
Damn, that was hot as shit. Sorry. Sorry. That's not what I
literally
meant to say.
every time they.
That's not what I meant to say.
You got somebody clip that. Someone clip that.
Shut up, Vex. Nothing happened. Hey man, that's the van. Hey man, leave me alone. I'm already hurting.
I literally have to literally cover my eyes whenever they do the jump scare thing when they grab you because it scares me.
That's valid. Man, I'm already limping.
No, do you have a med kit?
Yeah, I got a med kit.
Okay.
Where's that clip button? It's where it always is, I think. Unless it moves because of shared chat, I don't actually know. It could, but I don't think it.
Oh, I hear him.
Yeah, he's walking near the.
Oh, it is kind of hot. Hey, can you breathe a little closer to my ear?
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you.
That's what I'm saying. Okay.
Where's the clip button? It usually is. Isn't it on the stream? Is the clip button?
Yeah, I think it's usually below, right at the bottom right.
Yeah, it's
Why
either
he
below. It's
sound
like.
that?
Yeah.
if you
Why he
if you
sound like
put
that,
your
right?
cursor over the video, there's a little clip thing right next to the settings.
Yeah. Oh, I guess this is what I get because Devouring is gone. Devouring usually would clip something.
Oh, I also have Devouring. I don't think I've ever played it though.
He might be done hunting. I don't know.
I don't hear him no more. I'm gonna come out, so then maybe he might. What? I'm really waiting for someone to notice that I'm just I'll sprint full speed with the fucking lantern in my hand and then I'll just toss it so I can get inside something.
Yeah, I don't even remember where I was. There was an ectoplasm where I was.
Sometimes they do disappear.
Okay. I wish we got more than 2 lampy things.
I know. I wish you could upgrade and like buy more lamps. I think that's definitely one thing this game could look into is like upgrade supplies. Definitely don't do it like Phasmophobia. Fuck Phasmophobia and their upgrade system. But like, you know, you can add more product, something like that.
Like it would be thanks, Vex. You
Good
could
job,
have it
Vex.
like where like to make more cooperation. Honestly, you could have one per. Thanks to Barry. You could have it like one tool per, so everyone has a job to do, and then like you guys can upgrade to everyone can have it.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
This game definitely has a lot more potential that I'm excited to see if they keep doing it, because I love this game.
Good job.
Oh, you banished him! I was like sprinting! I was like, oh no, 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 no! I was just terrified. We're missing like 3 more ectoplasms.
3 more ectoplasms, 3 more pizzas.
Yeah, we're
2
missing
more
posters. I'm gonna start looking
segments.
behind some of the building.
Do they highlight yellow when you see them?
Yeah. Or at least like missing posters and stuff will highlight yellow. Ectoplasms the glow. Yeah, because I missed a lot of the missing people's posters because I wasn't thinking about it when I saw them.
Oh my god,
I
guys, I
don't
adored
think-
the dash.
Oh my god, what'd you get?
I got Taco Bell. I got like a
Oh.
little cravings box.
Nom, nom,
I used my freebie for some cheesy fiesta potatoes, and then I got a large nacho fry. I'm big backed. Do not question this. Large nacho fry. I got a beefy 5-layer burrito and a chalupa taco.
That's not even, that's less than what I get.
I get called big backed for getting this stuff, so.
Well, your family sucks.
Yeah.
What? Who said that? Said that. My family went to Taco Bell earlier, and I told my niece, I was like, hey, next time you guys go to Taco Bell, you should be like, hey, Shishi, that's my name. For my nieces. They're like, Shishi also likes Taco Bell. You know?
Yeah, that's fucked up that they didn't get you Taco Bell.
No one ever remembers to give me anything when my family goes out.
That's Shishi this quick. That's cute as fuck.
They call me Shishi?
Yeah, that's so fucking cute.
Yeah, it's because it started from my oldest niece because she wasn't able to say my name, and it came out as Shishi, and it stuck because it was like, adorable.
I'm dated all of my nieces.
What's up, dog?
And it sounds cute, but if you hear them screaming, yeah, it's less cute.
That's valid.
Shishi's
One
cute.
more
I've been
pizza,
Shishi
one
for
more
so long.
twanch.
My family will also call me Shishi when they were growing up, and they still sometimes call me that, but they've started learning people's real names. And so sometimes I get the real name and I hate it because I don't like my real name.
Mood?
I'm about to dox you.
You can't say Mood because you have a cute name.
Yeah,
I
but I
also
don't say my
understand.
normal name. Yeah,
I know.
it's more that I don't like saying my own name.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
I've got an ugly, bad, smelly name.
That's crazy.
I can't say anything.
And that's
There's
why
a
I changed it to
basketball.
Danny.
Oh, we finished with the handprints. That means I can get rid of this light. Yeet!
Yeah, we just need pizza, trash bag, covering of the mark.
Oh, I can't throw the light into the lake.
Damn.
On the last
That's
trash
litter.
bag, so it's just a pizza and a symbol.
Yeah, and the missing people's posters.
I have not. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, I found
guys,
a
I have not
pizza.
seen a single poster. Maybe I'll go
More
back to the
sigils?
lake.
Do you think the
Go back to
sigils
the
could be
lake.
like on the outside of the cabins as well?
Yes, I think I
possibly
saw
so, yeah.
one. I saw one. I think it's on like the bathrooms.
I've done the 2 in the bathroom.
There's one I think outside the bathrooms. I think.
Oh, I didn't know there was one outside the bathrooms.
I think. It's a hard thing.
Excuse me.
Hello, is there any missing persons posters around here?
Yeah, make sure to
I
check like
like-
outside buildings too.
I like the big
Posters.
scary on this map.
Yeah, the big scary guy's pretty cool on this map.
Great. I wasn't expecting a Wendigo.
Okay, good. Someone's got the thing.
I was expecting like maybe a Jason-esque.
Yeah, yeah.
Wendigo was a good horrifying surprise for when he came up to me and ate my soul.
Damn, my niece
ate
called
your
me
ass.
old ass or her, but she's like 17. Damn.
Damn.
And you're not that old. Damn.
I don't have a niece, so.
You do because that's my nieces. They're your nieces now. You can have them.
Poggin! Hippie! God damn, where are these
While
posters?
we're at it, do you need some brothers too?
Yeah, I'm down. I'm down.
I
I
got
have a
22.
half brother. What?
I have
Keyword
22 brothers.
Kiko.
Wow.
Do you,
How
do you,
is that?
Please, do you need some? Please.
Yeah.
Apparently
I'll
ours are hard.
take them. I'll take them.
I'm adopted, and then my bio parents divorced and remarried.
Oh, that makes a lot more. I was like, can you pop out that many babies?
Yeah. Where is this last sigil?
My youngest nephew's really sweet though. Aw, I bet he is.
That's good.
I already got the ones
Oh,
in there.
damn's nice. I can't see shit. It's dark.
Me neither.
I think my
I
socks
hate
are
being
wet.
colorblind. Oh, I found it!
Yay!
Dick.
We just gotta find the post. We gotta find the posters.
Guys, they didn't give me a freaking fork.
Fingers. I have forks attached to me and they're called my nails.
Fork for potatoes, though?
Yeah. Nails for potatoes.
But they have cheese and sour cream on them.
Yeah, and
So wear gloves.
And you got a tongue.
Yeah.
Ugh.
that's true. You got a tongue. Be a lizard.
I am a lizard. What are you talking about?
Lizard.
Exactly.
Lizard. Have you guys seen that meme that's been coming out of like a lizard,
Yeah.
like clicking the lizard button? Lizard.
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 Yeah.
Lizard. Guys, I can't find any posters. I've done like, the biggest thing I did was I unclogged like 6 toilets.
I mean,
Yeah, like now that I know I can pick them up, I've been looking, but
we don't have to find all of them.
yeah, we don't have to get all the posters. It's just, you know, it's extra.
There
But
are
if
only
we're not too
4
pressed about posters.
I'm not pressed about posters.
4 left. I found one. And I found 20 bucks.
Nice.
They can be on the ground. No
If they can.
Have we checked the outdoor thing we had to break down with the crowbar for posters?
Yeah, because that's why I wanted to get in there. There's a poster.
Pokey pokey.
I'm back in the building again. And I've been like running around the outside of the buildings and stuff too.
Maybe the Wendigo.
I love
just
that meme. It's a
needed
good
little
meme.
pat on the head.
Okay, you're awesome. Okay. Oh, what's this? Oh. I forgot there was a watchtower.
Oh, do you think there could be someone there?
Oh,
I'm gonna go look.
doing over here. Hey.
Yeah, there's one up here.
Doing over here.
What?
Without me.
This watchtower's pretty cool.
Yeah. Can you see everything up there? Are you like that girl from the Titanic?
I am not Rose. Unfortunately, the trees are too thick.
Oh.
Somebody go play
It's a-
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Elaine, I volunteer you.
Okay, I don't know where the watchtower is, but I'm coming.
This guy's missing. This guy's missing. I found it.
There's the
We got one
watchtower.
more. We got 2 more.
Fine.
We got
Oh,
one
there's
more,
one.
guys.
One more? Oh my god.
Now we gotta
Okay, hold on.
find
Is there
it.
view bobbing in
Uno
this
mas.
game?
There's what?
Is there view bobbing in this game?
Probably.
I turned it off. Oh, I don't think I can turn it off because it's making me motion sick, but I'm okay. These things field of view. Maybe I just
You guys find that poster? I'm gonna get my munch down.
I
Huh?
can jump over this fence.
You gotta go around the building.
Oh, god damn it. Oh, yeah, the view, but the view bobbing is a lot less bad if I just turned up the rent and feel the view. Like, god damn, this is a big ass watchtower. How did I not
I
see
found
this?
it. It was on the floor.
Yippee!
I literally just happened to look down because I jumped, and I was like, oh.
Nice work, chat.
Did you drink a Red Bull up here?
Me, yeah.
That's probably Sheems.
Sheems, what you doing? Sheems, what you doing? What you doing drinking? Drinking on the job.
He fucking glitched one map for me.
No.
He was like lagging because he was buying so many so many of the energy drinks out of the vending machine.
Valid.
Dirty, dirty man.
I'm coming.
Are you calling him dirty?
I have
Black?
to. I gotta use the restroom really quick before we do the next one, if that's okay.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Dude, Nogum, shut up, Duke, Nogum.
Nice
Goat
work, but don't let
ham.
it go to your head. There's always another haunted dump waiting to be scrubbed.
Stop being an asshole, asshole.
Yeah,
Gosh.
you get him.
Yeah. It's funny to see my model there not doing anything, and then there's hamster me just talking.
It's like one brain cell. You passed it to the little hamster.
It literally.
Guys, I think I ordered too much food.
That's not a thing.
I didn't expect for my appetite to fluctuate this much. And I've eaten most of the nacho fries and one potato, and I'm already like, oh, Lord.
I'll
I
have
haven't even eaten
leftovers.
Shems, I'll send you my tacos and my burrito.
Sick.
I got a beefy 5-layer burrito with no beans, but extra meat.
No beans.
I hate beans.
The flick.
I
You
despise
flick.
beans. Beans are gross.
You're gross.
No, no, no! Shut up. Radio. Shut up. There. God.
Alright, we're gonna put myself on a break too so we can all stretch. Be right back.
I don't want to stretch.
Too bad.
Oh. Do I get green overalls? Yeah.
So how is that a question?
Green? How do I put him on in green? This one. Oh. Johnny.
Luigi.
Johnny, don't leave me. You said you'd love me forever. Honey, believe me. I'll have your heart on a platter. What are you doing? Oh. Oh, where did you... Where the fuck did you go?
I almost went on top of the little workbench there.
Oh. I have to like jolt my camera up really quick when I pick you up.
Yeah, you just flung me.
Where did you... Wait, oh, you're over there. We gotta do our,
Huh?
What are you saying?
No, you can go on.
We gotta do our, Fortnite dailies.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta jolt your camera up really fast. See, like that! Perfect! Not a hot take at all. This is very common, but I love sour cream. I just wanted to say it, man.
I used
Why
to
is the lane-
hate sour cream, but
Why?
I don't know. It's a
Why is the
texture
lane
thing.
what?
For me. Same thing with like mayonnaise.
Still level 10. Is Elena on like a harder difficulty than we are?
I think.
I don't think so. We're all the same.
Let's claim achievements.
Huh?
Huh?
Have you been collecting your achievements?
Collecting my achievements? What does this mean?
Yeah, from this board
Oh.
right over here, you get XP and monies for it.
No.
Yeah, there's dailies, weeklies, and then achievements. And that's how you get extra XP and extra money.
Damn. Okay, hold on.
The claim.
If there's one that's like
Damn.
specifically like do this house, let us know and we'll go do that house.
Okay, hold on.
Oh my god, guys, I have like 30 of these to claim.
Alright, split cleaner to the past. I mean, all the ones that we have, like, I've only done the 2 maps, so it's kind of like if you guys want to play like any of the other maps, I'm down. I'm just gonna get some upgrades.
37.
What if it lets me see what maps there are?
How am I a higher level than you, Sunny?
I don't know.
Way more. How do I do
I don't know.
that?
I don't know.
Does hosting get more XP?
Oh, possibly. Like maybe you get a bigger cut. Possibly. Also, maybe
Equal opportunity for
getting yourself back
hamsters?
up. What?
Equal
for hamsters?
opportunity for hamsters. I mean,
Hamster?
as hamster people, we are getting paid less.
That's
is what I'm
true.
hearing.
Maybe we need to form a union. A hamster union, if you will.
I like this. A unification of hamsters. Oh my god. I am ready whenever now. Thank you for waiting for me.
You're welcome.
Oh wait, I can stand here. Whoa, what beat?
Pause my music again. Stop it going.
Change something on my screen. I keep forgetting that I should do it like this. There you go. I got a message from my doctor. Hopefully they transfer my prescription so I don't have to be sad.
Oh, I hope so.
Alright, chat, let's do...
Within
How do we
3
feel
business
about-
days, my dick is so soft.
What? What? What?
I just, it's like, they're like, they'll go back to you in like 3 days. And I'm like, okay. That's great.
I hate that.
Yeah, I'm ready whenever, whatever.
How about we do a cult one?
A cult one? I like cults.
Let's do
like
Butcher's
cults.
Nest.
Oh, if that's the one I'm
Ooh.
thinking of. I
That's
like
one.
that one.
Alright, chat, let's go. I might be a little slouchy because I'm eating my yummy food.
That's okay.
It's dinner time.
That means
it's
that means
6:22.
it's opportunity for me to pick up the slack while you have a snack.
You got it.
Rhyme.
True.
Okay, what is the cutscene for this one?
22 Willow Lane stands
I have an
divided.
orange soda, guys.
One half a deceivingly renovated facade.
I have advanced
lying
GG,
in its
guys.
sinister past. The other a decrepit.
I really need
and
to get into
forsaken
that
shell,
so then I can have
a
like little
silent
packets of, or
testament
like
to
make
the
little
horrors
tiny
it
energy
conceals.
drinks.
This duplex was the grim
I just haven't had a
because,
flavor I
like,
like yet.
where a
If you don't like it super sweet, you can just like half it. And like,
Yeah.
I only like really need to refill it like once a month. If I
Why
don't
are
drink it like
nacho
every day.
fries
So.
always the vibe?
I like Crunchwrap Supreme. That's what I'm gonna name
I
my
can't
cat
eat a
someday.
crunch wrap.
I love a
You can
crunch
eat
wrap.
But I can't eat crunch wraps. I have braces on.
Yes, this
That
place
never
is so
stopped
good.
me
It's two
from eating
houses.
a crunch
Yeah, I was
wrap.
gonna say that never stopped me from.
I know,
Can
when
you
I had
switch
braces, I
your
didn't
inventory
stop
slot
shit.
items, like what order they're in?
I think it just depends on how you pick them up.
God damn it!
You can throw them and then pick them up in the order.
Oh shit! You are so smart.
I love this place.
I
It's
just-
2 separate houses. They connect in like the basement and like backyard and stuff. And, like, all the
Damn,
other places.
that's stop. Who's ringing a doorbell? Yeah, this is one of the things I need. I need to collect human bones.
Oh, I don't have a paint roller. I thought I picked
Oh,
it
put that
up.
outside into by the garage. It'll be easier. If you find a cursed item, which is a weapon, just kind of put it outside out front, because it'll be a lot easier.
Weapon.
Miss
Maybe we should
Thompson warned us about
TW for
the
weaponry.
house's dark history, mentioning a gruesome killer who lived next door. It's unnerving, but I don't want to believe in such tales. Okay. Then don't, I guess.
Bye.
Bye.
Basement key, basement key, basement key. So is this the one where Big Boy you were talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, is he fine?
Is that
Boy.
is that like a me hard big boy or
That big boy.
Oh, Big Boy, no, please! Big Boy is so close! Oh my god, it's coming.
that is a big boy.
Big
I can
boy.
see the outline of him. That's a big boy.
That's big boy.
Big Boy, please no. Okay, he walked by.
Alright, I'm just AFK.
I just want to eat my potatoes and peas. Ow. Actually, I got like a chicken chalupa taco and I've never had one before, so.
Nice.
And cinnamon twists. Anybody want my cinnamon twists?
Oh yeah.
No.
Will.
I'm allergic to cinnamon, but I'll eat it.
No,
Okay, they're going to
you stop
gems.
that. You stop that.
It just makes my tongue feel like I'm eating Red Hot. Fine.
That's not good.
For the longest time, I thought that was normal because of the Red Hot candies. They're supposed to be cinnamon.
Mhm,
So I thought
mhm.
that's what the cinnamon was.
Oh, Big Boy, please, Big Boy, please. Why does Big Boy keep coming to me?
Oh, I see Big Boy. Hi, Big Boy. I like Big Boy. He's a really big boy. Jesus.
Big Boy, no. Big Boy, hear me out. Hear me out. Don't do that. Okay, he walked past me again. Good, good, good. Wow.
Alright,
That
he's
is
done.
the biggest bite of sour cream I have ever taken. It was like
I
sour
love
cream
sour
with a
cream.
hint of taco.
I love good sour cream.
I'm sorry, is there a
I
bit
could
of taco
eat it
in
by
your
the
sour
spoonfuls.
cream?
No. I just need a spoon. Oh, basement.
Chat, I don't think they put any meat in my taco.
Wah, wah.
Oh, wah, wah.
I don't see none.
Oop, things are getting worse. Objects move on their own. Doors slam shut. Shadows dart through
What?
the hallways. Emma's nightmares are getting more intense and cries out for help.
Oh, you better journal. Oh, I'll read it.
Something,
I'll read it.
something 8. Something 8, guys.
Oh yeah, keep an eye out for sticky notes with numbers on them.
Okay.
I'm putting it by the garage. I'm assuming that's where it needs to go.
Jesus
Okay.
Christ, sorry.
Wow. Oh my
Anyway.
god.
Anyway,
You're gonna summon Big Boy. And then he's
I
gonna
think he
get
likes
freaky
death and
with me.
destruction. It's fine.
He'll get freaky with me. And I'll be scared. I need a big boy.
Oh, of course.
7. So it's something 7.
So it's something 7, something 8.
Yes. Bringing it downstairs.
5, 7, 3, 8. That's my guess.
The last few times we tried to guess it because we wouldn't be able to find the last sticky note, and I guessed them both times and guessed them correctly.
I'm guessing 5, 7,
On first
3.
tries.
5, 7, 3, 8 is my guess. If that's right, like genuinely, I'll cry probably.
Oh my god. Okay, there just needs to be one sticky note that says 5 and it'll be right.
Damn.
That's funny. Ad starting in a minute.
Please, please be a 5. Please be a 5. Please tell me I'm a psychic. I'm looking for this sticky note. This sticky note.
Why?
This sticky note's ass is mine. Where the fuck is it? What keys do we have, guys? Any?
I
I
don't
just
have
have the
any.
I don't
garage
have
key
any.
and I opened that up.
Good job, me.
Thank you.
Okay.
Basement key. Oh, I haven't even been upstairs. Guys, I'm slacking.
Way to
Well,
slack.
you,
There's a big
you were
map.
snacking.
Slacking, snacking.
Did you just come from the attic?
Where's
Yeah.
the
But
Where
if you
is
open the garage,
code
then the
editor
other
thing?
doors should be open. Yeah, it is. Okay, okay.
Oh, there's that ectoplasm right here that you just missed.
Oh, okay.
I can't see it. Wait, I can't see it. How do I?
Go get a light.
Oh, you should just walk past it though. Alright. Whatever. Where's the thing you need the code for?
It's in the basement.
I've got the
We're not
key. I
gonna
gotta find
spoil
it.
that.
Basement.
I can't wait.
My camera's jittering. Very nice.
Oh, he's here!
Big boy's here.
Nope, this is mine. This is mine. This is mine.
You're good, going! And he's in the basement.
He's walking around.
Hello,
Oh,
pretty
he can
kitty.
stay down there.
Did you want some chicken chalupa? Chicken chalupa for the kitty cat? I'm sorry. I don't have any chicken chalupa for the kitty cat. I'm sorry. I know, it's heartbreaking. Maybe a potato. You can have a potato. It has some cheese on it. And a potato. Hey, oh my god, just hork it down. Damn. God. Big backed? I thought I was big backed. Sorry guys, I'm bullying my cat.
My cat doesn't like human food. I try to give her human food. She's not a human food girl.
Mine does. Mine
My
will roll up on my lap if I have human food. Go ahead, Sonny, sorry.
it's okay. Ivan is a little wary of it, and it takes him a while to go eat it. It's usually when he sees Vlad eat something, and he's like, okay, maybe I'll look at it, but he usually doesn't. But Vlad's like, food? Sure. He tries to like sneak up to try to get it, or like try to lick it and stuff. I'm like, can you not, please?
This chicken chalupa is ass.
Aw.
Damn.
Is he still
Oh.
hunting?
I think he
He's
just
done.
Okay.
He walked up to like in front of where I was and then just disappeared. So
And disappeared.
unlock the basement.
Where's the basement? How do we get to the basement? I want to go to the basement.
Hello. Oh,
No.
oh, Indy's here. I gotta move Indy because I am not me. He's being squished by hamsters.
Hello. Hello.
Stop.
Hello. Hello. Is
Hamster.
there a new friend?
Yeah, that's my friend Indy.
Oh,
He's one of
Hello
my-
again, Indy.
Unhand me.
He likes to come in
No.
to give us commentary. Oh, hi.
Can you
Hello.
use the key to the basement?
Sorry, I had to mute your stream.
I'm trying to
It's
find
okay.
the basement. Have you? Do you know where
Go
the
to
basement
front
door is?
Go to the front door and I'm right here. I'll show you.
Is this that paranormal cleanup?
Yeah.
Which front door? Oh, that one.
Alright, I also have to add Indy's PNG in here, so let me do that.
Okay.
Do that.
Hello.
Do that. Hello.
All of
Oh,
my
your little
favorite.
goat guy.
Yes,
Your
his
little
name's
goat guy. Okay.
little goat
Oh
guy's
my
name's
God.
Billy.
I'm
Wait,
gonna-
5738 was our guess?
Yeah.
Please be 5738. Please be 5738. Damn it, it's not 5738, I don't think. Oh, damn. I was so
I'm not sure how
close.
long I'll stay on. Just whenever
No,
my
you're
friend's done, we're gonna be watching the new Gumball.
Oh, you're good.
It's out? It was 3738. I was close.
A couple of them are out. I think it's like. I think
Paramount?
the first 7.
I think it's on Hulu.
I feel like
Hulu?
it's Hulu.
No, Ed,
Oh my
open
god,
the
I'm
key.
so hyped. Holy shit, that's my favorite show ever, almost. Dude. You awakened a sleeper cell inside me. I didn't know they were
I saw a few
out
clips from the from one of the episodes. It's kind of base.
The animation's going crazy on some of them.
I should put Gumball on when I'm trying to fall asleep, so I kind of like watch it, but not really, you know.
That's usually what I put it on when I'm drawing, but I've like memorized all of the episodes and all of the lore, so.
That's like me and
it's just that one. Yeah, it's just that one kids show, you know.
Is that the outside?
But they did like mature it a little bit for the audience.
I don't think he
Makes
liked that I was
sense.
breaking all his windows.
It's nothing like saying, "Damn it, fuck,"
Yeah.
or whatever the Gumball voice actor called Dream.
I showed
I can't believe they added that in the new Gumball. I'm surprised, actually, from what I've seen, I'm surprised they haven't referenced it, just like even having the mask in the background and just Gumball getting pissed at it.
He called him the F slur.
Yeah.
Oh.
I want
That's
that.
what the
I have that
mask
one.
is!
That's what the mask is.
Because he was trying to use it as like an excuse or something.
Gumball got so much hype.
There
for
we
that. I love it.
Dream of the
This
piece of
basement is like surprisingly clean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dirty.
If you guys are in the basement, I need to come down and so I can show Indy. The
Chad!
I want to see it
Dad!
too. Where's the
Are
basement?
you
I
in the
want to go.
basement?
Why are you showing me
Where's
the
the
basement?
basement?
What's
Because I'm gonna
down
lock you in there.
Oh. I'm stuck.
Make you.
Okay,
I'm
stuck.
gonna stop. I'm gonna keep going.
And undoor this. Stop breaking windows, Mew!
Oh!
Oh, God damn it! He spawned on me.
I'm outside.
Oh, that door's locked. Fuck.
I see him running around.
Look at that big
The
boy. He's going to
guy.
attic. Whoever's in the attic.
Oh, no!
Why can't they like Mr. Fantastic on Marvel Rivals?
He loves me. He watched me get in the closet, and he's like, I can't do that.
He runs like a toddler.
He's
Like
a
he's
big
yeah,
guy,
he-
man.
yeah, he
He's
runs
a
like he
big
shit
guy.
himself.
He's a big guy. Wow, he's a big guy.
It's like I got the pudding.
Mama
That's
Judah.
right, buddy. You did. Yeah.
Found some ectoplasm outside. I have been locked out of the building. I guess I'll just.
I'm just hanging out in the closet.
Here, buddy.
No, he's still hunting. The door's still glowing. Let you know when it's not glowing.
Here you go,
Alright,
Fatty.
here
You
I
just had
was
a
so
fresh and
close,
crisp
though.
drink.
Cool.
3, 7, 3, 5, no, 8.
Can I come in now, please, Mr. Big Mans, please?
No,
He will hunt you outside.
not allowed.
Oh, he's not coming outside.
Stay
He
outside.
won't let me inside.
He's gotten me in the garage before. Oh, everything's good?
We're good now.
I'll turn the power
Possibly,
back on, chat.
In the club, we're all fame.
In the
club.
club. Oh, there's the basement. Whoa.
I'll turn the power back on in a minute. I found a sigil and I don't want to forget about it.
Wait, where's the power?
Hello.
Hello.
I want to leave you a
Hello.
couple messages to get you settled in on your first night.
Sigil!
The animatronics here do get a little quirky at night.
The last one, never mind.
I need whoever, if someone has the basement key, they need to come open up the basement door.
I
the
told
outside of
him
the house.
to do
Yeah, open it yourself.
Okay, where is the door then?
You know where the backyard is? Or even if you go in the basement, just follow the basement doors.
Leading you to it,
Guys,
Trev.
I don't.
Thank you, it's unlocked.
I don't think it's friendly down here. I don't.
Just hug it.
Hi.
I don't quite.
Hold on, I want to show Indy the.
Yeah. Over here.
I just
It's
painted
over here.
crosses on the walls. I felt like it
Yeah,
needed.
behind you.
There's no
Yeah,
sigils,
yeah,
just
yeah.
crosses.
Come this way.
Hi.
This way.
See like this one here too? Yeah.
Yeah.
It needed it, you know.
Why do you run like that?
Like, very good decor.
Welcome to the sex dungeon.
Put you on my wheel and spin you.
Oh, help! What? I'm helping.
Yo, they got popsicles in that
Let's
freezer?
sweep it up.
Let's see. No, just a lot of melted popsicles because there's a lot of red in there.
Never
Yeah.
get anything.
Hey, this is gonna be your bedroom. Like, you got a tub in the back. Everything.
That's
That's
cool.
crazy.
Little fireplace.
Yeah,
It's probably
exactly.
like $900.
We have not made too much progress on
Or you
this
can have
place.
one with the cage.
Yeah, this is a big place.
Don't need a cage
Yeah, I keep
when I'm
getting
already in a
lost.
cage. So what if you can see the darker side of me?
So wait,
I
how
thought you were
have
gonna
we
do
burned
the
one murder
despite
weapon?
all the rage, I'm
Oh, yeah.
still just a rat in a cage.
There's two murder weapons out here. How do we burn them?
The fire that's in the room, you just
Yeah,
toss
the
it in
incinerator
there.
in the basement.
Yeah, the incinerator
Yeah.
in the basement.
Okay, I'm gonna take this down to the basement then.
Incinerator
I have
basement,
3
yes.
murder weapons right here.
Oh, you scared me.
Hi, it's
Do you
just
kill each other in this game?
And I like
No.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Oh yeah, I
You
forgot
can
about
get each
the
other
incinerator.
killed, but you cannot kill.
Sonny,
Why?
kill ghost.
Fuck you!
Now you can't hear it because I'm whispering.
Okay. Hey, what's going on?
Nothing.
How's everybody doing, guys?
Shut up.
Must kill ghost. Must kill ghost.
I don't know where I am.
I
meant
heard
the
that
ghost
because
in
you
the
didn't whisper it.
game. Not you, ghost. I meant the
there's
ghost
the
in the
other
game.
back door.
You know what? That's it.
No, no.
yeah, yeah.
Not Sheesh. You're gonna get. Oh,
We need
That's
to
not
find
how
a.
you
Oh,
handle
there it is.
Do
Do we have the master bedroom key? Did we open that yet?
No.
No.
Because that's another way to go across the houses is the master bedroom.
I wish this game had a map. I'm lost.
y'all dead ass burning
Damn it.
evidence.
Yeah, we're burning all the evidence.
God damn, okay.
Oh,
Finally
good
got out of the
song.
house.
Good song. One of my favorite characters comes into fruition with that song playing in the background.
Billy?
I just remember the Trolls 2, the World Tour 1, where Ozzy Osbourne
dude.
plays like a little dementia grandpa.
Aww. Oh.
Guys, hey guys, where's
R.I.P.
where's
Ozzy
the hiding
Osbourne.
hole? There it is.
And he just talks like, back on!
Oh, here comes Big Boy.
Big boy.
Bye, Big Boy.
I don't think the big boy likes me. He keeps locking me out of the goddamn house.
Oh fuck.
Oh,
You're gonna get
Getting freaky with him in here.
he went after somebody.
Just wait outside.
He's after me.
So just wait.
Just as you picked up a med
wait
kit.
outside.
My name is Moto. Yeah, the Moto.
Moto likes you.
I like them big. I like them chunky. Except they don't like me. Let me in the house. I'm so bored outside. Oh wait, the one of the doors.
Oh,
is
hey,
open.
big
I can
guy.
come in.
How you doing? Yeah? Okay, he's going. Oh no,
Goodbye,
okay.
bad idea.
Going outside. Okay, he went outside. Oh no.
So I don't have a med kit, so I am.
It's okay. I got you, baby. I'm right here.
Okay, thank you. I'm at the garage.
Mia, stop touching my toe with your paw. Don't meow at me.
Hi.
You know, let me do what she want.
She's a grown woman.
Yeah, don't yell at her.
I love the way you said she a grown woman.
A grown woman. Yeah, don't yell at her.
Oh,
Is he gone, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
lived.
he gone.
I know, you should check.
He stabbed me in the booty hole and then he left.
No, not the booty hole. That's the worst place to stab.
I've been shivved.
Yeah, now I can't sit.
I mean, it is already a hole, so how bad is it to stab?
Oh, hey, look.
It's
like
pretty bad
widening.
because it's much wider than it used to be.
Imagine like a paper cut.
Yeah. No. That's like worse.
Listen, if you have paper near that at all, you got other
Stop.
priorities in life.
Stop it. Now you gotta make me think about paper cup booty holes. You got booty holes. That's radio. God dang, I am just lost to high hell.
I don't know. I think he's gonna kiss up the other
Elaine,
house.
where are
Every
you?
great philosopher is always ridiculed.
Oh, I found the last sticky note thing. I know we don't need it, but I found it. And $100.
Ooh. I just saved $100.
I just saved $100 in car insurance by getting rid of my car, and also made $500.
Nice.
Made $2.
I've been researching. I am hoping to find a clue that might lead to I didn't whereabouts.
I made $2.
The more I learn, the more disturbing I become.
Hold still, there's ectoplasm.
Don't
I'm gonna
move.
take the other.
I can see some ectoplasm on you.
He broke a light bulb.
I'm gonna take the other
Hello.
light.
This shit look like the honeymoon
Okay, you
suite in
take
my
the
old
white.
grandpa's old tale.
Oh, you should have seen Grandma's house. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
She had a whole
You
section.
talking about me, ma?
Meemaw's weird. Meemaw did some shit, man. We had to
She
clean
is
it up. You
an
weren't there, but
eloquent
we had...
women, and I will
Oh, your
not
eyeballs.
appreciate this hate.
Meemaw was a
There's no more windows
sex
in the
fiend.
It's a little drafty.
I found the key to the master bedroom.
We'll go open it then.
Right here.
Or as
Is
I
he
like to
hunting?
call it, Meemaw's
No, I don't
house.
think so.
Oh, you want this door opened? I'll dilly-dally for a little bit longer.
Don't you dilly no dally right here, motherfucker.
Oh man, wow, I wish I would open the
Did someone take
basement.
a shit?
Where
I
hate
opened the
that. I
basement.
hate
What are
that.
you
Clean
on
up
about?
shit.
2 years.
No.
There's an
It's
ectoplasm here. I'm gonna clean it. No, clean it. No, clean it. There, clean it. There it goes.
That thing's about right.
There's more lore there, Sonny, if you want the lore.
The Lord.
Why?
Someone have a
To
vacuum?
learn about the mimic. I don't know about the
Is that the
mimic.
hand
Why
vacuum?
did they change FNAF? FNAF is FNAF.
I don't
The
have a
stress
plan
of
just,
living
like,
in
get to the
Whitmore
toilet.
House is taking a toll on our family. John and I argue more, and Emma's become withdrawn. We're all on edge, but I can't walk away from this. Yes, you can.
Emma, you
What
bitch.
in the white husband in a horror movie?
But listen. What if she don't have legs though?
Yo, you so right. How insensitive of you, Sonny. How insensitive.
I'm
You
gonna
know,
be
you got
Sonny
legs,
didn't
you can
know.
still do them splits, am I right?
He's here! Get in!
Anyway. And you found this.
What I call it?
Oh, my screen is stuck. There we go.
What I call it?
He outside. Look
You
like
caused
he
him to
outside.
hunt. He's hunting us now.
I don't care.
I don't care.
Shut up, Wendy.
Yeah.
Oh, bye.
Bye, Shims. Me too.
Looks like the Ghostbuster got busted on.
I'm not dead.
Ew.
No, that was Shims.
Unfortunate.
Ectoplasm all over.
Not the white husband.
Let's all collectively mute Indy.
Nah,
No.
I can mute you too.
He talking
Good.
about the plasms on the peoples. I like it.
Nice, you got ectoplasm. You shot ectoplasm on my face. It's in my eyes. It burns.
No, not the eyes.
Once.
Not the
You might get
eyes.
gonorrhea.
Oh, hey, look,
Did
it's he
not
crawling.
remain.
Is he
Just
still
smearing
hunting?
all the plasm everywhere, dude. Just, I don't know.
I hear him
just clean it.
stomping.
He's gonna touch me, guys. Please,
He's gonna
no.
plasm you.
No!
Looks like you're trying to do a push-up. You're bending your back. Get up,
Shem's
do it
dying a
again.
lot. Shem's, and maybe it's because Shems has the fattest ass of us all, really.
And Shem's then cleaned up.
Is he on?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just heard a bunch of doors open. I think we're good.
Hokey pokey.
I one time got my
I'm a
light
pity.
stuck under one of those things. I can't open the door till you open it.
I've got the last murder weapon.
I'm a little bit
Banish
green.
him.
Oh, I'm sorry, did you?
Wait, if I
I'm
break the
sorry.
window. Yeah, I could just throw
You
the
guys
trash
doing in there?
outside. Huh?
Hold on, I'm just fumbling with it a little. I
She's
got
using light signals.
I see you guys in there. There's ectoplasm
Oh,
on
hi.
cardboard, and for some reason I'm
Hello.
seeing in the
What's
cardboard.
up, Black?
scared me.
There's ectoplasm on the cardboard, and for some reason I have to clean the cardboard. Also, I realize if I just break the window, I can just throw the bags outside and then go pick them up
Yeah.
Why
outside.
didn't you just throw away the cardboard?
I don't know. Don't ask me. This is not my house.
Have you ever tried to clean the cardboard? You just get outside.
There's ectoplasm on this teddy bear.
Aww.
Oh
Not the teddy
no!
That's too far, man.
Not the
the
teddy bear.
teddy bear.
God damn. Maybe
Who
we
grabs
are
a
the
teddy
monsters.
bear like that too? He just went like, bah.
Right? It was like right in the
Maybe-
face.
Maybe we are the monsters because we keep breaking stuff in the house, you know?
No, that's just specifically me.
Here I go. Never any bird to first weapon. I thought it was a person coming out.
God damn. He was not him.
Go him like out of the closet.
Damn, that closet see-through.
I'm coming out of the closet, guys.
Congratulations.
That's nice,
I am. Oh.
Let
I
me
mean,
clean this.
I am plasma. That was way funnier than it should have been to me.
Oh, there we
See,
go. I got it.
You couldn't get these laughs if I was muted. I bring the flare. The spasm.
You sound like a tired Flare. I'm gonna be honest with you. Are you EP? Sound EP. You EP?
He's a working man. He's like the only person I know that actually.
You got soft hands, boy. I worked in
You
12-hour
now,
shifts in the
so-
24-hour shift mine.
It's okay, Shems. I defended you.
Jim's just got a job.
At
The
cheese
job is so
factory.
easy. Everybody was glazing me. I was making like rate on my first day.
Oh my
hey,
god.
toss that,
It
toss
felt
that down
really
here.
good. It felt really good. They were tickling my ego in a very good way.
That's
second, I
how
was
I
about
feel
to
about my
say pause.
roommate's job because like apparently like so my roommate's like he's like a maintenance guy for our apartment complex and he'll like the people that what are the like realtors, the people that try to sell you the apartment complex, whatever,
Real estate?
they got laptops and they were like, yo, how do I set this up? And they just had to log into it.
Dude, the amount of
Like-
IT shit that I gotta do to literally just turn it off and on.
Literally, he'll text me like while he's working and just complaining about the stupidest shit, and I'm like, why are they? Well, not that what he's complaining is stupid, is that they are stupid, and I'm just like,
Yeah, no, because like the amount of like people that are actually like computer illiterate is crazy.
yeah.
And it's like they refuse to learn it.
Yeah.
Hey,
At
Shems.
one, at my old job, there was a lady who worked part-time. There was a lot of us that worked part-time, but she didn't know how to use the computer systems like at all, and then when old and no one wanted to bother with it. So like she couldn't do any like insurance work or any kind of like stuff like that in the computer system besides look up somebody to see if their stuff was ready.
I gotta
That's
look up Google
crazy.
on Google to access Google.
Literally.
This is why I say the job economy is broken. Because like you give me that job, I'll be 10 times more efficient. You could pay me a little bit less. I prefer it if you didn't.
Oh,
pay
yeah.
me much. Just saying.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Trying to find out where stood the toilets.
Maybe there's a toilet.
This is a closet. Why is there a bedroom? There's no windows. Why? This is the closet.
Maybe it's like a bomb shelter room or something. You know?
No,
one
it's a
of the rooms
closet
that
with a
they-
bed.
That's one of the rooms that they make into a bedroom just to increase the price of the house.
But there's another one.
Mm.
Maybe it's a big ass family, damn. There was a lot of blood over the floor. You think just 2 people can make that much blood?
No.
Yeah, we were
I
doing
mean,
very
humans
violent
have a lot
anal
of
in the
those.
basement. It was very unpleasant.
That's crazy.
Without
Did
me?
you? No.
Indy always being left out.
I never get any of the fun.
Indy, you just gotta go in
Oh.
there. If your friends are having anal, you just gotta get in there.
You just gotta
Just
dive
gotta-
right in, man.
Yeah, you just gotta, head first sometimes. You just
Just
gotta.
gotta penetrate it. Stick a fist in first. Get a little stretched out.
Yeah,
Just
you
dive
gotta
right in, man.
inject yourself in the situation. You gotta penetrate yourself into the situation.
What's going on?
Absolutely.
Hi, Noble.
Hey, Noble. Hey, Noble. Hey, how's it going?
Hi.
Talking about anal all of a sudden.
I don't know what you guys are
Hey,
talking
buddy.
about.
Nah,
I
we're
wasn't
talking
sure.
about being assertive in the friend group.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Mooney
Indy was feeling
like,
left out of things. So I was telling him, sometimes you just gotta put yourself out there, or put yourself in there, I should say.
Hey,
Okay,
Not the
guys,
last
it was a
one
little
that
you can put
funny.
yourself in. What?
you just gotta be like,
Hey.
it is what it is.
Hey.
I hate Noble. You make the weirdest jokes as well. Don't even.
I've heard Noble make weird jokes, but not jokes like that.
That's valid.
I
He's a
got
bit
glitched.
more innuendo-y.
Don't hate
I
me
think,
'cause I'm
Yeah.
than me.
No one's hating because you're beautiful, baby. Don't worry.
Exactly.
Grab that plasma.
I'm trying to
Sorry,
find that last
you're like
goddamn. Oh, we already
so-
did the toilet.
You're like so counterproductive. You're just causing a mess by breaking all the fucking windows.
Listen,
maybe
that's
they
not
got
part of the
homeowners
contract, Yeah. it's
Yeah.
not
That wall is not the toilet. Why are you throwing the punch at?
Broke a window. This is a terrible cleaning job. I'm here to clean up after a ghost. Who says the ghost didn't do this, huh? I'm not a repair
Yeah.
person.
I found the
Hey,
last
this was
Possessed
a
by
house
the
of a
ghost.
cult. You don't think it was a sex cult?
Exactly.
Guys,
Guys, all we need is the trash bags now.
Oh,
No,
that
there's
was
still
one
one
there.
that
There's a man.
was it?
Oh, there it is.
Oh.
You got it.
Yeah, I got it. It was outside.
Indy, I'll clean up your ectoplasm.
Awesome.
Don't worry, I got you. I'm a master at this now. I'm breaking the windows! No!
You're breaking all my goddamn windows. I worked hard for that.
Leave it alone!
I painstakingly made each and every inch of them pane glasses.
A window that isn't broken.
There's
They were
glass
the original
everywhere!
stain from the 1900s. Yeah, 1998.
They shouldn't let me do this.
Where the
Guys, I'm lost in the house again.
Oh,
guys? Where the fuck is the front door?
Well, you're in the house, so you're not lost.
Yeah, but I don't
Okay,
want to be in the house. I want to be outside of the house.
Please.
Hey,
You
come
know
on,
the
this way.
front door?
It's this way.
I'm just doing my thing down here, just being very productive to the team.
The front door is,
Sure.
I would assume, toward the front of the house.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go.
It's
Good job. Good
a
job.
wild guess.
There we go, there we go, there we go.
You know what?
Okay,
You
now
can
we go
take
to
your
the
wild
couch.
guess, and you can shove it up my ass.
How about you tame
Got
that
him.
wild guess?
Didn't expect that one, did you, Shims?
Huh?
Okay.
Got
for
your
you.
ass.
It was a little funny and you missed it, but that's fine.
Yeah, I did.
Thank you.
Fine.
It's okay, we caught it. The important people caught
Yeah,
it.
thanks. Thanks.
I like that laugh.
Oh, someone important. Okay.
Wow!
To be fair, it'd break all of the windows. Exactly! I'm just doing what the ghost is doing.
Anyway.
If the ghost jumped off a bridge, would you do it?
Probably.
What?
Guys, we need two more. We need two more bones.
Fucking cool.
We also got two more bones to find, by the way.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay,
I've
yeah.
never seen a bone. I haven't seen a bone yet.
Alright.
I
Highlight.
found like 5 of them.
Alright. Time to do a deep search.
Man, we needed that.
Not no more. Do-do-do-do. Yeah.
Why are you looking for the toilets, anyways? You gotta do a dump a bag.
Yeah, toilet's all
I
done.
have no idea what he's getting.
Oh,
Toilets are done.
yeah. We did the toilets. We just gotta find the bag.
The bag and the bone.
Is there no
That's
accessibility
what I'm doing
setting?
every day. Am I right?
Hey.
Alright, there is.
I hate these houses. I hate how dark it is. I'm so fucking colorblind. I can't see shit when, like, that's outside of my flashlight range.
Maybe
that's the
turn all
point,
lights
though.
on.
Lane, I'm colorblind. Everything sucks.
That's okay.
Oh, there's a basement.
I just hear ships popping a gold one. Oh, I found a trash bag.
Oh, the last one,
An
huge.
day of ectoplasm.
Now we just gotta find the 2 bones.
Bones. I don't want to find the bones.
I got
a
excited because I
bone
thought I
in the
found a bone, but it was
pickle,
just a
yeah.
discarded fucking energy drink.
Oh, sorry. I was drinking one.
Drinking on the job.
Nothing to drink.
Drinking on the job.
Sex room is clear of bones, by the way.
Yeah, I don't think any spawn in there.
When I
You
wanna
missed
see a
one.
bone. Oh no. I don't
one in my
think I want the
pants.
bone anymore. I don't want it anymore. Well,
I found one.
It's the femur bone.
Nice.
Basement is
Smuggled it.
clear of bones? Question mark? I just did a whole run through and I didn't see any.
So you have no bones?
No bones. Actually, I split all of my bones in half, so I have double the amount of bones. It just hurt a little bit.
See, my workaround for that is that I shoot up before that. You missed a very important step there.
Alright!
Instructions unclear, dick stuck in toaster.
I saw a line of cocaine off the bone.
Why is your cocaine boned?
Where
Do you not like your
you?
cocaine boneless? Oh, my leg got stuck.
Doing an entire
That's
run
just
through.
chicken nuggets. That ain't wings.
Yeah, adult chicken nuggets.
You know, for having the perk that's supposed to, I feel like, make things light up when, even if you're not, like, directly looking at it, this shit sucks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was a bone. It's a paintbrush. It's just the head was sticking out the wrong way. Oh,
Stop that.
my breathing
sorry.
just became
A
all
window I
full.
haven't smashed yet.
Woo!
I found a couple
The urge
you
to
haven't.
take a gold PNG and put an energy drink in his hand is immense right now. Oh! That'd be a good idea.
Oh, I need to make. You know what's funny is I wanted to make a energy PNG because it's just all.
I'm
so that I can
randomly
hold it.
shaking.
Yeah.
I want to grab the goat PNG and just like shake him.
Squeeze him
You
like
know
a little
what?
squeeze toy.
Just like grab him by the neck.
There is a hold on. Remind me afterwards to send you this thing, or actually you can look it up. I think it's called Make Emoji or Make Emote,
Look it up.
and you can like upload the PNG, and then there's like a bunch of different email files it can turn into, and the shake one is that.
Are you talking about the Twitch emo animator one?
Yeah. Like the one I saw you use yesterday, because I used it to make 2 emotes. I made a jammy dance.
Yeah, I like a jammy dance.
Yeah, jammy dance, because I didn't want to make a dance emote myself, so I took my PNG and made a dance emote.
I know that for me the easiest way to make dance emo is just flip it back and forth. That's what I do for my maincoow crump dance one.
I just dance on the mic and hope people see it.
That's valid.
Uh-oh. Guys. Oh no.
What's up? Are you stuck?
Bro,
I was like
loud.
stuck outside the window.
Damn.
Indy, sniff out this next bone.
Yeah, sniff it. Sniff it. Sniff it.
Sniff it out,
South.
boner man.
South?
South of who?
Go down south, you'll find it.
Is this an
He
innuendo
said it's
for
in
my
his
pants?
downstairs.
Yeah, okay.
Oh my god, is it? Oh my god, is it an indie?
Getting closer.
Think of that.
Not there.
Have we checked up our asses, guys?
You know what, let me double check the basement myself.
call back
I
again to
went
me.
through the entire basement. If you find it down there, I'm gonna be so peeved.
I'm gonna be
I got-
so
I think I'm just
perturbed.
walking
Find
around
the basement
aimlessly at this
first.
point.
You've done it now, mister. You've peeved me off.
Fuck up.
When will you learn? That your actions have consequences.
Where is it? What? When did this room start existing? Where am I? Fuck am I? I've never seen this little like base in this little attic room like behind the stairs.
Oh yeah, the one
Have
like
we,
the
speaking of
unfinished
behind
wall
the
one.
stairs, have we checked behind the stairs?
I don't know. You check behind the stairs.
Hey,
Just
Ghost,
check
you know how you
behind it.
said that you checked all the basement?
I'm gonna be so pissed. Don't you dare find it. Let me go down there and look.
No. Pick it up before she
Dude,
can.
I hope
Pick
you
it up.
found it somewhere else and like just put it in the basement.
Where are you?
We can't pick it
Where?
up.
I'm not even in the basement.
Oh.
Damn, rage baited.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna stick
baited.
the plunger so far up your ass.
Rage-baited.
Rose the masturbator.
You know, I won't even complain about that.
Oh damn. Okay.
Pause.
A little gay.
Hey.
I got socks
Hey,
on.
hey, stop that. Stop that. That spooks me.
It's not the weekend yet.
The Weeknd. I love his music. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Bro can't act.
No.
What are you doing?
Oh, and then he's trying to like fucking dirty talk. I'm like, dude, stop, please, my ears.
You like that?
Fucking liked it. I was like, no, I don't. Please stop it. Please go away.
There's a picture of a cat on this table, and I think that's way more important than the bone.
I say, fuck this bone, and we leave.
But it's just one last bone.
That's
He's
just
like,
called a one-night stand.
Hey guys, can I get one last bone, please?
Hold
One
on.
last
behind
bone
you.
before I
Bones in
die.
chat. Bones in chat.
Bones in chat. He can't.
Bones in chat.
Bones in chat.
Bones in chat.
God, I can't believe it. I'm leaving. Have we checked outside?
His dirty talk.
For the most part, yeah, but I mean, we
Driving
can
this
keep, we
hard
can look around
desert.
again.
Bone, where are you?
His dirty talk was like making everyone drier than the Sahara Desert. Real! Siri, no one's talking to you.
Princess, where are you? You cannot, you cannot hide.
Oh god.
Hey, please.
No,
am
I
having
feel
a job.
weird because
It's called
maybe like
paranormal
I
cleanup.
like passed
It's very
it, but like
professional.
I don't know because I've never picked up a bone on this map.
You haven't?
No, I haven't found one yet.
No.
On the last map, I found like one missing persons poster, and I was like, cool.
If it helps, the bone looks like a bone.
Yeah,
Has a
that's,
little
that's
bit
what
of
I
blood
presumed.
on it.
Yeah, that's because it was in my ass, my bad.
Stop putting bones in your ass, man. We can get you on what the fuck
Only
is it
bone
called?
that should.
Grinder, man.
I'm on that.
Yeah?
I can help you. I can help you get set up. What is this? Battle until
I'm not
death.
a Republican
by
at one of
Roman
them rallies, so I'm not on Grindr.
That's valid.
Personally, I feel like we should just leave.
Yeah, I'm kind of over the bone.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, you're 100% done. Oh,
Yeah,
you need to do
exactly.
that,
That's what
okay.
it's like. Yeah. It's like, we don't really need the bone. It's just bonus, but we don't really need it.
Does it give you any achievements at all if you get it though?
Bonus.
You get an achievement.
Yeah.
I mean, we could come back another time, you know.
Yeah,
Maybe
exactly. We can
easier
play this
find
again.
something
Don't
else.
worry about it.
Yeah, let's leave. I've gotten lost so many
Renting
times,
already.
I wanna go.
I would love to not be lost.
Spit my water out almost that one.
Morning gold. You gave me a heart.
I love her little hamster so much.
I get your baby ham door.
And now I can take your little hamster look and I can make you the little chubby bonnet one.
Yippee! I can have a bonnet.
Maybe just grab one and squeeze go. His
Look
eyes
at
will
you.
pop out a little bit.
Oh goodness.
No, boggle like a rat does.
Mm.
Boggle like rodent do. What the fuck? Were you? Ew, Shams.
Look, he got all that going on back there. Might
No,
well
they're
use
not
it.
gonna give us new ones, right? We gotta keep reusing the same ones, yeah?
Well, you are a cleaning business.
We'll
Clean
make
it.
Shims write his name on it.
Guys,
I think he's already marked his name on that
Okay,
somehow.
I'll find my way out one day, guys. You just leave without
Are you on
me.
the first or second floor?
I'm on the
Big
first
titties.
floor, but the fucking house. Okay, wait. This spot, I know where I am from here, question mark.
Imagine being lost and not
I
outside
don't
waiting up
sound
the van.
convinced.
I'm gonna find the final bone
That's
now.
fair,
now
but
that
I've
now
also
that you
used
said that,
them
I am
last
not
time.
letting us leave.
Well, Ghost, I hate to break it to you, but I just went into the basement and guess what I found?
You're lying because I was just in the basement.
Please
Nuh-uh.
tell me you found it.
You're right
Click
fucking
it, do
here,
it,
you
do it, do
liar.
it, do it. If you're telling the truth, click it. Do it. Do it. You won't, coward.
Imagine.
You won't, plunger fucker.
He only
I
started
believe you,
doing that
boy.
because I started doing that to him.
You want you plunger fucker? I dare you say that to my face.
Stop it. Stop.
Let him
Got
do
a
what
little
he wants.
hole in your overalls now.
Easy access.
I like the draft.
You like the ground.
I like to draft. Hello, baby. Mwah.
I'm just doing one last check, guys. Where the fuck is this last bone?
It's in the basement, I'm telling you.
I think we're gonna actually jump off a cliff. I'm stealing all your fucking kills. You're not
How
stopping
come
me.
you in the
You
basement though?
actually got out of there in one piece. Thought I'd
Shut up,
send
man.
another crew in to scrape you off the walls.
Oh, you still get the 100% for it. Okay.
Yeah, the cleaning is the important part. The finding those things and like banishing the ghost are bonus.
Damn, a lot of fucking money.
Yeah.
Who kissing the mic?
I'm kissing my baby.
Mm.
Why, you want me to kiss you?
Yeah.
Okay. Give everybody kisses. There is a channel point redeemed that's from Kiss from a Mermaid.
How much is that one?
I don't think I made
Why
it
are
too
you
expensive.
marketing after that?
It's free. You just gotta be chilling in my chat. Oh, it's 1,000.
Give it. Give it.
Mwah.
Yay!
Yippee!
Yippee!
See, I've only played this
I
once. and
had
didn't
it
go well.
exactly
Oh,
like
no.
1,700 points, so I was like, yay.
That's what earlier I was in the stream. It's a streaming duo. It's a spouse and a husband. Their name is Lunaris and Gemini. And so like Gemini will do art and Lunaris will do like video games. And I had just enough channel points to redeem him talking like Kermit the Frog for 3 minutes before I left. I was like, here you go, I'm gonna give you this as a bye.
I untrimmed us, guys. Untrimp yourself.
Unshrimp!
Okay.
Ugh. I need to get a back cracking, like bone cracking sound effect for that when people redeem it.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Just like break some pasta in the mic.
Oh.
I've
I
had
don't wanna
pasta
go
on
do
hand
that.
all the time.
Increase the power of
You don't?
energy drinks.
Nope. I have 2k of the little mermaid points, the pearls.
Mother of pearl.
Oh.
And now that I finished my singing emo, I'm gonna have that as the 100,000 like redeem. That's like I can sing for like 3 to 5 minutes of just talking, singing. You know, it's like I'm just singing what I'm saying.
No, I don't have enough money for it.
No, it's
Your money.
I wanted the body light, but I cannot have it.
I have the body light. Ghost, maybe you should get the body light.
The what?
There's a
The
body
body
light like thing you can get.
Floodlight?
It's floodlight. It's on the right side. There's floodlight, and the arm for that is body light.
I got them both.
There you go.
Oh wait, what was that one that I just got rid of? I don't know, whatever.
Oh shit, how the fuck you get up there, Batman? Why you putting dicks in chat? Why you doing that?
What?
Who is chat?
You did what?
The game chat. The game
Who
chat.
is
Shem's
chat?
put dick in game
Oh.
chat.
Oh,
He did what?
hydrate,
He's
hydrate,
Hydrate time? Okay.
hydrate time. I'm gonna hydrate with the
Y'all's
soda.
van is so fucking sketchy.
What's wrong with the van? It's blue.
It's literally spray painted black.
Hmm?
Oh, like the back windows and shit.
Ours is blue. It's blue.
That looks black.
It's blue.
I
It's
feel
just
like my
dirty at the
alert-
bottom, but it's blue.
I have 2 alert boxes. Oops. There we go.
Oh my god, my neck.
My neck,
bag.
my back, my pussy, and my crack.
I did as well.
I heard you say that the other day, and my head was like, what? Her?
Hey, no. Stop it. Just calm down.
It's like, did I just hear my wife say pussy?
My pussy and my crack. Do we want to do another one?
I only like that word when it's funny for the bit, but I hate it any other.
That's valid. I usually say pussy. Pussy.
Pussy?
Pussy.
The pussy? The pussy?
The pussy? The pussy? But like in other contexts, I'm like, no, rip my ears out of my head, please.
Oh, lovely pussy. Oh, pussy, my love.
Stop it. Stop it. I'll put a puncher up your
Dab
ass.
it.
Unsanded even.
Damn. Sodomize. Sodomization. You'll get
Sodomization.
sodomized. My cat finally decided he wanted to hang out in my layup. You guys having a date up there?
What? I was off screen.
I was taking a nap.
You
What are you
guys
saying?
having
Are
a
you tired?
That sounds like a good excuse.
You can sleep. You can sleep.
I think you're having a date.
Have a date.
Just watching all that thing jiggle.
Kissing out there. Oh, now look at that. Yeah, now they're romantically looking in each other's eyes. Oh, well, now they're not. But they were. They were.
The 32 pixel eyes.
Like, don't be suspicious.
Not 32 pixel line.
6 feet apart because they're not gay. Quick, give him an energy drink.
I need a white monster right now.
I got the regular monster in my fridge. No.
Looks like he's about to throw it back when he crouches.
It's phasmophobia physics.
He's having fun.
Radio, please. I think that was my last
should-
match of this.
Okay.
I broke it.
Radio.
I don't even know who's who. I don't even know what. I don't know which is.
Give it.
Oh, here you
Okay,
go.
that's Elaine.
Sorry, I didn't mean to throw it. I meant to drop it.
What the fuck?
I meant to throw it. Oh fuck! What the fuck? You can't.
Quit throwing shit in my house.
You gotta like. Wha!
Yeah,
Oh. Okay.
You gotta
okay,
click
okay.
to throw it.
Shut up, Luigi overall looking ass.
I lost it. Ah! You can take the pillows too.
How you grabbing it without moving your hands?
Bad telekinesis.
Yeah, we're special. We've been around
Get up
ghosts, so
on
we have
there.
telekinesis.
Get on
Yeah, all
there.
y'all can do is clean
Yeah.
ectoplasm.
Oh, it didn't work.
Wasted potato.
Oh, what?
Mother-
Get up there.
Get up off of that man. And shake it for you.
Oh, wait, everybody get on it. I'm kind of curious if it works with everybody on it.
Everybody get on it, huh?
A little more for real,
Yeah.
just a teeny
Jump
bit.
on it. Jump on it. Jump on it. Whoa.
Oh.
It flung me. It flung me.
Go turn around. Go turn around. I'm on. It flew me all the way over here.
What?
Guys, so
Oh,
you
never
guys want to do peek
What?
next? Whoa!
I found out that I have
Guys
to
wanna
jerk my
guys
camera
wanna
up
do peek
really
next
hard.
week?
What's that?
Guys want to play peek next week?
Yeah, I want to play Peak next
Yeah.
week.
Oh, get on the couch cushions. You can do it with those too.
You're gonna
I say
jerk
let's
really
play-
hard on the couch cushions? Careful, that might hurt.
Hey yo.
Go set it.
Get on this one, Lane. You gotta jump.
Okay.
Yeah, jump on it.
I jump on it. I bounce
Oh,
on it.
does it not work?
No, it don't
It's
work.
only the radio that it works on, I guess.
Damn.
You must bounce on it.
We watched that movie, by the way. Underwhelming.
It's
Movie?
an interesting movie. Nosferatu.
It's interesting. Yeah, I was into it the first half, and then the last half, I'm like, oh.
Yeah, I was like, what the
yeah,
fuck
yeah,
is this
yeah,
movie?
Yeah, literally.
Ran like a bitch. No aerodynamic.
No aerodynamic.
No aerodynamic.
Thank you guys for letting me hang out with you guys. I am excited.
No,
if
thank you
all
for letting
will
me have
play
that we
Peak
go.
next week.
Yes, yes.
What day next week?
Me
Wednesday.
the whole game library.
Wednesday.
Okay, good. Same time,
Wednesday,
same
good.
place, different
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
Different game.
Same
if I wanna
time,
be in a
same
different
place.
Yeah, we could be. I mean, it's not impossible. Not
Okay.
impossible.
Yeah.
I'll be playing Mountain Climbing Simulator while you guys are playing Peak. Different place.
I'll be
yeah,
playing
yeah,
Get Over It.
Yeah, I was gonna say like get over it, like that one. That one hard.
Oh my god,
though.
getting over it is such a great hard game.
Alright, I'm gonna
like
pop out
that.
of here
I hate
because I got
myself
some
enough, I'd
work
rather
to
not play that.
do. Thank you for
Okay.
having me. Goodbye.
Bye. We love you. Love you.
Alrighty, that was fun. I had a lot of fun. I was a lot braver because I was hanging out with people. I feel like I would have been much more of a pussy had I not been with friends. I though need to go use the restroom and do a little stretchy breaky. So I will be right back. I'm gonna go get like a snack and get myself some stretches. I will give you guys some music and I'll be right back. I'm back. Oh, let me give you back that bonk. Hi, V. Hi. Let me give you back that bonk and let me blur this really quick. I'm leaving. Complete all. Okay. No, I put my blankie on the floor. Oh well. Alrighty. I gotta submit some stuff for a thing. Optimize render stills of the final asset. Okay. Do that. This guy. Oh, not you. Do this. Feeling icky? Oh no, why are you feeling icky? What's the matter? What's the matter? How are you feeling icky poo poo? Beta mat, normal mat, roughness, metallic, cut out, fog, fever and pain. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're not feeling good. I hope that you could feel better soon. This is not what I wanted. My brain hurts. Art resources. HDR skies, Maya settings, patterns, Photoshop resources. What am I doing? HDR skies. This one. My tummy hurts for some reason. Have you been drinking enough water? I'm not. No, it's not very good. Are you drinking enough water? Like actually? Hopefully. Can't really tell. Well, drink like a bit of water, like a big gulp of water. I'll drink some with you, and then it might make you feel better because it's not a slow thing. I surfaced and glow, which sucked. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, like me drinking that water right now. Feeling a little bit better. Show you guys. Where's this camera? No. Go back faces. Go back faces. I really think this should be safe frame perspective orthographic. Yeah, it's coming out. It's dead. Did no harm. Never did no harm. -90. Camera. Zoom this out a little bit. So the dress has a little bit more room. Ray tracing does give it more depth. There you go. Yeah, I like that. And then let's do delete this one, this one, this one, this one. this render. Oh shit, I did it in the wrong camera. Cool. Alright, and then what else do I need? I'll give them the textures just in case. Oops. Let's see, the rig, rendered stills, a short video, turntable animated, demonstrating the information. Okay, that means I gotta reopen Maya and the Roblox profile. Okay, cool. Signature should be this one. Not that one, this one. And go to this one. This. Video. Nope, wrong folder. Screen recordings. Images. Save. Okay, so that's good. And I'm gonna do skinned, weighted, textured. I hungry. What you hungry for? What food you want? What you want? Want a snacky or you want a full meal? Game ready asset. Was a red dress made out of lace, as well as implemented it into the No, I didn't eat much for dinner because I was too focused on my murderous headaches. Understandable. Ooh, your mom has food prepared? I'm not overeating. I don't imagine you to be overeating. 8. If I do plan to go to sleep within the next 30 minutes, that's valid. That's valid, especially if you're EP. I won't wake up till 10 a.m. That's a very planned day. A very planned day going on. So do I eat or no? Eat. If you are hungry, eat. That's about 12 hours. That's a good amount to eat. That sounds like a good amount to eat to me. You know, I like sleeping for 12 hours. If I don't stay up late by accident, that's usually how long I sleep. Go to bed at 12, wake up at like 11. My mom said I shouldn't eat within 4 hours. Eat. That's, I guess, valid, because then you lay down and it could give you acid reflux. But if you're hungry, you fucking eat. That's the best way to take care of yourself. Income videos are just done for free. Generally time needed for digestion. That's valid, but on God, if you're hungry, you'll be fine. Like, you're going to be fine. So if you're hungry, eat. You know? Is that what we do? I doubt it. I'll tell you all about it. Kind of forgot what I was doing at this point. Just don't gorge yourself and you'll be fine. Yeah, exactly. Alright, there you go. I have one more video to edit, and then I kind of want to oh my god, I can't type. Tell you all about it. My comments I gotta comment on this guy. Who are they? Nope. Oh. Okay. I forgot what clip I'm doing. Files, same product as 11. It's on my wrap. And I got a wrap. Okay. Emote. Food isn't done? Oh no. You could get yourself a snack. one of those overnight self-cooking ones. Ah, I mean, you could get yourself a snack, like some fruit. Fruit never hurts. I forgot what I was doing, I'm gonna be honest. Okay. Video editing. Oh, I need to change the thing I'm doing. I didn't pull my pants. I don't know if I have fruit. Okay, then have a normal snack then. 11, 12, my bad. Oh, this is like a really short one. I think I should just stick with it. Even though it's short, I think I should stick with it. I think this one was clipped by Kiwi. Yes, it was. Also check the status of my VGen stuff. Oops. I didn't wait long enough. Okay, I'm still waiting. Cool. Oops. Put this here. It reminds us graciously inform me that we have the peach. We have a peach. Reading is hard, but nice. I'm glad. I am glad. 5. Alright, so I like zoom this in a lot. God, I don't feel like doing this right now, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I don't know what I'm doing. I do like this, but I want to move it a bit more. Oops, I thought these were linked. Ah, yes, filling. You feel better now? Now that you got to have a peach? I hope so. Trying to think. Maybe if we do this. Do that. Wait. And then rotate it, and then do it like this. Yeah, it was perfectly right, which means perfectly mushy. Nice! Zoom it out just a little bit. I don't know, I'm just not really feeling it, chat. I'm not really feeling this one. I think it's because it's so short, but it's okay. Great. This will just be a low effort one, I think. Hi, Gore. Ooh, perfect. You're here. I can make you a slug. You have reminded me I make you slug. Okay. Goblin noises. Noises. Laughing. There we go. This one I thought. Goblin. Intelligence. Okay. And now all we do is base steering. The empty track save. Oh, I need that. And then I scoot him down here. Yeah, that's good enough. Okay. That's the first time I've put so little effort, I feel like, into a TikTok, but meh. Meh. Okay. Know what time it is? What movie should we watch this weekend? Let me look at the list of movies we got. What Minecoow Fury? Tonight. Watch that one. Stargate, Ninja Turtles. We could watch the first Happy Gilmore movie, and then we could watch the next one. Movie membership. Saturday at 2 p.m. Confirm. Alright, and then it'll be Saturday, August 2nd at 2 p.m. And then Happy Gilmore. I feel like I'm forgetting. Oh wait, Slug. Right, that's right. Recent. Slug. Let's make Gora Slug. Mowo. Adding Gore. There's Mowo VT. I just call him Moira Slug. Okay, you gonna be this one? And then you don't have any of these. But I am gonna have these be here. Yes. Little eyebrows. Which means these should be this color. And then your eyes are this color. Slugs, I haven't given other slugs ears, right? That's not how that works. Stream. Nope. No, but I give them like an accessory, I feel like. Yeah. I think I can give you your jacket, honestly. Guys, so cute. I'm making you as a slug. Is this line 20? I think it is. And then I'll do it like this. There you go. And then go with this color. I think this needs to go here, and I do another one here. Oh, not that guy. This guy. And then I'll do like a something like that. What is this guy do? It's like a little blanket. I like a blanket, if I'm honest. got like a little, you got a little slug blankie going on. I want it to look a little bit more like a hood, I feel like, though. Have mercy come, wash away. Hold on, don't place myself. Come, place myself. Oof. How else? Oh, I make the eyebrows brown, actually. Brown. Make your eyebrows. Or, well, no, I think black looks better. It was, like, more cohesive. I kinda wanna give you things. Oops. Make the insides yellow. No, no, no. No, no, no. I think this one should be in the back. Should be the other way. I want to make this a darker version of this. Little teepees. I think a little two teepees is probably better. Yeah. And go. How gore is this slug? Two is definitely better. I think so too. And go. You are a slug now. Certified slug, part of the slug gang. Welcome to the slug gang. I'll send it to you. I'm glad you like it. Slug, 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 slug. Slug. Save. Yeah, I should honestly be adding. Wait, I think I forgot this part. My bad. I did. There we go. Yep. Here is your slug. And now I have to add people to the slug stack, honestly. Oop, not that. Goes over here. I kind of want to redo this. Okay. Another day. Right. So it goes me. Like in order of like how I think I made them. Pixel slug. Need everyone else but me and me. So let's move up so I can see. And then pixel slug. And then Boffy slug. And then I think Sachiko slug. And then it was Gore slug. This is Wrong person. Or slug. Or Guromi slug. My bad. And then it was, I think, Sucky Bubble slug. And then Beezy slug. I didn't. Nope. One day I was feeling kind of sad, and then I was like, I want to be a slug. And then I made everybody slugs. And now whenever I just want to give back to somebody I care about, I make them into a slug. So now we have a slug stack. I was thinking about doing like a stream where I sell these slugs. So I'll draw you a slug for like $3. $3 slug. Or gotta go on top. Or slug gotta go on top. You are the newest member. I realized I didn't change. Okay, well now that's gonna bug me. Okay, hold on, I gotta fix that now. Okay, where is Gore Slug? Gore Slug and Beezy Slug I have to fix. Yeah. Yep. Yep, okay. Hold on, I had to fix your slug because I realized the line art does change. Now it's gonna bug me until I fix it. Change my... There you go. It's a back antenna. The mouth changed though? The mouth does change, it's like the same color. Should make it a little bit darker. Whisker, antenna body. There we go, and then... Oh, there you go. And that means this should get this treatment. And this one should get this treatment. There you go. Okay, let me send it to you again. My bad. I like it with the colored line art. There you go, now you have two slugs. Let me fix Beezy's too. This is gonna bother me. Hell yeah, 2 slug. 2 slug better than 1 slug. Honestly, should have based it off the darker color, but that's okay. No, it's not okay. Darker. There you go. There we go. Beezy slug is fixed now. Yep. Okay, now everybody's slug should be good now. Which means that I gotta re-import BZ and Gore slug. BZ slug go here. BZ slug go here. And then Gore slug go on top. That's super easy. Go on top. I'll bring it down some bit. Make sure everyone's aligned. Or should I align it to the center? Oh, it's the same. Okay. Yay! Slug stack. Oh. I want to make people hamsters. Kind of. I kind of want to roll a die 50-50. Do I edit a video first, or do I just make hamster? I need to roll a dice. Good night, baby. Good night. Good night, V. Hello, Andrea. Hi, how are you doing? I'm rolling a die to see if I should video edit or make people into hamsters. Oh, I didn't say it. Okay, Even as hamsters, odd is video, but I feel like I want to do that video if I'm honest. It was odd. I forgot what I said, so I guess I'm doing it. I'm EP, how about you? I am EP as well. Kind of fog-brained right now, to be honest. My brain feels foggy. Oh my god, my brain. My brain. I feel like I'm like forgetting things, but it's okay. Do that, finish some art. Yep, okay. Da Vinci. Oh, this is the wrong one. I was like, what the fuck? This one's already done. What the fuck? When did I do it? And it's the wrong one. I got so excited. I was so happy for a second. I thought I finished it. Fuck. Okay, this happens here. And then... I think I might have to split this clip. Clips. Oh, wait, what the fuck? And this goes here, and then we can bring this down, and paste it, and bring it back in. I forgot you can do vertical times. You can now in DaVinci 20. In DaVinci 20, you can't. You can't in DaVinci Resolve 19. Yeah. Because I do most of my content vertically, I just thought it might be better to keep it vertical for me. But I'm still kind of feeling it out if I'm honest. I want to center this, but it's actually not centered on the screen. I'm actually wrong. This should be at the bottom. It should be at the bottom. It should be the bottom half. This isn't for something. Oh, the art things I want to hold on. Fix up hamster. And then, fuck, comms. Hang on. Okay. And then this one can be zoomed in on them. Bring it down. Oh, wait, what? Oh, man. Apply. Oh. Eclipse. You think with how much I work in DaVinci, you'd think I'd use the hotkey, but I don't. I saw like a person on TikTok talk about like how they use their Stream Deck for it, but I just like clicking in menus. Okay, cool. And this one goes at the end. And then I replace selected clip. That's valid. Yeah, I don't know. I just like clicking through the menus. I think it's because, like, also sometimes I might see something new, and then like, because I click through the menus, I'm like, oh, there's a new thing. I forgot who's who, but I'm pretty sure it's this person, and then clip operations, replace clip, this person. But I could be wrong, so let me go check the script. V stars. So then I don't have to do this tomorrow, and tomorrow I can just do art after. Oh, it doesn't say them, so it doesn't matter. Okay, cool. Editing video really quick, and then I do. It can be a little warmer in my office. It doesn't have to be 72. It can be 74. Okay, 75 is fine. Okay, 75. There we go. My cat's underneath my cat. Hi, Moira. After playing around that color palette the other week, I'm saving up for one now. Yes! You're gonna have to post pics when you get it. You're gonna have to post pics when you get it. It looks fucking shit. Third party one, because the Resolve one is so expensive. That's, I mean, that's valid. And then you can get comfortable with the third party one. And then, like, you know, it'll end up paying for itself if, like, you know, you get to do a lot of that kind of work. And then you'll be fine. And you'll be fine. Alright. My brain is like thinking but has nothing in it at the same time. Okay, so I had the B-roll. What did I say here? Video editing. Jeez, my brain is so sluggish today. It made me sad. Oh, there's another one? I have another one? Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, I could do the 3-tier thing where I do it like the add track. I could do it like this. Bring this out. Nope. Oops. So now it would be. But I forgot to do the thing. Like, apply link clips. Can I take this and put it? I can. Hog. So now it should be. I actually kind of want to scoot this actually a little bit. It's not like really in the middle. Cancel what? No, stop. No. Ah. I'm gonna change my hair. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop. Wrong one. This one, this one, this one. Okay, we're good now. I don't know why. I just kind of like this hairstyle. I think it's cute. I think it's cute. Cool. And then I want to do like a central one here. And then the cropping is what? V stars. I can't type. V stars. 78, 826. 78. 413. There you go. Oh, that's cool that you. Yeah, I can. Me and BZ talked about a way to like separate my hair so that way. That way I can like. I can mix it up. Yeah. I honestly, hold on, I gotta do something. Cause I keep clicking the button and I'm not supposed to show it yet. New folder. Set from icon. Secret. Oh man, that's like so big. Or I could do shh. I'll do shh. There you go. You gotta go in there. You gotta go, dude. So I can't keep clicking you by accident. These are secret. And I accidentally click them all the time. And it makes the reveal of them later less cool if you already know what I'm doing. Beep. Okay. Do I have any other ones? Prompt. Not really. Okay. Okay. Another cool thing, Gore, is I have a full arm. A lot of VTubers angle from like the elbow, but BZ made it so it's like my whole arm is moving, and I like it a lot. Yeah. Yeah, I got it recently. BZ finished it recently. I don't want to talk about it. BZ's so goated. I'm sad that she's sick, though. I hope she gets better soon. You know better. Please don't make this. Yeah. Wonder what she caught. Like, what it is that they caught that made them this sick. I'm gonna... Okay. Now I have to add a track because I decided to do the last track first. Okay. What did I talk? Oh, medical stuff. Talked about medical stuff. Let's do this one. Link clips. Apply, retain. Let's do... I might change this to 150. I like this end piece, I think. Nope. Redo. Let's do this one, but like do it here. Is that like 2 seconds? 1, 2. That's a little over 2 seconds. Luckily, it's pony versus pig. Okay. I have been given approval by one member of the council to allow me to do this. Yoink! Which means I want my pigtails back. Oop. And now I'm in like a little worky mode. Okay. My head is like not turning the way it should though. Is it because of my iPhone? Maybe. This one. Oh, that is way more medical than the other one that I just did. God damn it. Soft. Lean in. Oh, that's not gonna work. Let's do it here. Please. Okay. Now it goes. The model's pretty. I like the eyes. What's next? This one, I think. Apply, retain. Trying to see. Okay, so it's like all the same, but different. Okay. Let's bring this up. Zoom in on them a bit more, I think would be good. Alright. I'm not gonna lie, now that I have like my forehead out, I kind of feel like I'm bald because I see so much of my skin. I keep looking over thinking that I'm bald. I'm not bald. Right now, at least. Also, why is my thing not working? Hello? Hello? I'm like rotated. Thank you for the wellness check. I need to drink more water. Thank you. Okay, and then we can do... What else is cozy? Wait, what did I say? I think I'll do this one. But everything I like that paper bag man. The paper bag man's pretty cool. Change the way that you see yourself. They're like in the middle of the screen for this one. What the fuck? I didn't realize. But my head was underwater. Okay. This one. This one. So honestly, we could just take the beginning. Oops. And like half this. Half it there. No! No! One more. We have two of these ones. Oh, we didn't do this one yet, though. So let's scoot. This one. This one. This one. Apply. I don't like it when my like ceiling fan makes this like tapping noise. It's weird. Same but different. Okay, cool. Stretch. Okay. Dub. Okay, that doesn't work like that. Why did you scoot? Why did you get scooted? Oh, because you kind of scoot in the video. Okay, cool. Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, cool. Delete empty tracks. Add track mono. So we still need the music. These tiny. These can be tiny now. I gotta get music. And then I gotta edit the TTRPG bookie. I gotta get that all formatted. Not all of it, but I at least want to do some of it. I just met you. I have the string in my hand. And I'm trying to untie it because I want to use it to tie my blankie like a cape. No, what have I done? What is happening? How did I do this? Okay, I fixed it. We found something. Nope, no I didn't. I lied, I didn't fix it. Okay. Maybe I won't. Feel like a pretty little maid. Wow, your mouse looks so cute with the hair tie. Thank you. It's my little worky mode. I was considering holding it off until I debuted, but it's okay because we have like 2 other hairstyles that we're saving up, so that we're saving. There we go. There we go. Can you let you go? Copyright for music. This one. Let's see, nature. I think do I have my headset on now? No, it's just like uncomfy. I think I need to change the cuff. How are you, Elaine? I'm good. How are you? How are you doing, Zenon? I'm gonna do something more like lo-fi, I guess. Ooh, this one. But this one will be good. Oh, I gotta refresh it already. No, we're gonna do this one. Oh shit, it's Toontank. Fuck yeah. Love Toontank. I'm alright, work is stressful. I'm sorry. Are you at work right now? I'm sorry if it's stressful. Drop by, lurk, jam, and chill. I'm glad. I'm sorry that it's stressful right now. I hope that, you know, maybe it lightens up a little bit and you can just kind of work with your brain off and go home and relax. Oops. Thought I could have, but I did not. Something sweet. I can't work with my brain off. Skill issue. Try it, it's fun. Try it, it's fun. Unfortunate truth of being a software engineer. Oh, okay, that's valid. That's all you do is use your brain then, honestly, that's fair. That's fair. I use only a little bit of my brain. Only a tiny bit of my brain. When I would jump off of this ledge, on baby. Track down. I'll be like this, and like this. Save, zoom in. I'm good at piloting bodies. Please let me, please. Nothing. If you get anxiety around anything medical care, let me introduce you to this lovely poltergeist patient advocate, cynosis, or Psy for short. Whether you're working up the courage to call your provider or waiting forever in the lobby, they have just the right kind of cozy that will help you wash all your worries away. Nothing. Nothing can stop this hauntingly adorable person. Is it personality? Yeah, personality. From chasing their dreams. Except maybe hostile architecture. This facility in HTTQ is friendly. Community has enriching activities for every patient, like art, ASMR, and Japanese practice. I hope there's enough time for snacks. Make sure to check out their socials for their ah, sorry. Awesome artists who help. Cool. And then I want to go to the bottom. Go here. I'm gonna bring this down a little bit. That's -12. Be apply. -12. I gotta put that in here because I haven't done that yet. -12. Zoom. I kind of want to do 0.45. I think it's a little big. 0.45. Yeah, I think that's more approachable. Apply. 0.45. Save. Oh, this is the thing I wanted to fix. Okay. Oops, this top half. Top. There you go. Okay, cool. I kind of want to like. Oh. Yeah, lurking coffee. Have good coffee. We love you. Thank you for stopping by. There. Save. Okay. Cool. We finished that boy up. Editing is all done for this week. This means we can put this guy over here and we can put him in render. Save. It goes after this video. We just need to render them all. Oops. Change cover to this one. Save. Put it on the top. 4. We need 5. 4 goes back down here. Oh my god, you not having glasses threw me off so much. You want me to put them on? You want me to put them on? I can put them on. Put them on for you if you want. Pop. I think it's the forehead. I think it's the forehead. Is it not the forehead? I think it's the forehead. I feel like it's the forehead more than anything else. My head is still not turning. I'm like, oh. That kind of helps. No. I just thought we rated out. What do you mean? What do you mean? 35. What do you mean, Vexed? What do you mean? I don't look that different. I'm still here. Gosh, trying to get rid of me already? Damn. I thought you weren't you. What do you mean? Nah. What do you mean? What do you mean I didn't look like me? You nerdabaloo? I thought my glasses, but I normally don't wear my glasses. Are you sure it's not the bangs? Are you sure it's not the bangs? Are you sure it's not the bangs? Oh, they're long. Hold on. I feel like it's the bangs, not the glasses. I'm blind as shit. But yeah, you could be blind as shit. No, without my. Oh! Wait. 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 I feel juked because you were talking about my glasses and now you're talking about your glasses and now I'm confused. Son of a bitch. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. I don't know anymore. Where's the art? No, 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 no. You need the image. I need an image, not this one. So by Saba book cover? Oh. It's not my fault. That's good. What are you looking for? I'm looking for this image. This one. Oh, I don't have my mouse. What the fuck? Prop mouse. This one. This one. Because right now it's this one. Everybody's fine. Okay, I'll get it. That's fine, I can get it. Oh, that's not. Just give me a second. I save it. It takes a second to save. Enshrined. Playtest. Oh, back. Save. It's not where this image is supposed to be, but that's fine. In resources. There we go. This shouldn't be here. This should be in here. Okay. Yeah, let me know if you can't find anything of them. I'll try to get them within the realms of Google. We have been uploading our fights, but I think I missed a few ones. Actually, I'll let you know. Oh. Oh. There we go. Save. Delete these. I don't know what that is. Okay. Is this wrong? It's not wrong though. And then background. Take this guy. Pop. Should you simulate the trail as well? There we go. Cliffside. We'll do space cliff. Dash. Center point. Cool. And then I just gotta make sure the general. Yep. Okay. And then this one. Turn this off again. Yeah. There we go. Oh, what time is it? 8:45. Adventure summary. You say it, darling. This is like an antidote. And I can run. Yeah, on the road. You like I do right now. Do right now. Okay, cool. This guy, and then running the adventure. This one all looks the same. Type. This is an error. Which we'll add in later. I do want to scoot this down just a little bit though. There you go. Save. Ascendant needs to learn spelling. Organizer. All I do is make me. Okay, and then we do the ascendant personally. So go back up. So the ascendant is all in one spot. Okay, this one seems like it's the same. Ascendant, role playing as ascendant. No shoot. Shoot. Control I. We turn the placeholder off. Oh damn, this is a lot more than what was here before. Cool. Yeah, I'll double then. Learn. Cool. Like I do right now. There's no other parentheses, so I think the formatting on that is all good. Send it location. Multi-visual marker on the map. Ooh, this art is different. Ooh. Ooh. It's like same, but different. Is it the same? Oh, I didn't do that page yet. Okay. Okay. What? This is weird. Oh, I see. Ascendant. Wait. Ascendant. Pixels, is it ascendant or ascendant? Is it an E or an A? Because it looks like we're kind of split down the middle. E? Okay. Damn it. Replace ascendant with ascendant. Okay. The ascendant. I'm just gonna copy this again. Okay. I'm just gonna find ascendant. Okay, you guys already changed it? Okay. I want the E. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Learn. Okay, so exploring, the descendants. Okay, cool. The description here. marker. You will either pick one of the 3 locations or something. Yep. Will come in the form of, and then enter delete. This is numbered. Where are you, my boy? There you are. Lord, when I get to heaven, please let me bring a man. Because tell me that you love me. And tell me if you can. Oh, please. Oh, please. This is an error. This needs a period. This needs to be italicized. This needs to be italicized. And this needs to be italicized. You used to love me when no, I just want Travelers I obtained. I don't know why the Traveler Eye is highlighted, but the rest of them aren't, so I wouldn't do that. So, entering the valley. This is a top image. Okay. Entering the valley. I do. Yeah, different, but same. Without you. Oop. Hey, I'm missing you. My eye itches. Hold me back to cry. You are gone. Save this one. And then I'm actually presuming that we want this one. Let's go this one. This one. Paste. There we go. But then I want to line it up with. The heck? Give. Missing you, I'm missing you. Go away. I don't understand. Okay. Go back up then. Wait, no, this did make sense. What? Am I stupid? I think I might be a little bit, guys. Just a little bit. There you go. There we go. Jesus. Lay me down tonight. By your side. let's turn this guy off. Keep this guy. Backspace that. Okay, cool. And this guy. The note. Is this the new note? It is the new note. Okay. Let's remove all the other ones. Take this guy, put that there. And then we're gonna turn this one off. Okay. On the edge of night, what they say, and I don't know why. The noise out the window. There we go. There we go. This will get cut off. Line. What? What thing? No, turn back. Opening, turn back. Bold italicized. Need another note. Hurt too many things I did. Hurt too many times. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Right. If I do that, it also stretches this, so I have to move this out of here. Do box location. Shrink it up a bit. The background back in there. Turn that back on. Underneath the curves though. There we go. And now we need the margins again. I got the one with this. Then we need the large spacer here. A lot of questions that I don't know the answers to. It feels like you need a figure. Boop, 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 boop. Ooh, that's like just on the end. Nice. I don't know if I'm doing it wrong. Now I need one of these pages. Where's my template page? Where's my template page? Chapter text 1, it is page 9. Page 7 now. Page 6. Duplicate. This one. Page 6. Page 5. Turn this off. Page 6. Turn off. Remove this. Turn all this off. Don't need chapter text. Alright. I'm doing it. Copy paste. Gonna turn this off. Gonna take these off. How did I do that in previous pages? Yeah, the chapter only goes up that far. So it's on the 3rd line. This needs to start on the 3rd line right here. Okay. Then tiny margin. Tiny margin, and then I need note. I'll do another one like this. Just dance. Just center it. There you go. Do do. Friends that you made. All the ones you love them. Turn your minutes into moments. There to give away your home. Alright, let me take this guy. This guy. Take the small spacer. This guy, turn this guy. Another. I'm just gonna grab a note because I feel like this one's small. This one. I don't think we should add the text in the read aloud box. To be tilted kind of makes it harder to read. Okay. Let me just straighten them all out then. Let me straighten them out then. I have to go back then. This one. There we go. And this guy. Right. And this guy. Alright, it's like good enough. Alright, and then this one is short. Oh, I didn't mean to take everything out. I just want to take the background out. Oh, you're right there. Oop. Oop. Nope, nope. There's a couple places where you have a DM note, and that can be fun shaped to make it stand out and probably
I give it a blue shift. Sounds good. Alright. I feel like the spacing of this is kind of awkward. Yeah. I want to make a thinner one. Margins. Large spacer. Small. And then this one, which will be for the read aloud boxes. Which will be... Nope. HSL. My heart's racing. Okie dokie. So that means I want this guy to go up. And then I want him to be centered. There you go. The reason my heart's racing, I'll keep chasing. Yeah. I like that one. It needs to be a little bit bigger, actually. So let's make it just a little bit bigger. This nice. Note this one. Now, how do I like it? I think that's better. Yeah, because it's still together, but it's not too close that it's a problem. So I gotta fix that. All of these. Back. Welcome back. What kind of coffee did you get? What kind of coffee and food did you get? Alright. I'm gonna turn this guy off. Over here. And just the spacing of these guys. Note. Also, I want this to be centered. Cool, it is. You come down here. On entering, there we go. Secondary notes. And then this one, go here. Black coffee, but it was infused with cardamom when they were making it. Ooh, fancy. How fancy you are. Very nice. It tastes weirdly good. It sounds really good. I know cardamom is used in like Spanish coffees quite a bit. Why are you different? You're different. Hold on. Background. Your backgrounds are different. There you go. Yeah, there you go. Okay, cool. Think that looks better? Yeah. Okay, what to get for lunch? What are you in the mood for? Are you in the mood for anything? I feel like I fucked this one up again. No, I did it right. Okay, weird. Okay, so this one,
This is arriving at the festival continued. Arriving at the festival. Like, what about pasta? Pasta's always good. Staying at the festival. Arriving at the festival. Staying. Is arriving at the festival meant to be a chapter? Entering the festival, arriving at it is. Fuck. Okay, okay. Oops. Alright. We gotta go here. I fucked up a little bit. Okay. I still want chicken for some odd reason, even though that's the only thing I've eaten over the last 2 weeks. Just how it be sometimes. What did I do? What? Hold on. Running the adventure. Arriving at the festival. Okay. I don't know why I fucked that one up, but that's fine. The food equivalent of one song on repeat. True that. That's very true. It's okay. That just means you got a groove to you, and that's just what you want to eat, and that's perfectly fine. Chicken and rice sounds really good. It does. Are you also deciding what to eat? The chapter text. Chapter 2, arriving at the festival. Chapter 3. Chapter 1. Nope, I'm correct. It's chapter 2. Can't go wrong with chicken. You really can't. Can't. Kinda, yeah, I didn't realize I should probably eat until just now. I advise it. I highly advise it. You can get yourself something to eat. Get yourself something to eat. I'll drink some water in solidarity. Okay, this one can get deleted. Alright. That's not how this text works. Entering the valley down. This is header text. What is this? Chapter normal. God damn it. Chapter normal. There we go. What's up? Hi.
So just like kind of like the side note that's in there for last week first, it was like I feel like we don't have like good like chapters. So if you feel like as you're going through it, like it should be divided better.
I just accidentally didn't divide something.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just heard you mention that. I was like, oh shit, we forgot to talk about this. Like I feel like we haven't set that up well in our document.
That's fine.
Yeah, so if you're going
I mean, I already moved the Ascendant location because you guys split the Ascendant stuff, and I think it should all be together. Because this Ascendant went before the Adventure Hook, but I think having all the Ascendant stuff together is better.
Oh. Fair enough. So then,
yes.
Looking at them, is there like a large gap on that page?
Used to, yeah.
Probably need to like move some stuff because I don't think we have any images for that area other than that image.
I think that's fine. Some pages are going to be more empty than others.
Yeah, but that's like still all one section, so it should probably start on like the next thing.
What do you mean?
Well, like, oh, that's the entering the valley. Okay, so this is all full, and then this is the end of this. Okay, and then we have entering the valley.
I could make it look more full by just like taking this and moving it up here so it's like more even. If you want.
Yeah, it just feels weird to me. Like there's so much empty space there. Oh.
If you want, I can lower the image.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, in your opinion, because in my thought, like, entering the valley is just like a preference for like arriving at the festival, so they'd be like in the same quote chapter, and so the information can flow between them. But do you picture them as like separate? Cause it seems a little strange to have like a one-page chapter.
Kind of down for it either way, to be honest.
Yeah, I think for this part, it makes sense to just have the information flow between those two, because it's.
So you want me to go back and undo what I just did?
Moving that stuff over there, yes, because those two should go together.
I just, like, I understand why it's, like, separate. Because, like, one's the valley, one's the festival.
Yeah, I agree. Because this is, like, almost like a prologue. But it's, like, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. It feels strange to me to, like, have so much empty space at the beginning of the book.
That's why I'm gonna fix it.
Okay. Yeah, it just feels like, to me, that's not hard, but I also have read as many physical books.
I mean, it's understandable that you wouldn't want as much empty space.
Oh, there's a lot.
Well, that's because I made it bigger.
Oh, you zoomed in.
Yeah. And then entering the valley again. Oh, the whole thing's got a scoop. Okay, wait. If I do it that far, then this is gonna stop here. Which means you have to move up.
Okay, yeah, I think it's fine.
Because it was like cropping like right here, so. Okay.
Nice. Hold on.
Thank you. Okay. You should do that in the morning so I can work on it right away after thinking about it, because I have the dating show tomorrow at 2:30. Yeah. For those of you who don't know what I was just talking about, I was talking about the fact that Gordy is having me on his the Haunted Hearts thing tomorrow. It's like a game show. Why are you being weird? Alright, we'll just do it this way. And it'll be pretty cool, I think. I don't really know what I'm gonna be doing in it. Like if I'm a co-host or something, but I think it'll be fun. Are you not? Oh, you are blue. You're such a dark blue. Why is mod is capitalized? Modest. Beep. Beep beep. Spices. Oh, I'm currently in the process of pre-order for dark. Oh, well, that's way cooler. Okay, well, that's kind of like way cooler. And I hope you have fun with that, because that sounds fucking sick. Purpose of the festival grounds. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, right. Okay, it's the next one. Staying at the festival. I don't think this is gonna need any stab walls or anything like that. Yeah, no, it doesn't look like it. So, staying at the festival. This can be deleted. Wait, what was that? What did I just delete? Okay, no, we're good. We're good. We're good. Purpose of the festival. Text. Initial. 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 Okay, cool. It's pretty cool, but I'm gonna let the audience be the judge of that. Yeah, but you still, you know, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So, you know, if you're down for it, you know, I'm down for it. We're all down for it, you know? Purpose. One smaller. Festival activities. And this one. This one. We've come up with the same conundrum, chat. Selling. Ooh, wait. Wait. Oh, okay, I can put these in here then. Festival. As festival's kicking off, the players. Why is that word weird? I'm crazy. Yeah, I got boy problems. That's a human. Okay, it's fine. Learn. Non-committal. Happy with your career. Just a little. Go to hold me down. Okay, I hope to God this is all gonna fit on this page. It's just gonna be great. Go straight to my face. Get that. And then that will go on a thingy. Note card. Oh, that breaks my heart. Leave from the start. I'm glad you're back with your bitch. I mean, who will want to find this? I mean, never, ever be your son. Andre, you're gonna have to post when you're done with that documentary, by the way. Sorry that I said that late. My brain is off. I'm sorry. See, but you're gonna share that. I want to be like, whoa, I did the person that did this. Let me gloat. Andrea's doing a documentary. Andrea's cool. I'm gonna make a documentary because they're cool. Oh my god, it fit. Holy shit. Back in a minute. Travel. One spelling. Cool. I know, right? Oh, please fit, please fit, please fit, please fit, please fit. I'll make sure I'm making. Yay! Thank you, Andrea. We love you. Yippee! My face. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Bonk, bonk. Alright, let's duplicate. And then we delete this whole thing. Boop. And then we gotta get the map. I think I put that in this channel by accident. Oh. No, I didn't. Say goodbye. Wrong one. Yeah, Need your lips on mine. You kiss me. Say. Boop. Boop. Huh? Is the map not scaled correctly? I guess I could like put it in the middle. There you go. There you go. The fucking something. We could be only fucking. I'm an old gummy dummy. Duplicate. Oops. Oop, did the wrong page. You want this fucking. Why are these highlighted blue? How far do I want to go? Oh, DM call out note. Oh. I want to stop with this. I'm gonna stop at the next. What's the next? Blue text just means it's new. Oh. What's that? Leaving the adventure, entering the valley, arriving at the valley, purpose of the vessel grounds, address of the high priest. Okay, where to next is I think where I want to stop. Good enough. Okay, let's keep going. Alright, that's the next chapter, right? Where to next? No, the Temple of the Chained is the next one. Okay. That's fine. Okay, we did that one, and now we're doing festival locations. Is there an image on this page? Nope. Festival locations. Remove the chapter piece. My tongue, I want it. Oh, I didn't need to do that yet. Oh, my brain. My brain hurts. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Chain race. Okay. Oh, I guess C item appendix is not an issue. Appendix. C page X for details. Description of the marker here. Okay, that one was fine. Oh wait, my brain is off. But I have two of these. Delete. Yeah. Yep. I realized that after I said it, it was fine. Okay. Roll initiative. Roll initiative for a successful DT analytics. Or acrobatics. Dashes. I think they're supposed to be bolded. Is dashes supposed to be italicized too, or just bolded? Also, is it meant to be capitalized? I'm presuming you guys capitalized it for me, so it means I have to go back. Where's the bold? Where's the word modest? Modest. I'm presuming everything you guys did, you did for a reason, so. Do 24 feet. Was modest bolded? Or italicized? I don't remember. If it's capitalized, it's for a reason. I don't think it's supposed to be italicized. Okay, that's what I thought too. Feet. Oh, okay. What about 240 feet? Half. Set of paired scrolls. I feel like this shouldn't be italicized. I think only with disadvantage. Oh. Okay, that fixes it. It's September. Is it the next one? No, it's, oh yeah, okay. I'm just silly. Okay. I think there isn't a 5e rule. Okay. Man. There's something we'll need to research then. Yeah. DC check. DC check. Things. Oh, what is happening? There's something I did earlier where I didn't space it. What did I not space it on? I will just edit it. Hold on. Numbered. Spacing. Left indent. Cancel. Nope. Numbered. Spacing. 0. Yeah. I'm gonna make this 0. What? Cancel, okay. But I saw Conqueror came. Okay, so I do want it to go in. I want this to be a leading. Ooh. I want my name. I just want to do something like that. Oh. Alright, so if I did space. Okay, so it's a little bit after it. So let's do 100 space and let's do 32. 35. 0. Okay. Hog. Save. Yes! I think that means I have to fix other things though. It's nothing in here. Nothing in here. Oh, this guy's actually good. I say it and then I click on it and it breaks. Okay, cool. Make it run out, I'll never end. Why is this like, is this? It's not. Fireball. Nope. What happened to this? I don't understand. Yeah, I'm taking it down. Boop, boop. Let's do it this way. Bringing it back. We're bringing it. We're bringing it. We're bringing it back. We're bringing it. We're bringing it. We're bringing it back. Fireball. Oh, what I look like? Actually, no. Yeah, actually. Okay, okay, okay. No, I see. Okay, so this one. Sorry. Is number 9 really just give the item a sick name? Okay. Alright, save. Alright, and then... Yeah, I'll probably have to fix these later anyway. Just look me in the face. Cool. Okay. Go back here. The challenges are in this order. Stepping stones. Let's take the rest of this. Oops. Delete this bit. This bit. And then this goes back up. Woo! Okay. And then goes here. Ooh, I want to move this more because that would make my brain happier. Yes, and then do it like this. And this. And numbered. Space B. S. S. Enter. Sweet like candy. The maze. Space, enter. Shift. Oops. And then acrobatics or athletics. I usually do these italicized. Survival or perception check. And then a possible medium small. A sleight of hand. Or an investigation check. Back to Lyric, gotta get more stuff done. Sounds good! Have a good time crunching. Crunching on not only work, but crunching on food as well, I hope. Have a lovely time working, and I will be here to keep you company if you need anything. Oh shit, I was not done with that. Normal text. Charisma check. Feel like we've been typing out charisma. Charisma. Roller coaster. The roller coaster is fine. Still under development. Strength. Constitution. See, Constitution check. Made a disadvantage. Constitution check. Check. Strength. Winning a contested strength check. Alright, I'm gonna check because it's gonna bother me if I don't. Have fun, thank you! Randomly, please. I think this is the wrong book to be looking at to check. I'm being follows, probably. What the fuck, you? Maybe I'm a dirty, dirty liar. Easy to teach social saving throw. Okay. It is lowercase. Each lowercase. Remember that at any point by the video. Yeah, okay, so okay, and then a strength. 3 and strength. Constitution, there's the stamps on the 24. Increase minor illusion. I think we can just duplicate. Oh, that makes me upset that this doesn't fit. It makes sense that it doesn't fit, though. I think it might be better to do what I did before, actually. To make it fit more on the page. But, nah, it's fine. question. See item. This is an error. Treasure. Text. Bird chase, and then bird. Down, so everybody's want to stick around. And feel it too. I don't nobody treat like you do. Boop, boop, boop. Nope. Nope. Space. And character with the most birds is the winner. DC 13 sleight of hand. Oops. Alright, animal handling check. Oops. A butterfly. I'm already high. So I just use both of the same birds. Little round. Bye, goodbye. Hide on the side of the side of the sky. Oh goodness. Okay, hold. This one. Yeah, I'm already flying. Exactly see my energy. What? I had a door. What? Oh. Float. Orange blue. See. This was the wrong one. I need the pink one. Oh, I should have done this as half, huh? Fuck, okay, hold on. No red of now. What? Is that really half? I don't think this is half. Oh shit, it is half. Holy shit. What the fuck? Center. I'm gonna take the small spacer. Finished early. I'm sleepy. Oh. Okay, wife. That's fine. Hope you had a good time, though. I keep clicking it like it's gonna do something. Oh. Right, thinking. Alright, and then box location. Well, I'm here to keep you company while you rest, okay? Everything's gnarly. Like a bag of Takis on the shit. On the shit. I love the upping, so cute. Thank you. Vex juked me, and I thought they thought that she thought that I was a different person because I didn't have my glasses on. But I think what they meant is it was because they didn't have their glasses on. And if I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know. I don't really know. Beats. Bitch, gnarly. Wait, do we have the same? Both have the same nose mark? Mine's a little scar. Mine's a scar from my old dog. Yeah, I'll zoom in. Anime nose. You're gorgeous. You're gorgeous. I got a gorgeous wife. Hee. You're gorgeous. Excuse me. We're both lucky. We are lucky. We're so lucky. The fuck have I done? Okay, top line. Okay. This one. It'd be really cool if this could fit and the rest of it doesn't. Oh, wait. Oh, yes. Yes. It just fits. Oh, shit. Wait, there's fucking bolding. It might not. Weightlessness. Ring of feather falling potion. No, it'll fit. Yes! Yay! Oh my god, that makes me so happy. Alright. Duplicate. Go upper one. This. Alright, what's the next section? This one has a table! This one has a table! So my fan's not on. Okay. This one. This one. This one. This one becomes this. I can click multiple at once. I didn't know if I could. Oh my god. No, do the thing. Yeah. But you can have initial. Goods and barter. Okay. That just barely fits. What? I'm gonna come crawl into your lap. You got it. Hold on. Draw on this one. This one. Mini. Or my wife. I have plushie. And the plushie. Okay, I don't remember if I saved it or not. Or where I saved it, I should say. So I'm just gonna resave it. Also, I do agree, I do like the black eyes better than the red eyes, but it is lore accurate to give me red eyes, so. Wait. I'm holding you and my tail now. Logging. Alright. Oh, actually, let me put that on the list of things because I did tell BZ I wanted to do this, so I could do that. Yeah, it's pretty poggin. I believe in you. I still gotta rig our chibi models, dude. I woke up from a nap the other day and I panicked because I realized I haven't finished that yet, and I need to finish it. Everything's cooking now. Oh, yippee! All right, I need to add. Take this off. Can have hold Holding item hand without thing in it. There is no rush, my little things. Okay. I forgot what I was doing for a second. Okay. I don't know why that's italicized. Okay. Boop. Platinum LGP, yeah, platinum. I would italicize money. DC 14 performance check. Performance isn't capitalized though. Performance, player handbook, PHP. 25 gold points or less. Italicize, the player handbook, gold. I have to fix this, right? Look, I want it to be half. There you go. I gotta implement that in here. I got called the smallest spacer. Okay. I'll be honest, I don't think I'm really a Swiftie. Or at least I'm not like a current Swiftie. I like old, like the popular old stuff. Because that could have been old and I don't know. But like, I like the old, popular old music. D number, items being purchased. Purchasable. I'm a Swiftie, but I get it. But I get if she isn't for you. I don't like her. I'm not really into her like current music. I feel like. If that makes sense. Like I like her older music. Item. Feather from far away. Jars of dirt from lands unknown. Oh, this is a long list. I need to zoom in. Nope, reset. Nope. 150, there you go. My eyes might go blind because of how bright this is, but that's alright. I'm too lazy to turn on a dark mode for this. Because it also inverts like images, which I don't really like. Sorted small pieces of masonry. How many do we need? 10? 2 more? Boop. Mm-hmm. 9. 10. Overhead, love in our eyes. What? Mine's under. What? I feel like this is incorrect. Oh no, it's correct. Oh. Scorpion, she's so hot, she's a scorpion. Testing, testing, things just got more interesting. I don't like that it goes all the, it doesn't, Okay, 17 GP, 7 GP. Friend Eddie said you were fun and sweet. I'm glad. Do they not remember playing Fortnite with me? Smiles. But I'm glad they think so. I played Fortnite with him once. That one time? Probably not. Damn! I remember. I remember. That's okay. I don't really care. GP, 25 GP. He has a short brain span? Yeah, that makes sense. I'm gonna be honest, that makes sense. But I mean, to be honest, who doesn't at this day and age? 100 GP. I did this wrong. It's supposed to be 2, and then 100 GP, and then 1,000 GP. Well, he might, but I think he was just saying a compliment because you're fun and sweet. You're fun and sweet! I'm only partially as fun and sweet as you are. So it only makes sense that I try to, you know, size up. I don't like how this is justified. I need another chart. That's gonna be in the DMs guide, not the Volos guide. Blech. No. Okay, so it still does work like that. Yeah, okay. This is how it looks. I gotta have another one. I want to listen to that Young Gravy song. This one. Okay, and then sold items list. Wait, what's the difference with the item being? Oh, the items being purchased, items being. Okay, maybe I have to change this. Items being purchased. Items being sold. Makes more sense now. This has 8. $5, $10, $15. 5, 10, 15. Ooh, it's not 15. 15, 25, 40, 75. Wait, am I wrong? 5, 10, 15, 25, 40. Oh, I did it wrong. I did do it wrong. 25, 40, 75, 200 and 250. Okay. Well-crafted walking sticks. Fine traveling cloaks. Climbers kits. Oops. Stop. Staff of bird calls. I like this one. Pixel was telling me about this one. Movable rod. I love the movable rods. No. What the haven't you people ever heard of? Closing that damn door up. Chime in. Haven't you people ever heard of? Put the goddamn dope up. Okay, my brain is understanding. Oh, cancel, download. Should just download all of these, shouldn't I? I'd rather do it one at a time. I like this image. The feathers look like little silly worms, and I like them. I heard of getting a goddamn toe pop. Who's your friend? Join in. A damn toe pop. Could make it smaller. Yeah. That's fine, I think. BRB sounds good! We'll be here. I'll be right here, just chilling. Doing this work. Alright, let's see how many we can fit. I'm hoping it's like this much. Superhero. Fuck. Okay, what if we fit, could we fit like this and the image? No. Okay. Maybe new idea? Oh, you mean table? Oh, oops. Okay, and then... this guy, oh, this guy, and then this guy, and then this guy, and then we remove this guy. Oh, there's still more. Oh my god, there's still more, fuck. Okay. And then, instead, this image gets to come up here. And then be however big that he desires to be in order to fit all this information. Oh wait, no. Wait, can this not fit? Damn, it's like just under it. Fuck, okay. Are we sure that this is right? Yeah, that's right. What about this one? Yeah, that's pretty much right. Okie dokie. Okay, so it's this stuff. I think that's not the worst. Jonathan. Family. And then athletics or acrobatics. which is over here. I mean, this means I could just make the image bigger, no? See how big we can get this without it encroaching on too many things. Yeah, I like that size, and then this can come down a bit. And then we'll do this with 5 orbs. Or when we do items, it's just bolded. Okay. 4 potions of blur and 1 potion of mirror image. Cool. And then duplicate. Image. This. Recognize. Enter. I don't think, yeah, no, okay. DC 14 medicine check. Whee! Was it plan to poop your pants? No, I was playing a spooky game, and I was hoping I wouldn't poop my pants. But now, I know that I didn't. So, we're bogging. You know? Sometimes you just gotta hope that you don't, and then you don't, and then you're proud, you know? She's too cool. I was too cool. A jump scare poo? Exactly. DC 13 insight check. Oh, but this one's capitalized. Nope. Just hiding something. Maybe just a wee pee, just a baby, just a wee wee in the panties. Nah, it was a whole ass shit, brother. Whole ass shit. I see. Okay, and then I need the image of him. Download. Dookie in the dungeons. Exactly. Now you're getting it. Now you're getting it. Save this one. Oh. This one, this one, this one, this one. Jesus, this one's big. Alright, Mr. Scholar of Infinity, I need you to fit in the page. There you go. Thank you, sir. I'm just gonna scoot that down a little bit so it's not overlapping you. This is an error. V5 is bolded. He accepts the quest, he will hand them a small map that says the following. Boop, boop, boop. There you go. Yeah, okay, cool. Let me just directly say the following. Oh, I see. Duplicate. I want to see if I can fit this a little bit. A wee bit. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Ah, damn, it doesn't fit. That's fine. Order of recommendation. DM call out note, you son of a bitch. Oh, I didn't bold things. Society Limits uses mage. The mage stat block. This needs to be at the bottom. I could scoot him down just a little bit though. There we go. And then, yeah, nature check. Wait, the history of nature check is a DC 16. Wait, where's that? It is a DC 14. Oh, it is. Okay, we're good. We're good. Alright, DM call out. Good standing. I have an idea. So we essentially take this guy, move him here. Okay, this one, this one, this one. And TM note. Turn this off. Boop. Boop. I like that more. Yeah, no, that's fine. And then like that. The bandit problem. Cool. That's not what I wanted. up one page. Browns. How many pages did I not do that to? That one. Yeah, it's fine. I think I did it on this page. I did. Okay. You can go if you'd like to. Festival grounds NPCs. My wrist hurts. Anytime my wrist hurts, I like immediately want to put on my brace because I don't want to risk that shit, man. I don't want to risk fucking it up. Because then I'm super fucked. A little bit tighter. There you go. Ah, did you get your food? Oh no, that's a nod. Sorry, it kind of also looks like a nom. But yeah. Anytime I feel like I'm like slightly tweaking it, I'm like, nope. No, sure. You can fuck off. Yes, that too? Okay, that's good. I knew it. I could tell. I sniffed it. You shouldn't want me. I need the margin thing again. Like, really want you to want me. Man, this would be such good work to like watch a TV show with. Rice with crispy. Ooh, ooh, shit! Stop! You're making me hungry. I'm hungry. Have you eaten dinner yet? Yeah, not yet. Pixels is in the kitchen right now making foob. Making foob. Oh my god, there's so many read alouds, guys. Oh my god, I'm almost done. I'm almost done though. Okay. Yeah, I am a cleaner of the kitchen. I am not so much one for the cooking. I'm more of a baker though, to be fair. I like baking. Okay, what was... Okay, this is a good song, though, to be fair. A little worried. You know what it means. Makes sense to me. Yeah, I mean, like, then Pixels doesn't have to worry about cleaning. I just clean in the morning. Also, it helps me, like, focus up, because I'm doing a chore. And, oops. Your dreams come true. Wait, yeah, I feel like I put on my hand brace wrong. Maybe it's fine. Pixels knows how to... I didn't know there was a wrong way to put on a brace until yesterday. When I put it on and I'm like, I couldn't feel my hand and I was like, I don't think I did this right. I'm never wrong. Oh, you be your right. Well, what happened? What happened? Are you okay? What happened? Why are we saying well? I'm worried. You love your fucking Oh, okay. I thought something happened to your food and I was really worried. Yeah. Yeah, I think I put it on correctly though. Because yesterday when I put it on, I just felt weird. But now it feels fine. But like, maybe I didn't put it on hard enough? I don't know. What? There you go. That's what we're doing, right? Yeah. Okay. Ooh, okay. If you know, it means. How long is this one? This one's short, so we can probably take the short one. What it means. Find your dreams come true. On my grind. Oh. Okay, well now I have 3 variants of size. But to be fair, I shouldn't expect that they're gonna be similar. Nope, not this one. No. So, oh well, it's kind of similar to that, so we'll do this one instead. What'd I do? There we go. Okay. And then another one, and another line, and another singular line. Oh my god. Shit bricks. I'm not actually about to shit bricks, but it's kind of like, guys, come on. I know a lot of singular text boxes you got me going there right now. Wait, what? Okay. Alright, speaking of, in here I should lock this guy then. There you go. Okay. Learn. What? I did what? I'm gonna listen to Eternity. At least once a day. I gotta listen to it. So I'll listen to it after this one. Alright, how many lines are you? You're like 4 lines? Okay, you're like I got a snack. Ooh, what kind of snack? What kind of snack? That last song. Ha! Fuck! Ooh, yum. That sounds yummy. This again, beside the heart looking. Okay. To me, and honestly, I wanted to. Din din time! Wow, yippee! No baby carrots arranged chip? No, potato chip. What's up? I don't think so. What happened to my thing? What happened? What is happening? This goes here. And then you appear. And you disappear. And then you come down a little bit. And you go back into it. Yeah. What the fuck? Why did you break? The carrots give a false positive feeling that one may be healthy while glomming blobs of ranch dip. Mermaids can get away with chips and dip. Mermaids can get away with anything they want, especially if it's my wife. Pixels just gave me so much shredded cabbage. I don't know what to do with all this cabbage. Oh. I feel like a goat. I have half a bowl of cabbage and soy sauce in it. I like cabbage too. This is kind of raw cabbage. Not sure how I feel about it with just soy sauce though. No, we're not gonna put that. Cabbage is good for something. What? Back, welcome back. Ah. I was playing the worst part of sending emails, the waiting game. Ah, it is the worst part. What? Oh fuck. I didn't duplicate it, did I? Look your best rabbit laugh. I'm trying to. This is a lot. Wait, not this one. Feels like an eternity since I had you here with me. Since I had to learn to be somewhere I could go. Be with you in paradise. What I wouldn't sacrifice. What you have to chase the light. Somewhere I can go. If you want the soy sauce flavor without all the little extra shit, you can try Bragg Liquid Aminos, a gluten-free soy sauce alternately made from non-GMO soybeans that add savory flavor. Fancy. I guess, but I don't feel like you've given me this much of it, Pixels. This is like a lot. There's lemon in it. A lot of names in here. Okay, we don't care anymore. The family. Where's the family? The family. Okay. Gotta listen to that song again. Oh, please, please. No, play it again, play it again. Because I'm gonna listen to the song until I'm done. Because I like this song a lot. And I don't listen to it enough. It should be my, like, wake-up sound. So I don't actually wake up to an alarm. I actually wake up to my phone buzzing. So I feel like sound wouldn't be bad. I love this song. I know, it's so fucking good. You here with me since I had to learn to be someone you don't know. To be with you in paradise, what I wouldn't sacrifice. Braggs and coconut aminos are both good. Less salt than Kikkoman's. I will note that. That is good to know. Walk this world alone. Walk this world alone. Are there any read aloud boxes? No. Okay, I'll move this. And the image. How long has it been now? Oh no, feels like an eternity since I had you here with me. since I had to learn to be someone you don't know. Be with you in paradise, what I wouldn't sacrifice. Why'd you have to chase the light somewhere I can go? Okay, I'm presuming this is ended for a reason. Religion or inside of 14. Endless night of a starless sky, it's a hell that I go. Heard a long goodbye on the other side of the only I've known. Feels like an eternity since I had you here with me, since I had to learn to be someone you don't know. To be with you in paradise, what I wouldn't sacrifice. You have to chase the light, somewhere I can go. About this world alone. About this world alone. Give. I locked it. Fuck. Has it been like, oh no, it feels like an eternity since I had you here with me, since I had to learn to be someone you don't know. To be with you in paradise, but I wouldn't sacrifice. You have to chase the light, now I can go. This world, this world alone. Oh, I finished it. Yay! I want to see how it looks on the first page. How has it been now? Oh no, but it feels like an eternity since I had you here with me, since I had to learn to be someone you don't know. Oh fuck, I fucked that up. In paradise, what I wouldn't sacrifice. Why'd you have to chase the light somewhere I can go? Walk this world alone. As I walk this world alone. An endless night, it's a starless sky. Hell that I go home. Chapter base text, I think. Yeah. And then this is the initial. Yes, I just FYI, the crafting and element stuff is to be separate. Yeah, but you have a crafting and an alchemy and crafting page though. What? You have an alchemy and crafting, and then you have an alchemy item crafting, and then an alchemy crafting page. I think. Oh. Oh, well, that's fine. I can export them separately. Okay, cool. That was almost exactly 2 hours. So let me put that in my notes. 2 hours. 2 hours. Book pass 6. 19 save. Has it been? So I stopped. Start the chained temple. What the fuck? Okay. Cool. Okay. Make sure it's all saved. Save. Thank you. Alright, let's go raid. And then I can eat my dinner. Oh! Oh, who is this? Who are we raiding? Howlet? We can go raid Howlet. Yeah, let's go raid Howlet. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today! I had a lot of fun playing games with my wife, and I hope to play more games with my wife. But I hope you guys have fun with Howlet. They are playing Enshrouded. I love that game. It's a good game. Howlet TTV. Thank you for stream. Bye. Love you. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. Here is the raid, and here is the raid message. I'd appreciate it if you guys use it, because then they know where you came from, but you don't have to use it. But I'd appreciate it if you did. I love you guys so much. Thank you again for hanging out. Have a wonderful motherfucking night, and I'll see you guys. Remember, tomorrow we start later because we will be on Gordy's stream for his Haunted Hearts dating show. And then after that, I will probably be streaming, unless I feel tired. But we'll see. Alright, I love you. Bye!